Ding, bing. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Oh, man. Make sure I got my mic properly aligned, my camera properly aligned. Good to see everybody. Good morning. It's early on a Sunday. That's right, early on a Sunday morning. Good to see everyone. How is everybody doing? Welcome to Bridge the Divide. I am JL, if you happen to be new here. And of course, this is the pre-show before the bi-weekly stage that we do on Discord called the Theist Helpline, where we talk to theists or other believers about what they believe and why, and hear their evidence and their argumentation, and see what they have to offer. Have some interesting conversations. Really fun stuff. The Wrath of Spiderbeard. My beard's actually doing pretty good right now. Actually, it's a bit voluminous at the moment. It's brushed out and everything and conditioned and all nice, but it's doing the thing. That's funny. I'm going to get to that comment here in a second. Well, I hope everyone is doing well. Like I said, welcome to Bridge the Divide, the only home of the official home of the Darth, Dawkins Squeak toy, the official Darth, Dawkins Squeak toy. You see me pushing those things a lot because I have a lot of them. I have a bunch that I that I hope to get rid of. But those are pretty amazing. My dogs are kind of sleeping right now because it's early. It's early on a Sunday morning, so I'd squeak it, but I can't. But man, look at all these a bunch of people, lots of people in the live chat. I gotta like make sure that I'm awake, get my energy up. Make sure I'm fully awake and ready to go, because you never know what we're gonna get. You never know what we're gonna get on the live show. So before we kick this thing in the pants, I'm going to throw this banner up here so all my channel members know how much I appreciate their support for making the show possible. And let's see, who do we have in the chat today before it gets too big, because these tend to get pretty large. So I see Peter Collins is here. Good to see you, Peter Collins. Is looking forward to this. Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate that. That came in at like 1:47 a.m. I appreciate that, bud. Bellywood is here, member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Bellywood. Appreciate you being here. As well as Charlie Welch, the only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, Welchie. Thanks for hanging out. Also a member of the Godless Army. See, Bellywood says, anyone see the abuse Sam Smith got in Central Park? It's on Telltale's channel. I haven't. I occasionally watch Telltale, because his style is so much different than mine, and what he does, and how he reviews videos and everything, because he does a lot of live streams. So, but I haven't seen it. But I imagine, given the backlash to his I think his Grammys performance, and then of course the weird stuff, I guess his weird fashion, I can imagine he's probably getting a lot of heat. He really is. Or was it the Grammys? Yeah, I think it was the Grammys. Oh man. Charlie Welch says, welcome to church. Thank you so much, Charlie Welch. Fenton Moley is here. Good to see you. Fenton says, it's funny, this show, Theist Helpline, often more debunks the claims of PragerU than it does theism itself. Theists have really given up trying apologetics. Apologetics, because apologetics is terrible. Apologetics, the only purpose of apologetics, as stated pretty much by, actually it was Cornelius Van Til and it was Greg Bonson and his student Greg Bonson, where Cornelius Van Til was very much of the mind that as the world was progressing, people were becoming too progressive, too liberal-minded in his own words. And so he felt that the best way to approach the argumentation for God was through what he called presuppositional apologetics. And that system is not designed to convince anyone to join. It's not a conversion technique. It's a keep people in the faith technique, because he felt that too many people were leaving and that religion was too soft. And that's why he left Princeton. That's why he left the other areas where he used to teach at, because he felt those institutions were becoming too liberal. And in his mind, liberal positions in religion give too many opportunities or too much justification for the person to leave the religion. So he needed something that justified staying in the religion, and that was presuppositional apologetics. No one will ever be convinced by presuppositional apologetics because it's trash. It's absolute garbage. At its heart, it's begging the question. So, but it was Greg Bonson who said that it's shutting the mouth of the unbeliever is what it is. It's basically because it's the way they're going to believe it, and that's the way they do it, and there's nothing you can say to change it. They're going to hem and haw on like the difference between like the supposed difference between virtuous circularity and vicious circularity, which there is no difference. But yeah, it's just That's why not many people use apologetics. Even William Lane Craig acknowledges that it's trash and that, nobody should be doing it, but because it's, ultimately it's just fallacious and it's dishonest because it's not designed to convince. It's designed to keep people in, keep people from leaving. Let's see. Clive Wells is here. Thank you so much for the ghost in the house. I appreciate that. Haunted houses are awesome. Thank you, Clive Wells. I appreciate that because haunted houses usually turn out to be something structural, something about the house itself that is causing the effect that is being interpreted, or the effects that are being interpreted as being haunted. But like plumbing, electricity, stuff like that. But I appreciate that, Clive. Thank you. Charlie Welch, thank you so much for the ghost. I appreciate that. Bob Nadell's Gyroscope is here. Good to see you, Bob. Let me see. Elizabeth Sylvester's here. Good to see Elizabeth, a member of the Godless Army. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for hanging out. Marcus Dresden as well, also a member of the Godless Army. Thank you for the emojis. Do appreciate that. Wrote no last name. Gabba Gabba to you. This is grumble, grumble, coffee, grumble, 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 morning grumble. Yes, absolutely. I totally get that. Good to see you, Rodent, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate that. Let me see. And I see Peter Collings again, and Peter Noddle, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate that. Thank you for those emojis. Dib, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Bud, for being here. Gosh of Heckfire, one of the best names on the internet. Good to see you, Bud. This is good morning, all. Also, thank you for the support. Frayed Edges says, oh, damn, forgot what day it was. Lucky for notification competitions and stuff. Thank you so much, Frayed. I appreciate that. Vanguard Shield is here. Good to see you. Yes, you did make it. Appreciate you being here. Artur Rissanen as well. Also, channel member says hello. From Finland, as usual, I hereby declare I disagree with everything. I am reasonable, and reasonable minds can differ. Excellent point. Thank you so much, Ardo. Appreciate you. Appreciate you hanging out. Mr. Malord, all the way from Chicago. Good to see you, bud. Appreciate you hanging out this morning. Tom Roberson as well says it's showtime. It absolutely is. Historical philosopher, good morning to you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Yes, Artur Rissanen, this is what made me laugh earlier. It says, this is CGI. Beards are fake. A beard has never been scientifically proven. This is all CGI. All of this is CGI. The beard is, and I needed it because, there's nothing that can make this more attractive. So the beard helps, The beard at least gets some attention. Marcus Dresden is here. Good to see you, Marcus. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yes, ghost spiders live in jail's beard. Technically, do they live? Or do they haunt my beard? Important. Patches O'Houlihan is here in the house. And yes, it's absolutely necessary for you to be here. I have exorcised the demon. This house is clear. Losers. So good to see you, Patches. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. Easy on a Sunday morning. Yeah, hell yes, it was, Mr. Malord. Caliban is here. Good to see you, Caliban. Says hi, JL. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Nanu. Echo Bauman is here. Good to see you, Echo. Says they also bash him for thinking himself a trailblazer while just copying David Bowie. Good point, Echo. Excellent point. Alien X Gaming is here. Says good morning and God bless. Laughing my ass off. Good to see you, Alien X. Thanks so much for being here. And the George said as well. Says, hey, Jella, have you heard of the Ancient Apocalypse Netflix show? It looks like a hot pile of garbage. I have not. I'll have to take a look. Ancient Apocalypse. I'll have to look into that. Thank you, and the George said, and also a member of the Godless Army. Lars, good to see you. Says, hello, Jail. I hope you're doing all right today. I enjoyed being dragged to church by making notes on everything that was contradictory in the sermon. Awesome. Well done. It's pretty much how it starts. That's how it starts. Oh, yes. And I think I got everybody. What? Come on. Oh, I'm handsome as fuck. Thank you so much, LNX. I appreciate that. Just call me obvious here. Says, poof, I appear. There you are, sir. Appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for hanging out. Mystique Tina Jones as well. Good to see you. Says Peekawoo and gives the obligatory ghost. Appreciate that, Mystique. And Dr. Nimrod as well. Good to see you, Dr. Nimrod. And let me know. Your item should be on the way, Dr. Nimrod. The prize that you won. For that awesome, ridiculously hilarious comment. Let me know. It should be on the way to you soon. Just call me Avi. Oh, I apologize. I just if the sir came out, I apologize. So Clive Wall says Pete Toller 54 made a video on the author of Ancient Apocalypse. I'll have to look into this. If it's just more woo, that's gonna be. I've got a bunch of other stuff that I'm currently working on. Ronell Sam said Bridge the Divide, do the new drag show bans prohibit kilts. Apparently, this is what we. Okay, so this new wave of like banning drag or banning drag shows or banning, I guess trans, these anti-trans bills that are coming through. And oh, thank you, Avi. Appreciate that. The big thing is there's no language that I've seen that prohibits kilts, but nothing that makes a like a discernment of the existence of kilts. Like kilts are not like expressly excluded. So that I don't know. I would imagine that you could, any reasonable human being could see the difference between a kilt and a dress. But that's just that. So I don't know. It's deeply, deeply problematic. Obviously, what's going on. Jon Stewart did a fantastic interview with a GOP with the GOP congressman, and trapped him in the whole the hypocrisy of not infringing on the Second Amendment, but still allowing firearms to be the number one reason children die in this country, and then attacking the freedom of, simultaneously attacking the freedom of speech and the ability for drag queens to tell stories to children and stuff, like Children's Story Hour. So, because that's their free speech. They're being enabled to, they're stymieing it, they're stifling it, that they can't talk to specific individuals, that they've deemed, that the state has deemed harmful to them to speak to certain individuals, and yet they won't do anything about guns, while guns are the leading cause of death of children in this country, ahead of cancer and car accidents. So, it's pretty twisted. I don't know where it's going. I really don't. Yeah, the right wing, essentially the right wing is there's a small collective within the right wing that is particularly extreme and disgusting. You're absolutely right. Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Nirmar. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Unlocked. Good to see you, bud. Thanks so much for being here. I am High Inquisitor as well. So what happens if you have long hair and wear a kilt? You see, these are the things that become problematic. What if a theater company wants to do a classical rendition of Shakespeare, where all of the female parts are played by men? Because there are some theater companies that like to do that like to present Shakespeare as it was presented back in the day, back in the 1400s, when the Bard was originally, doing his stuff at the Globe. So the question is, where do they draw the line? And they don't make these distinctions is the problem. They're not making any distinctions as to how to draw the line anywhere. It's just blanket bans, which is deeply problematic, especially if they pass. It's extremely problematic. I guess we're gonna have to find out and see. It's not currently happening. Nothing is currently on the books yet here where I live. But you can guarantee if something comes along, then I will probably put my weight behind it and try to fight it. Put my weight in front of it and try to fight it. But I don't know. I honestly don't. Oh, let's see. Janice Farmer, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Member of the Godless Army. Lars says the pastor was talking about how God had to wipe out every wicked human in the Great Flood, but if that happened, it doesn't make sense. If God is meant to be all the omnis and know everything ever, there's a lot of logical problems with the flood myth, with a number of myths, with the creation myth, with all kinds of stuff. It's just ridiculous. There's so many issues there. Predominantly, the biggest issue is that the evidence says one thing while the book says another. Why would God make it so that the evidence looks this way and the book says this? Because if the book is inerrant and the evidence is something completely different, then there is a deception going on somewhere. And if there's a deception going on and God wants to have a relationship with people, then it would behoove God to not allow that deception in the first place, because the deception either goes from the scapegoat, goes to the scapegoat of what Satan is, or the deception is God's fault. But technically, because everything in creation is within the purview of God's control, then that means God is allowing that to happen, which means God is allowing for the deception, the evidence to look somewhere else. You could also jump on the double standard. There's a double standard there, whereas the same unique and the same strict methodology that we can be used to determine the truth of any proposition, the one that we've developed over the past 6,000 years, the strict methodology we utilize to determine the truth value or the false value of any proposition works for every proposition, save for the one about the creator thing existing. That methodology, you're supposed to take that methodology that works for everything else and throw it out the window when it comes to determining the truth of the thing that supposedly that people claim created everything. That's a double standard that an omniscient God would be aware of when it instantiated the system. Therefore, there's a problem there. There is an implied deception there. That is problematic. If the God is deceptive, then obviously it's not the Christian God or what they believe to be the Christian God. That's the whole problem there, is that there's logical entailments. Gods live and die, or gods die on the swords of logical entailments. That's what it's all about. Oh, let's see. Mighty Possum is here. Good to see you, Mighty Possum. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. And I see, Anton. Oh, yeah, Anton Extrin is here. Good to see you. Says, don't mean to frighten you, but Jason Voorhees standing behind you. He is, but he knows his place. He absolutely is. 992 Turbo S here says, why would God use a book written by humans to deliver a message? It's a very good point. There's a lot of problems there. A lot of, and Karis 2030 is here. Good to see you. Karis says, hey, JL, good to see you. Karis, member of the Godless Army. And by the way, we're getting started here in about 10 minutes. We're going to pop over to Discord. If you would like to be a member of the Godless Army, you'd like to support the channel, it's 99 cents a month. And of course, you can use the join button. And of course, you get all of the cool emojis that I've made for you. And of course, the channel badge, which is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? Excellent. So, but yeah, that really helps support the channel. Or you could get an official Darth Dawkins Squeak toy at darthdawkins.com. Yes, I bought that URL. That URL is mine. And if those things are successful, if we move enough of the Darth Dawkins Squeak toys, then there are other items that we can add to the store. But I'm starting off with those ones, and if we move enough of those, I can add more kitschy little Darth Dawkins keepsakes. And I appreciate all the support there. Everybody who's gotten those, I hope you all like them. They seem to be kind of popular, but hopefully we'll move some more. Let me see here. Nocturnal Lux, good to see you, bud. Says Kabuki was really done exclusively by women, not men. What we have now is already a product of repression. Absolutely. Just Call Me Obvious, a so-called flood. The Bible takes place in Palestine. 20 kilometers squared is the size of their world. The UK is 243,610 kilometers squared. Small world for small-minded people. It's weird to think that all of the truth in the universe, that the truth of the most important claim in the universe would be revealed to a group of people that lived in a circle about that big on a globe. It's just ridiculous. It's hubris to the highest degree. If the language also banned drag racing, that's hilarious, rodents. That would be. Historical Flaws says, welcome to the modern Republican Party full of hypocrites and sycophants. Absolutely. Absolutely. Unlock says, I do love that, Jason. My favorite thing in the background. So cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He was one of the first, when we moved out here, he was one of the first things that the first big purchases I ever made. And I really love him. I love him back there. He's amazing. Good morning, Angel Rivera. Good to see you. Member of the Godless Army. Appreciate the support. Thank you for hanging out. High Inquisitor has become a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, High Inquisitor. Please enjoy all the cool emojis that I've made for you. And of course, as we get more emojis will unlock. So I appreciate that. And enjoy the channel badge. Thank you so much for the support, bud. There's Mr. Malort showing you some of the emojis that I've made, like the Hail Sagan and Darth Dawkins with duct tape on his mouth, Dr. Peel, all kinds of cool stuff. Circle House, just welcome to the, yep, absolutely, definitely. Oh, damn, I gifted Aaron Reese a membership. Ron, pay me back. Fred, that's awesome. Okay, I probably should pull up the live chat because I don't see the, if there's gifted memberships and the like. It doesn't show me those. 1 second. Gotta go to my channel. Let me see. And what to do? Top messages. No, I didn't see that. Okay. Oh, thank you, Charlie Welch, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 18 months. Thank you for the milestone chat. Fred Edges, thank you for the gifted 5 Bridge the Divide memberships. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much, bud. You are awesome. And make sure I don't miss any other milestone chat. So I'm going to keep that up because StreamYard doesn't show me those just yet. Hopefully that update will be coming soon. Who invited High Inquisitor to the shindig? Lars. That's funny. Oh, and Lars. Sorry. Aaron Reese. That's hilarious. Let me see here. High Inquisitor says, Charlie Welch told me you were going to be here. Had to see you. Awesome. Fantastic. All right, let's see. Now, that's Earth to them. They didn't know about America, Russia, Australia, Britain, hence why they thought they knew everything. Exactly. It's deeply, deeply problematic. The one thing that I really dig I dig is, from a thought experiment standpoint, is going back and trying to put myself in the shoes of an individual like, 100,000 years ago or 50,000 years ago or 25,000 years ago. And looking at the world, not knowing trying to interpret the world, not knowing what we know today. Like, for example, imagining the world where there's zero light pollution, that no matter where you stand on the earth, you get the full, open, clear image of the sky, seeing the stars and everything in the Milky Way galaxy. No matter where you are on the earth, you could see that. And when the sky was clear. So imagining a world that you live in like that, where there is no development, there is only natural forests, natural landscapes, and interpreting things that you encounter. Like, for example, ancient hunters going into trying to find new territory to go hunt and find food in, wind up discovering a cave, and they go into the cave and they don't find anything. They encountered a bunch of bats, and then they come out and they return to the tribe, and all of a sudden, 5 or 6 of them die from loss of fever because they contracted it while they were in the cave from the bat droppings, but they had no concept of it. Now you've got the tribe interpreting what this cave means. You went into it, they came out, and then they died a horrible death from hemorrhagic fever. But how does the tribe interpret that like 25,000 years ago? How do they interpret that? They interpret that as like, oh, the cave is cursed. There's evil in there. We trespassed. And then they set up things around it and belief systems around this thing for people to avoid it. So you understand when you start looking at the world through that lens, through interpreting phenomena, through unexplained phenomena, through the whatever they could try to piece it together. That's the point. That's what I enjoy doing that. It's like, how did they look at this and interpret this thing? I've seen cloud formations that looked like phoenixes. Well, obviously, and I've seen lots of them. It's something that occurs when the sun's at the right angle and the clouds the clouds form the pattern. But how would ancient humans interpret those? They would look at those, you can get where they get these ideas, or the effects on the atmosphere of a volcano erupting. They look up the atmosphere and there's weird things that happen there. Same shit. So I always find it kind of intriguing. Historical philosopher says, any chance that a theist actually has evidence of a god today? Doubtful, considering that their god doesn't exist. So, seriously doubtful. I thought I saw somebody new pop in. Did I? Abby Paulin, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Member of the Godless Army. Thank you. Morning to you. Morning. And no, Clive Wells, I don't believe in ghosts. But I'll keep telling you. See, as long as you keep asking. Gowden Draper's here. Good to see you. Says, hey, y'allsies. Hey, Bridge of the Divide. Good to see you, Gowdens. Appreciate you being here. And Saoirse Red Hair says, hello, everybody. I'm walking through a forest right now, walking my friend's little dog that is staying with me for a week. Awesome. Have fun out there. Walking in a forest. Been a long time since I've done that. Since I've been out in nature like that. Aliens Gaming says, Bridge of the Divide. I don't know. If I saw JL walk into the room, I'd believe in a god. Appreciate that, bud. I really do. Tesla Bit Radio is here. Good to see you, Tesla. Thanks so much for hanging out and being a channel member. Appreciate that. Our artist says 3,000 small lights in the night sky. Suddenly there's a comet. Then something happens. The comet has to be a sign for telling. Exactly. You look at all the astro, the phenomena that we see in the cosmos. Astronomical? No, it's not. I can't remember. Think of the word. I'm still waking up. You think of all of the cosmological phenomena that people see. Lights in the skies, comets, meteors, asteroids, meteor showers, eclipses, over the moon, over the sun. You see all these kinds of things. You see how ancient people interpreted these things and how they put things around them because they didn't understand what was happening. So, Dr. Never says, JL isn't God. He is Santa. Appreciate that, bud. Yes, I do. I do appreciate that. And then, of course, Ronald says, JL does have the Yahweh beard thing going on. I do kind of have a Yahweh beard. It's starting to get kind of Yahweh-ish. It really is. Lars says coincidence often interpreted as gods by idiots or the ignorant. Yeah, true. Absolutely. Tsunami's here. Good to see you. So whenever I try to think about how my mind would perceive the world around me if I was living 25, 50, 100,000 years ago, I'm immediately reminded of the fact that I wouldn't have the chance. Tsunami, it's funny. Space things. Absolutely. The goddamn dome. Good to see you. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate that. Just going, he says, or you saw something. I concur. You saw something. I happen to be in touch with this being. So do what I tell you to appease it. Don't question me or you question God. Excellent point. Excellent point. Type 1 and type 2 errors. The things that kill us and the things that, the decisions, the split decisions that keep us alive or end up killing us. Type 1 and type 2 errors are what it's all about. And we make them all the time. We absolutely do. Thank you, Mystique Tina Jones. Appreciate that. Make sure you're all subbed. Let's get them to 5K. Also, squish that button to manipulate that algorithm. Absolutely. That algorithm needs to be manipulated. It does. All right. I think they're setting up we're starting here in a couple minutes. Let me get to the stage. Where is that stage at? Come on, stage. Have they set it up yet? Should have set it up. They're killing me. They're killing me, Smalls. They're killing me. It's not up yet. Okay. What now? Breaking news. Oh, there it is. Yay. All right, we are on. Let me full screen this bad boy. And share screen. System audio.
Is this viewable to everybody? Because I can't link the event to this.
Yeah, it's starting to show up now.
All right.
You should be able to.
Looks like we've got, there's Peter, there's
those other
Randolph,
people were
Amy
able to see
Newman,
it,
there's
I
T-Jump and Taco.
Yeah.
I don't know who Mushulini is.
I
It's
can't.
not
hear
letting
it.
me link the stage to this.
Oh, I bet I know what it is.
I can hear you, T-Jump.
Can
Yeah,
you give me perms on the channel?
Hey, Karis2030, good to see you.
I just
All right.
I need to
Father Karis,
figure out how
to
to
you.
link this event to this.
Yeah, 1 second. I can give you. Hold on.
Hey, thanks for helping us out with this.
Yes, we
Appreciate
do
it.
appreciate it.
Oh, let's see. Which wire was live? Red or black?
In
Yeah, it was
future, we'd
black
like to
and
try to
white.
get stuff
Yeah,
ready
sure.
an hour ahead of time because we're all ready for getting things prepared.
Okay, I gave you permission to change the channels in here.
Oh, cool. I think I can link it now. Let me double check. Ah, perfect.
Okay. I think like you can do everything yourself now, right? Like I don't think.
And I do appreciate them, Tina.
Mhm.
Also trying to get Week in Horror up to
please hang on
1,000. We are
for
so
2
close to
moments.
1,000 subs over at
I'm
Week in
just-
Horror.
As I said, I'm
So,
really fucking hungover.
If
and
we,
I'm
I'm
playing
so
League with
close, and I
friends.
all
wish
good, it's all
Johnny,
good.
for the
We're
life of
figuring
me, I
this
wish
out.
Johnny would
Okay.
plug the
Figuring
show
this out
over
as a
there.
team right now.
I don't know if he's gonna hear
You've been
that,
having a
but I
party,
hope he
good for you.
does. I need him to plug that
Yeah.
show over on his
I really
channel.
want to party
It's his
with
show
3
too.
hours of sleep afterwards.
They
It's
get
his
started.
goddamn
Is
show,
that showing
too.
up for everyone at the top left?
Yeah.
Perfect. I think we're good to go. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Michelle.
if you need something,
Um,
just message me.
oh,
And I'm
uh,
sorry for being grumpy earlier, but I was, as you can hear, I'm really, really
No
tired.
worries. You are amazing. You did an amazing job. Thank you so
Taco-
much. for helping.
Aaron Reese predicts
sure I'm
this
your
is the
sub
day
as your
someone will
backup
finally
for
prove
moving
God.
people onto the
I know it.
stage.
And I hope that you win your match. She's playing League of Legends or Dota.
All right. I got a PM for some additional things that we need done.
Excellent point,
but
Dr.
y'all
Nimrod.
can start if you want. We're good to go.
I just need about a minute or two to finish some setup stuff here. And then we'll
Javier,
be able to get this
good to
going.
see you,
Yeah, we still
Javier.
need some more
Hello,
firms and
good to
stuff
see you,
set up,
bud.
so I still got to send her some instructions.
Yeah, too much of a rush. We need this to start earlier next time.
Oh, that's no
Given everybody-
good.
Perfect,
That's
perfect.
terrible. Okay, we're going to be starting up here in just a moment. Tagalo Draper says, will Otangelo show up? Will T-Jump sit in his lazy boy and still be coughing? Will Amy
Testing
send
audio,
love?
1, 2, 3.
All in the upcoming show. Turn on, then turn on, tune in, drop out. Good to see you. Thank you, Guns. I appreciate that. Johnny O will not plug because his writing the line appealing to the people. Yes, it's a good point, Frade. You know, he's one of the hosts on the show. You'd think he would plug the show. You know, we're in season 4 and we haven't hit 1,000 subscribers yet. The show is excellent.
I'm
We're
trying to bring
slowly
Jack Burton up.
growing.
It didn't work
It's
for
all
me.
about visibility, you know. But I want
You don't have
I want us to cover
I'm
that
working-
gap
I
at least at
asked for
1,000.
that.
That's when the
No
algorithm really starts picking us up.
So we need that, and then do we need anything else?
Hello?
Oh yeah, I was just saying, if you could please set up Randolph.
You haven't missed anything yet,
stage
Unlocked.
one, so we can move people up and down. That would be spectacular.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just 1 second.
And Jack is
there
here.
you
Jack
are.
Burton.
And then is there anything else? I think everything else is good, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably start the show in about a minute here.
Cool.
I'm just needing to. I need a couple of minutes to finish the setup that I wanted to do earlier, but I couldn't.
Lars says, is Santa Claus more likely to exist than God? You tell me, sir. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, just message me what you want in there.
Pancake Great is here. Says, sup, my fellas? Good to see you, Pancake. Appreciate you being
Okay.
here.
Yep, I'm
Okay,
writing that
Randolph,
out
I
right now.
gave you permission now for.
Thank you very much.
That's true. Amy, and I don't think MDD was a
Hmm?
good platform for Amy. I don't think it was, considering some of the people they bring
Just
on there.
that-
But she's
that-
an
oh,
Sorry,
excellent
I mean,
debater.
sorry that's
She is.
delayed. Yeah, you said
Xerxes
sorry?
may show up in a
worries at
couple
all.
hours.
Don't
He's
actually
usually
use
busy
any
Sunday
of the wrong
mornings.
link
Okay,
here.
no
Hey,
worries.
Charlie Owens. Good to see you, Charlie Owens. What's up, my dudettes? Thanks so much
I
for
got a
being
little bit
here.
of time.
All right, that's the correct link right there.
Yeah, not a fan of MDD myself. I'm not.
And then I got I gotta pull up word. I gotta get everyone's YouTubes up.
Mr. Bush says, can I be an
Yeah,
atheist without knowing what
I'm just working on
epistemology
some stuff
means?
here. I need another minute or two.
Yes, you can. You don't have to know what epistemology means. It helps, like how you know things. But one thing that's important to remember that you do not need to know the ontology of a thing to understand the epistemology of a thing. So you don't need to understand or have an ontology to have an epistemology. That's very, very important. I don't need to know the origin of a thing in order to know how a thing works. Like I don't need to know the origin of the ontology of my vehicle to know how to drive a vehicle. So there are things like we can understand phenomena of the universe without knowing specifically how the universe came about. So it's it's an important distinction to make is that one is not that ontology is not required for epistemology. So it helps. Knowing an ontology can certainly help,
We could
but
just
you don't.
make,
It's not required.
another
So.
text channel where we link, or you post all the YouTubes.
Oh, I just
For
pinned
the
these
time
at the
being.
top of this.
So just
one.
call me Avi. Epistemology,
Like
the how
So
we
that way
know
all the
things
Oneness
essentially,
again.
and then ontology is the nature of things. Yeah, that was pretty gnarly. Absolutely.
Oops.
You gonna message me what I'm gonna ping, right?
Yeah, I sent that to you already.
You're very welcome,
you did,
Lars.
sorry.
My pleasure.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Which Angelo's probably still working on his new script. Maybe. I don't think he's that creative, but giving elocution lessons. This is how you talk. Kermit sounded motherfucker. Oh, he's entertaining. Malort just said, I see you in there. See the future.
I didn't miss anybody's social media, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There you go.
Mr. Malort said word salad. He's just talking about the difference between epistemology
Okay,
and
you need
ontology.
anything
These
else?
if you want to get into
I
philosophical
think that's
conversations,
it.
these are
Yeah.
things are important.
Okay.
Things are
I'll
important.
PM you if we
So-
do anything else, but we'll go
Okay.
ahead and get started here. Sorry, everybody, for the
Bye.
delay. We had some issues getting it set up this morning, but everything's set up now, and
Almost. I need another minute or two here to get things going. Sorry, just give me a minute.
if y'all like, y'all can go ahead and start putting some questions or the sub questions. If
That's okay, Randolph. It happens more when you get older.
Questions and questions.
Yeah. So the server has a paid feature that goes to advertising the server. All the money goes to the server. Those people have priority questions.
That's one thing I'll
Obviously,
probably
as
never
well,
end up
your
doing. I'll
paid
probably
chats
never
as
do
well,
like
they do
the
too.
Discord subscription thing. I think everybody should get everything. If you decide to join the Discord, you should have access to everything. Now there is a Patreon section in the Discord for those who are Patreon members, so that I can give them announcements and do stuff like that without bothering everybody else. But when it comes down to it,
Almost ready
the
to start.
Discord subscription thing, I didn't really dig. I didn't like the idea of it because
everyone in the audience.
most of it goes to Discord, and Discord removed the stages, which is one of the best things they've ever done, and they just yanked it. So I don't think they're using the
Perfect,
money
Peter.
appropriately, or the way they should, in order
Peter's
to
perfect.
really
Excellent.
ramp up the platform. So I just don't see the point of it.
I haven't started recording this. Two people saying I'm perfect. I'm not recording.
See the future, and you
Oh,
said
yeah,
you said
another
and you
person
said someone
saying
else is
perfect.
using word salad. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you having like
I'm
a
just about to get this started. I see there's something.
Are you having a
changed.
TIA?
Just give me a moment here.
sounds like a
Something went funny.
trans-ischemic attack? This is true. MDD is a money grab. That's what it is. It's pretty much it's just the dumpster fire. That's all they want over there. Jack Burton, good to see you, bud. Says, damn, we waited too long. I had the perfect argument for God, but I forgot it. That's okay,
Kosovo, I
Jack.
see
If it's
your hand
important,
is
it'll come back
raised.
to
We're
you.
Just still setting up, and we'll do an introduction here in a second. Everybody else in the audience, if you'd like to get in queue, feel free to
Colin,
raise
definitely
your
not
hand.
Cromwell. Thank you for the
There's
membership
just
chat.
one
Member
person
for
online
5
right
months
now,
of the
and,
Godless Army. Appreciate
I
that, bud. Thank you.
I'm just sorry. I'm just about to get started here. So, all right.
Charlie Welch is member for 18 months. Thank you so much,
Let
Charlie. Yeah,
people know
I
we're
got that.
starting. I'll be
Make
right
sure I didn't miss any. I have to catch them on my other screen, so I can make sure that I see the membership chats and various other
Thank
things.
you,
So,
everyone,
super
for
stickers,
joining
stuff like
the
that.
Theist Helpline. We're very happy that everybody's tuned in, and
It goes Randolph with his super fun intro. I love Randolph. Randolph's so amazing. I hope I get to hang out with him. I want to go have a coffee
Oh no,
and a cruller with
Satan.
Randolph at Timmy.
They took
at
him.
Timmy's.
can you not hear me?
we can
now we
now.
can hear you.
Okay, good. So, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining the Theist Helpline. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, "Sending Love." She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and Christianity, and the history surrounding it. Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist.
Yeah, Dr. Nimrod, I get you.
Inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Andrews, and Anthony Magnabosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. The epistemological conversations with believers are loosely based on the atheist experience with a slightly different approach. The hosts engage with only one person per episode and endeavor to be non-confrontational. The goal of the channel is to help people evaluate the claims posited by their belief system.
Your atheist god.
Let's see, I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society.
God equals square root. Good to see you, bud.
The visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not. Helping people by providing affordable housing.
Just call me Albie.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And to find links for all of these hosts and their projects, including the Atheist Church, you just go to www.theisthelpline.com and then click on the About section where you will find descriptions of all the hosts that I just read out and perhaps a little more information, including links. A special thank you goes to the Politics Discord for helping us with hosting this stage. And I guess, did anybody have anything they wanted to mention before we started the show?
Happy
I like
Sunday.
the edit of the introduction, Randolph. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And be sure to visit DarthDawkins.com to get your official Darth Dawkins Squeak toy, so you too can argue like Darth Dawkins.
What's going on, Nephilim?
Good morning.
What would
Hey,
you like to talk
Nephilim.
about today, my friend?
Oh, well, my favorite subject is the origin of mankind and organic life on this planet, but it's not a necessary subject. It is my favorite.
Well, what did you want to bring up today?
Well,
You just told us.
would you like me to make a summary statement? I guess I could say atheism is the least intellectual proposition the world has ever known, and requires atheists to be in denial of a tremendous amount of man's accrued 20th century knowledge.
Okay, so I will say that you're correct about atheism not being an intellectual proposition, but it doesn't require people being in denial about the truth. So to not believe in something does not actually require any intellectual or cognitive acuity. So you know, I'm not going to disagree with you there. It's really not an issue, but I disagree with you on the position that we're required to deny things, because atheism doesn't require anything of anybody.
Well, I would disagree with that, of course.
If you can demonstrate the origin of life, as in how God created life.
Well, if you're
Nephilim was
asking,
responding to me. I just give him a sec. Go ahead,
sorry,
Nephilim.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Nephilim.
if you're asking me to show you a video of God supernaturally creating life, you know that's not plausible. But I can give you what comes to mind when immediately. One fact that is required for atheists to be in denial of, one 20th century discovery, and that is that, you know, the theory of evolution posits that random genetic mutations, undirected natural mutations, selected by environmental pressures, by the ability of the organism to survive with that mutation or to be disadvantaged by it, it's called natural selection, is what is the designer of all the fantastically complex interdependent features of organisms, every one, from the cornea of the eye to the lining of the liver and every other complex, stupefyingly complex feature of organismal life. However, since the 1930s, mutation studies have been conducted daily in the United States and across the world in universities by the millions. And if the papers published on the matter were stacked, printed on a desktop printer and stacked, they would be multiple stories tall. 1 million studies in the effects of random genetic mutation have been published in science journals. And the conclusion is in. The conclusion is in that mutations do no such thing as design or build incrementally anything useful, functional, novel, or meaningful. What they do instead is destroy. And so, in conclusion, I'm giving you that now. I'm giving you that now. In conclusion,
Peter, let him finish, please. Peter,
in conclusion,
let him finish.
In conclusion, the atheist is in denial of the modern discovery that genetic mutation is destructive and not a designer.
Okay, so I'm going to, I think, sorry, Peter, we'll give you a chance to ask your question in a bit.
Sure.
Because we're turning the line, I think JL Warren will be probably good to handle this, but I have one quick question first. You're saying that it's not possible to show a video of proving God. I'm kind of not saying exactly what you said, but you're saying it was not possible to have that video proving God. Now, does that mean that you disagree with the section in the book of John that says, with God, all things are possible then?
That is really an unbelievably unintellectual question to ask, really, seriously. But I do see that you're not addressing the thing that I brought up. You asked me what one thing can you point to, and I pointed out that random mutations have been for a century, and the effects of mutations reported for a century, and atheists are in denial of their effect. And I just wondered if you could address what I said.
It could be,
Can I take that one? Do you mind?
Yeah, I wanted to address it because the whole thing has nothing to do with atheism. So please, Nephilim, can you demonstrate how God created life?
Wait, no.
Let's just pretend that there's no such thing as abiogenesis or evolution. All of that is false. So please demonstrate how your God created life. Go ahead.
Well, the point of what I was saying is that the genetic information of DNA is in fact designed. And
I
it was
already gave
designed
you that
functional.
is
Please
incorrect.
don't interrupt me. I'm not going to interrupt you, sir.
I already
Okay.
gave you that is incorrect.
I'm not going to interrupt
So
you, sir. I
let's
hope
get
you'll be courteous
to-
and have a level
I
playing
am.
field here. Okay.
I am.
Right. So I'm responding to you. Okay. So the evidence is that life was designed because the genetic information, being what it is, can't be produced. Firstly, can't be produced by natural processes. Secondly,
Oh, yes, it
Already
can.
mutation, evolution is false because mutations don't design; they destroy.
I already
And
gave you that as well.
and therefore we have a designer. Now, so there's leaves us with two options.
Can you
Who is
demonstrate
the
the
question
design?
is? See, can you let me finish there?
Yes, but
So
I
you have to
already
let me
gave you
finish,
this,
sir.
and all
You have
do
to let
is
me.
monologue
No,
about
I'm
what
addressing
I
it.
already gave you.
Can
So
somebody put a
start
leash on the dog?
demonstrating?
Because I'm
Demonstrating.
trying to address directly what you're saying, but you
Evelyn,
won't
you're-
stop
And Nephilim,
interrupting.
one
please
who's-
don't call
who's
people on the
here to
panel
answer.
subhuman.
Can you
Yeah.
please just
That's the only
No,
warning you'll
put it
get on
in?
that,
no.
man.
Okay. Okay. So I'll try to
I
address
already
it.
gave you all
Okay.
of
I'm
that,
just going
so
to continue
start
to address what
demonstrating-
you said.
No, you're not going to continue.
I
You're
am
gonna start
addressing what you
demonstrating
said.
your God.
When you finish, I'll be able to.
No, you're not. You're
Okay,
repeating what I
then
already
you don't
gave
want me here. Okay, so I'm addressing it, what you said. Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
the evidence is that we are designed. The question is no longer are
No,
we
it's not,
designed.
but-
The answer is yes. And the question that remains is who is the designer?
fact that,
Exactly. We'll
okay,
get to
right.
that.
So
The
when
fact
we
that
examine
Nephilim
the
ran
evidence,
from a
we
debate
find
with me
that
on
the
this very
designer is
subject
far more
indicates
likely to
that
be
he-
God than some
he can't
alien
back his
being.
shit up.
Those are the only two options. Since we are designed, some intelligence far greater, way outside
What's your
man's
evidence?
box, is the
Evidence for
designer of mankind in all life.
What's your evidence?
Therefore, the only two plausible explanations is that some alien existence, some other organism that also itself evolved,
Nephew, you're
as
rambling. You're rambling.
Dawkins says,
Present
is
your
our
evidence.
designer, or a God is our designer. Now, I'd say if we examine the evidence, we come to the conclusion that God is
Historical
not an
philosopher, I'd
alien.
love to be able to jump in there, but with
Start
Peter trying to do
presenting
his
the
thing,
evidence
and
stop rambling and making
it's going to
claims
be
that you cannot back up.
Peter thinks
Wait,
he's
no,
got
no,
he's
so
got
he
a handle
presented-
on
he
this. So does
presented
T
It's just
jump
a blank
trying to
assertion.
fight them
Wait, so-
for.
Yeah,
Duffy's
I know
argument-
what arguments
Oh
he
my God,
presents
stop,
because
stop,
I've been
please,
talking to him for
please.
years, and he
Peter, you didn't
doesn't-
I
address
don't
what he said.
remember
You
you.
addressed nothing about what he said. So he made a claim
No,
that there have been thousands of papers that show genetic mutations are only
don't
deleterious.
go that route. Ask him to demonstrate his own claims.
Yeah, he's not
Stop.
going to
Not the
do that.
designer.
Just,
Stop,
dude,
stop.
Peter,
He's
you're
not-
just barking
Yeah.
up the wrong
Well,
tree.
we can address the subject as
No,
which is
stop,
more
please.
plausible,
Let me take this.
an
I want to actually
alien life
address what he
form or a
said.
god.
Stop. Neffy said
That's what
that
you
there
want.
are. Stop, Peter. Stop. Neffy said that there are thousands of papers that prove genes are deleterious. Yet
What?
no one
No,
in
I didn't
genetics
say
agrees with him.
genes are
Everyone
deleterious.
thinks he's wrong. Why,
Genes?
Neffy, do all of the academics who publish papers in the field think you're wrong?
Genes are deleterious. T-Jump, did you have your coffee this morning?
Neff, he
Nobody
misspoke.
said-
He's just going to hand wave all of it.
Nephilim, he misspoke. Mutations. Your claim was that thousands and thousands of papers out there
He's
say
strawmanned.
Nephilim. You stated your claim was that thousands upon thousands of published papers out there state that genetic mutations are all deleterious.
Okay, you just strawmanned me like he did. See,
No,
atheists-
I'm repeating your
you
Well,
claim.
no, I'm going to
You
explain the
said
straw man,
mutations
and then we can
destroy.
go back to
Nephilim,
discussing.
Nephilim, you
Nephilim.
said mutations
So-
destroy.
So what the straw man was
How is that a
is
straw man? Go ahead.
atheists. Yeah, please, thank you. So atheists do this constantly. They cannot address things without straw man.
Okay, you're going
So,
on meta. You're
and the
lying
straw
now,
man
Nephilim.
is
You
this.
said mutations
Preamble.
The
Taco,
straw
can
man
you,
is-
Taco,
the
can you
straw
bounce him,
man-
please?
The straw man is
All right. Come on.
that I
come on.
allegedly said all mutations
Nephilim.
are deleterious. That
That's
all
what you said.
mutations are.
Nephilim, let's-
Okay,
You said
so again,
mutations only
I'm
destroy,
trying to
Nephilim.
respond. Are you guys going to have a level
Nephilim,
playing field?
Are you
or no?
saying you didn't say all mutations
You-
destroy?
you
So
can't-
he didn't.
You can't
Neffy
you
said-
can't discuss things without talking over people, and
I'm
Neffy
asking for
said-
that's how you-
clarification.
that's not how you win. You don't win
Neffy-
debates
I
by
was
talking over
asking for
people.
clarification, Nephilim.
You don't win
Hey,
debates
stop.
by talking
Everybody
I
over
was
people.
asking for
Shut up.
clarification.
Oh my God.
Okay. Yep.
You
Yep,
don't
yep.
win debates
said-
by
Hey,
talking
we're
over
gonna go one at a time. Hey,
Stop talking, Neffy. Neffy said that he didn't say that
people.
literally.
Now I was
all-
in the response.
Stop. Mute
I
him.
was
Please mute him.
responding.
Please mute him. Just mute him. Nephi said he did not say that
Might leave.
all mutations were deleterious. That's correct. He said that there was a net deleterious effect. So he's correct that it wasn't specifically that he said that all mutations were deleterious. Just that
I
they
don't believe
couldn't
he said
have
that for a
any
second.
kind of design or
He didn't say a
influence that would
net.
create
No,
new
he
features. That was his
said
conclusion.
genetic
So I
mutations
generalized
destroy.
and said they're all
That's what he
deleterious.
said.
Irrelevant, Nephi. I don't care. Address what I said. I said every academic in the field thinks you are wrong. So when you say there are thousands of papers that prove this, every professional in the field says you are wrong. My question was, why does every professional in the field, or the vast, vast majority of them, think you are wrong?
He's
That was
not
the
going to
question.
Well,
answer that.
firstly,
This is why you need to.
so firstly, that is not a correct statement. All do not agree. For example,
I have dozens of polls on this.
so are you going to let me speak, or you ask me a question, then you want to talk over me?
No, I asked you a question. Why
So
do they think
I'm
you are
answering
wrong?
your question, but you
No,
won't stop
you're
talking
not.
over me.
You
You're going to
question
allow me
the
to
fact.
respond? You're going
No,
to
you
allow me
question
to
the fact.
respond, or are you going
No,
to
no,
talk
no,
over
no.
me?
I want an answer to
Are
the
you
question.
going to
It
allow
is
me
a
to
fact.
speak, or are you going to
Mute
talk
him,
over me?
please mute him, mute him.
Oh,
I
that's
asked you a
how we.
question.
That's
I'm talking, Nephi. I asked you a question. Why do the vast majority of every academics in every evolutionary field think you are wrong? It doesn't have to be all. It's the vast majority. Consensus. No one gets to disagree with this. All of the creationists agree with this. The consensus in every single academic field that publishes papers says evolution is a fact, intelligent design is a pseudoscience. You don't get an opinion on this, so you have to answer the question: why is that the case? Don't question the facts.
Okay.
It's a fact. Tell me
So
why is that the case.
I was addressing you, but you want now you change your story.
Answer the
From
question.
you've changed your story. You
No, I
changed it
didn't.
from all
I didn't.
academics
Why
in
do
these
all
fields. See, you're
academics
still
think
talking
you
over
are
me
wrong?
while I'm trying to respond.
No, because
That's because you're
questioning
failing.
the fact. No, you don't get
You're
to question the
desperate
facts.
and
Answer
you're
the question.
failing.
Why
Okay,
do
so
they
I'll
all
try
think you are wrong?
again.
Why do all
You're
academics think you are
desperate and
wrong?
failing. When you stop
Why
talking
do
over
all
me,
academics think you are wrong?
we'll see you as a contender.
Why
Right
do
now,
all
you're just
academics think you are wrong? I'm still waiting.
So if you're not
if you're going
gonna
to
answer the
allow me to
question, do we just
respond,
move on?
He's
are you
not
going
gonna
to allow me
answer
to
this.
respond?
This is a waste
Nephi,
of
you have one
time.
sentence, and then we're going to
To-
kick you off the stage.
I was
Good answer.
attempting to respond while
But
you
I don't
started
want.
talking over me
Stop.
because of your
You have one
desperation.
sentence.
Are
Don't
you
answer
going to
anything
allow
but
me
the
to
question.
respond,
Just answer
No,
the question.
you have
or
one
just
sentence.
accept, that you've lost because
Okay,
of
kick
this?
him out.
Just
He's done.
answer
He's
the
just wasting time.
question now.
I'm
Wait a minute.
trying.
Here, Neville.
I was trying to
Nobody's gonna
respond.
talk. You have a second to you just give your response.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so you changed your story from all academics
Okay, he's not answering the
agree
question.
All right.
to the
Okay,
majority.
that's
of
not
them.
okay. That's not answering the question. So T jump. What question do you want to answer?
Why do all academics say you are wrong? Don't say not all. I don't care. Why do all academics, the consensus, say you are wrong? Give me an answer to that question. Don't question the fact. Tell me why that fact is true.
All right. If you don't just answer that question, we're just going to move on.
I'll try to respond again, but I'll be interrupted again. Firstly, you changed your story from all academics
That's
to the
not answering the
majority.
question, Effie.
All right. We've got
Aw.
several other people in
Just
queue.
just want to say thank you, Nephilim Free, for joining us. Maybe next time when you try again, try to be more focused on the answering the questions that you're asked.
He's not going to answer those questions. This is why I went with a different line of questioning, because he cannot demonstrate his God.
That's why he
He's
ran
not
away.
going to answer your line either.
Is
He never
ramble on.
addresses.
That's
Yeah,
why
he never
that's why he
addresses
ran
points of
from the
contention.
debate that he was supposed to have with me. It
Yeah.
comes down to it. He doesn't
Dude,
debate.
I don't think anyone's running from you, dude. Let's be honest.
He
but,
just wants to proselytize. It's all he wants to do.
And if I
Yeah.
could just say that there is currently no evidence that we are from a designer, that there is irreducible
That was good,
complexity
Fenton.
or
That's
genetic
enough of
entropy.
that.
And so those would need to both be demonstrated.
He certainly didn't like the point I raised about the Book of John saying, "With God, all things are possible." So, God Defender, good morning and welcome. What have you got for us today, sir?
Yo, am I unmuted? Yo, what's up,
Yeah.
guys?
We can hear you.
It's God Defender, man. You know, your favorite guest.
What's
So
up, Sure.
We can see the name. We're good.
yeah, so I was gonna bring up, similar to what Nephilim was bringing up, the fact that an evidence for God is origin, in the fact that while evolution is scientifically proven in the sense that, yeah, we can see speciation and certain things evolve, there's no evidence to like this 12 trillion year old fossil and like the monkey to the human and all this other shit. There's no evidence for it.
Well, that's it.
And
Well,
that
God,
and
God defender, God
creationism
defender,
is the most
hang on,
logical
God
explanation.
defender, God
So,
defender,
please don't cut me
God
off. I'm
defender.
not finished.
No, I'm gonna
I'm
have
not
him mute you.
finished.
I'm gonna have him
I'm
mute
not
you because
finished.
there's a problem here. I don't care.
Can you mute
God
him?
defend,
Talk,
God
can you
defender.
mute?
Okay,
God
guys,
defender,
come
there
on.
is a problem.
Don't run over each
God
other
defender,
like
there is a
that.
problem
Let's
in the
have a
initial
civil
statement.
conversation.
Clear, so
There's a
everyone can hear
problem
it.
in the initial statement that
I'm
you
not
just made.
finished explaining my argument.
There is a
Jay,
problem.
Let him deliver his argument, and then we'll address his argument.
Yeah, you can say whatever you think is wrong. So, and in conclusion, I'm almost done here, is that ultimately creationism is the best possible explanation for our existence. And of course, that would obviously mean God is real if there is a creation. So, yeah.
Okay,
That's my
so
argument.
there's a number
Yeah.
of there's a number of problems with what you're stating there. So, number one, just if we were even if we were created, that does not logically entail that it was a god and only a god. So it could be. I mean, there could have been like another species of aliens that seeded the planet. I don't believe that for a second, but just because it could have been created doesn't mean it specifically was the god. And you're ultimately the earlier stuff that you talked about was problematic in that respect because, like, for one, we didn't come from monkeys, okay? So because we ourselves we technically are apes, and apes are primates, and so
come on, man.
Well, we are. So the evidence is there for that. We understand this to be true. That
What
we are
evidence?
a number of things, like first and foremost, genetics. So genetically, we are related to the we are related to the other members of the hominidae family. So
We're also related to bananas too.
Well, not
Am I a
as much.
banana?
The
God
banana
defender.
plant, not the reproductive organ. You can't.
God
just
defender,
say,
not
"Are you
as
related to the
much. We
uterus?"
also there's genetic connections between every there's genetic connections between everything that lives on this planet. So
Exactly. So it debunks your whole argument. Exactly.
no, it doesn't.
How does that debunk? If everything's related, how does that debunk it?
It literally indicates that we have a common ancestor with
No, it
everything
doesn't.
else on this. Yes, it does.
What it shows is that we have a similar genetic makeup on how we exist, which is obvious. I mean, like if you look at a coding, for instance, if you write something in JavaScript, it's going to have share like 80% of code with other JavaScript things, but those small differences that people write is what makes it different. So in the same way, we are genetically made up. No, it's perfect.
No, it's not. No, it's not
DNA,
because a computer code is not analogous to DNA.
Of course it is.
No, it's not. No, it is not.
I don't get the analogy either.
DNA is chemical interactions, and computer code is something that is written. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh.
So chemical interactions that occur naturally, interactions on the periodic table that occur naturally in the universe are not the same as a code written by an individual.
I didn't know that. What is your point, dude? Obviously,
my point is that they're disanalogous. They're not analogous.
So just because they're in different formats doesn't mean that they're not analogous. That's not the point. Like no
yes,
one's
it
arguing
does.
that
They're
code is
disanalogous.
fucking biological, dude.
It is disanalogous to utilize computer code or it is dishonest to.
Says who? How is it dishonest? Says who?
It is dishonest to utilize computer code because computer code utilizes symbols to draw an analogy to genetics, to genetic code, just because we use symbols to refer to particular elements within the genetic code, or particular we like guanine, adenine, cytosine, so on and so forth. We use symbols to represent the chemical interactions. We also use symbols in computer code.
Nonsense.
That does not make these two things identical or analogous.
No.
Can I ask you, God Defender? We know that common ancestry is a fact. So my question back to you is, why are you suspect scientists, the vast majority of biologists?
Okay, that's an appeal to authority. That's an appeal to authority.
No, it's not.
No.
That is an incorrect use of an appeal to authority, God Defender. The entire
can Google
field,
it right now.
God Defender, hang on a sec. God Defender, the entire field of phylogenetics, the entire field of phylogeny, island biogeography, morphology, all of these fields go into our understanding of evolution. But here's
let me read this to you,
but
dude.
God Defender, here's
God
Defender. Hang on a sec.
Speak, dude. You're just fucking rambling, dude. Let me respond to something.
No, God
You're
Defender.
talking for like 10 hours, bro.
No, I let you talk.
Respond to
I let
something.
you talk.
10 hours later.
You let me talk. So, God Defender, here's the biggest issue with what you're stating. That evolution is not true. I'm not going to even address. I'm not going to address the creator thing. I'm not going to address any of that nonsense. I'm going to address this. There are two things that human beings utilize that enable our survival on this planet. The two biggest things, and that is agriculture and medicine. Agriculture and medicine are keys to our survival, keys to the survival that we've gotten to this point. Both of those fields, agriculture and medicine, what we know about them and how we use them is predicated upon our implicit understanding of evolution. If we didn't understand evolution,
let me know when you finish, bro.
If we didn't understand evolution, agriculture and medicine would not work the way they work. You cannot deny this.
No,
I'm not denying that. Okay, let me speak. Amy, please. Amy, please let me respond to that after 10 hours.
I'm sorry.
You have to stop interrupting me.
So you interrupted my question.
Hey, Amy, come on. Give him a minute to respond.
But I never got to finish my question. I basically.
Oh, because J.L. Warren interrupted you and spoke for 10 hours, bro. So let me just respond to that. So, number one, let me just read this definition. Appeal to authority is a form of argument which the opinion of authority of topic is used as evidence. So that's number one. Number two, I'm not disagreeing with you at all that we do medicine based off evolution. I'm not arguing that the science of evolution in many aspects. Didn't make that argument. The argument I made is the fucking storybook science shit you see in elementary school where they show you like this monkey and then this ape and then slowly like standing up. Like you guys have seen that before. And like the fossil.
So you're arguing against a dumbed down heuristic for kids?
Shut up.
Okay.
Jack, shut up. And the second part is fundamentally, I'm not disagreeing with evolution, all of it. What I'm arguing for is that at some point, humanity had to be created by God. And there's no way that we just evolved from ape to ape to ape and that we're apes. There's no evidence of that, but there's evidence that speciation.
Okay. So God Defender. So God Defender. You just made a claim that human beings had to be created. Everything else evolved, but human beings had to be created.
No. I mean, like at some point, all animals had to be created. There's no way that they just slowly evolve over.
Okay, fantastic. So you think that we were created? Okay, then let me ask you this: why does the evidence not show that?
The evidence does show that.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does show that, dude. The evidence does show that. No. It does show that.
Okay, so my question was, since all of the empirical evidence leads scientists, the empirical academic body...
That's a load of nonsense.
To believe that we have a common ancestor, my question to you, God Defender, is why don't you believe we have a common ancestor?
I'll tell you, we have a common ancestor. The common ancestor is God. That's the Allah. That's the common ancestor. Yeah.
God Defender. I just asked you. God Defender. I just asked you a question, and you completely dodged it.
She just asked me a question, bro.
God Defender. All of the evidence that we have available to us, where we draw these conclusions from, or say the opposite of what you're saying. That human beings have been around. That modern Homo sapiens have been around for about 250,000 years. That hominids have been around about 2 million. Okay, so all of the evidence indicates one thing. I'm asking you, why does all the evidence indicate the opposite of what you're saying?
Okay, so that's another appeal to authority.
It's not. I'm appealing to the evidence.
What evidence? What evidence?
And you appealed to God. How's that not an appeal to authority?
The difference is your authority is based on nothing.
But you just made God
It's based on a bunch of nerds. It's a bunch of fucking lab people.
Get rid of him. Get rid of him.
Exactly. And then you just made it up.
That's
just made God.
That's not a real authority.
Taco, dump.
Exactly.
Taco,
not a real authority.
Here's the reality.
Dump him. He's got nothing.
Before you dump him.
I wanted to.
You can't argue against my arguments.
Yeah, I want to do.
I can argue against it. I just asked Taco to let me jump in real quick. So your analogy, the whole thing equating DNA to a computer code, that falls flat because we know that computer coders exist. So please, can you demonstrate that a God exists?
Well, here's the thing, right? When you look at a code,
that's a yes or no question.
Let me speak.
That's a yes or no question.
Let me respond.
And then you can elaborate. No.
Let me respond.
I'm asking you a yes or no question. So either
do you want me to detain you
or no?
Or do you want me to respond?
Do you want
I'll have
me
you kicked off the stage, dude. Let me respond. So it's very simple, right?
You can
when we look
yes
at code,
or no, and then elaborate or not.
Okay, it sounds like it's a yes or no question, right? So can you just do that and then answer?
What's the yes or no?
I don't think he was listening to the question.
Can you demonstrate that your God exists? That's either yes or
Yes.
no. And then after you have said yes or no, you can elaborate on your answer. Go ahead.
He said yes. He said yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And the reason why we can analyze that is just like we can look at code, and we don't have to see the code to know it
not
was coded.
analyze, demonstrate.
Shut
I
up.
asked you to
Shut up.
demonstrate.
Shut up. Shut
I
up.
asked you to
Shut up.
demonstrate. No.
Shut up.
No, I asked you a
All right,
question.
I'll turn you down. Let me turn you down. I'll keep
And you
speaking.
said,
Come on,
and you
So-
said
he's
yes.
demonstrating.
So
Let
here's
him
the next
No, he's
thing.
not.
So now that I'm going to
not
demonstrate to
going
you
to.
this, my little son, when
Let
we
him
look
demonstrate.
at code, we can see that even if we don't see the coder, we know
My wife made me
it
French
was
toast.
intelligently designed. In the same way, we can look at DNA, we could look at the eyeball, we could look at fingers and say that must have been intelligently designed. And at some point, existence had to come into being, which shows us there's a God. Now, if you want to argue against a Christian God or Islamic God, whatever, that's a different conversation. But as far as the existence of God, it's just obvious. Like there's just no way you can say unless you can
No, it's just
demonstrate some
argument from
sort of
incredulity.
unless you can argue for some
priest.
sort of mechanism outside of intelligence. There's no mechanism.
Yeah, it's
The
called
mechanism has to be intelligence.
yeah, it's called
Never God.
evolution. It's called evolution by natural selection.
Yeah,
It's called positive
not-
and negative
no
selection
evidence of that.
pressures.
Nope.
Yes,
Nope.
there is. We've
Nope.
observed it.
Nope.
We've watched it happen.
When have you observed an ape becoming a human?
I want
That's
to
the-
take this one.
That
I
is
wanna
not
take
what
this one.
evolution is. You never mind. That's
So
Jump, go ahead, man.
yeah. So we have evidence of evolution. It's called novel testable predictions. The theory of evolution has made successful predictions about things we don't know and has gotten it right. So what if novel predictions do you have about God? Do you have any of those?
But
'Cause
can
if
you give me an
don't,
example
you
of
have
that?
no- Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Jackson Wheat had a video about 20 of them or something. So the prediction that there would be a transitional fossil between fish and lizards at the exact geological timescale and exact
Nope.
location predicted.
No
that was-
transitionary fossils.
Shush, shut up, God Defender. We're just going to mute you
Nope.
while I'm talking. Mute him, please. Could you mute him so I can finish the question? That'd be great. So one of the predictions that was made by evolution was that there would be a halfway transitional fossil between fish and lizards, and it would be found at exactly the same geological scale that was predicted.
He's talking
called
about
tiktaalik, and we predicted this
Tiktaalik,
before we
yeah.
knew it. Another one would be a double hinged jaw joint between mammals, also predicted in the exact same location. Another one would be a transitional fossil between wasps and ants that was predicted. There's dozens of these, hundreds of thousands actually, by evolution, and these are called demonstrations. Could you mute them so I could thank you? So these are
Technically,
called
all
demonstrations
fossils are
that
transitional
are
fossils
proof
because evolution is an
true
ongoing process,
because it
so
makes
everything
novel
is
testable predictions.
transitioning.
That's the only kind of evidence that counts. What you gave was an argument from analogy, where you look at something and you use your small brain intuition to try to infer what you think it fits into your brain as being explained by. That's not evidence of anything. That's a hypothesis. So what you would need is to show us the actual novel predictions you made based off of your hypothesis to confirm it. Because we have those, you don't. So we have evidence, you don't. We have demonstrations, you don't. So what's your evidence of God? What are your novel testable predictions?
Okay, so now that you're done swearing out, right? You just made a claim that there's a transitionary fossil. There are no, I repeat, no transitionary fossils. There's
So
never
you
been
reject
demonstrated a
empirics.
single transitionary fossil. And if you could demonstrate one, I'd love to see it. One fossil. Just one
Transitionary.
fossil, dude. No. Just one fossil.
He
Yeah, we
just
did that.
rejects the
Yeah, we did
empirics,
that.
T-Jump. That's
T-Jump
boring to argue with.
just gave you
Where
one.
is
It's called tiktaalik.
Wait. So he's
Oh,
confused.
hold on. Let me read the chat.
Hold up,
So
hold up,
Darwin
hold up,
just
hold up.
said every
Could you-
fossil is a
hold up,
transitionary fossil.
hold up,
So
hold
by
up,
that
hold up,
logic,
hold up,
it's
hold
a
up.
circular.
Hold up. So the claim wasn't about the fact that it's a transitional fossil. So try to pay attention here. The prediction was that we would find something halfway between a fish and a lizard, something that can go in water and on land, and we'd find it at a specific location. So the prediction was we would find a fossil of a creature that can go in water and go on land, and we'd find it in this exact location. Now, whether or not you call it a transitional fossil doesn't matter. We don't care. The prediction was we will find this fossil in this location, in this exact location, and nowhere above this location, nowhere below this location. And we made this prediction before we knew it, before we ever saw it. And then we looked and found it. So it's novel. It's a new thing we haven't seen before. It's a prediction because we predict before we knew it. And it's testable because we could actually test it. It's a novel testable prediction. So that would be an example of a novel testable prediction made based off of the hypothesis of evolution. And if it's confirmed, that's evidence evolution is correct. So what is your novel testable predictions?
So first of all, I want to say this. As it relates to fossils in general, I actually went to the Evolutionary Museum in New York, whatever. I went there, And the fossils there aren't even real, dude. These are fucking like, what is it called? I think they make them out of plaster. They make the fossils out of plaster. There's literally fake fossils at the museum.
You're not addressing the question.
So show me the real fossils. Dude, you don't have. I demonstrated God by looking at the code, right? Computer code, and then looking at DNA.
My question.
That's
so again,
the answer.
Wait, what? No, it didn't answer my question at all. It had literally nothing to do with anything I said. It was just your own gibberish. So I made a specific question. Novel testable predictions are evidence. They're the only kind. You looking at things and using your small brain intuition to try to intuit what caused those things is not evidence. That's just your small brain intuition. What we need is using your intuition to make a hypothesis and then make predictions to confirm that hypothesis. So evolution has done this. So we've looked at things. We said evolution explains this. We say, if evolution explains this, here is some fact we don't know yet that we will find. If we look and we find the fact, that's evidence the hypothesis is correct. So you've made a hypothesis. You said you've used your small brain intuition, said code can only come from a designer. And then now you need to take that and make predictions. And if you can make successful predictions, that will be evidence. But just your small brain intuition is just the hypothesis stage. It's not actual evidence. We have actual evidence. So you need to give us examples of you using your small brain intuition explanation to make predictions, not just say that you've made an intuitional leap. We need the next step. What predictions can you make based off of your hypothesis? Don't just tell us your hypothesis again.
Furthermore, just saying DNA code, there's no comment section on our DNA that says written by Yahweh.
Yeah, so using my big brain intuition for this, I can actually make this argument, right? One of the tests that we can show to prove that God exists fundamentally is the fact that design is clearly seen and can be predicted. The scientists have never been able to recreate DNA. That is a prediction we can make. And every time they try to recreate it, they fail. Proving that with this prediction, humanity will never be able to create DNA. And every time they try, they fail, which proves God.
Well, I mean, that's not actually a prediction, but it's also
that is
false.
A prediction.
Wait, no. So saying something.
That is a prediction, dude.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
I just spoke for 10 seconds, dude, and you just spoke for 10 hours, dude.
Mute him, please. Could you mute him?
Can you mute him?
That's not a prediction. A novel prediction is predicting something we have not seen yet. If there's something we've already seen, like people have not been able to do something in the past, that's not a novel prediction. A novel prediction is being able to do something new that hasn't been done yet. So like if people have not been able to make DNA in the past, predicting they will not be able to do it in the future is not a novel prediction. It is a thing that we've already seen. Secondly, we have actually made DNA. Craig Venter literally made DNA artificially on his own. And so it's false. I mean, that if that's your prediction, then your hypothesis has been proven false. And we've already done this because we have literally made DNA that's artificial by humans and made it into a cell, which then reproduced the DNA. Craig Venter, Google it first, artificial DNA cell, but not a prediction. So a prediction is, again, you have to predict something we don't know yet, something we haven't seen yet. So if we've already seen it, we've already seen humans unable to make DNA, predicting that will continue is not a novel prediction. Novel prediction predicts something we have not seen yet, not just the same stuff we've already seen. Okay, can you try to? So give me a prediction of something we have not seen yet, not something we've already seen. Oh,
yeah. So we've never seen an ape turn to a human. Never seen that.
That's not good. Yes. Nobody claims that.
That's correct. You're correct. We've never seen an ape turn a human. Okay.
Thank you. You just said it. You just said it right there.
No, God
You've
Defender.
Never seen it.
God
You've
Defender.
never seen
God
it,
Defender.
dude.
God Defender.
You've never seen
We've never seen God Defender. God
You've
Defender.
literally never seen it,
God
dude.
Defender. Stop fucking repeating yourself.
You just fucking.
God Defender. Mute him.
That's what happens when you take trolls serious.
Yeah, exactly. He should have been. He should have been dumped. 10 minutes ago.
I wanted to hear his response. So but I agree. We have not seen.
Yes, I get it. T-Jump. We've never seen it, but
nobody.
There's
a second part to his sentence.
No, but there's a problem. Nobody claims that that's what we expect to see.
I don't care. He had a second part to his sentence. So right, I agree. We have not seen apes turn to humans. Therefore, what? What's the second part, God Defender? What was the follow-up to that?
Wait, can you repeat that? GL when we're talking over you.
You asked, we've never seen apes turn to humans. I agree. We have not. Therefore, what?
Therefore, the whole storybook version of apes turning to humans in evolution has been debunked, which then lends credibility to the story of God.
Wait, no. So I don't care
Because
about
what
any
it
of that.
proves
Wait,
is that the
hold up,
natural
hold up, hold up,
sciences.
hold up.
No. Don't hold up. You hold up, dude. The
No.
reality is that
You have to
natural
answer my question.
sciences has
Guys,
failed to.
Devinder, I asked you a question. I said we have evidence. We make novel, testable predictions about things we don't know yet that we've never seen before, and we get them right consistently. That's real evidence. All you have is your small brain intuition. You look at things and you try to explain it with the story. That's called a hypothesis stage. Now, once you have the hypothesis stage, you need to make novel predictions to confirm the hypothesis. We've done that with evolution. How do you do that? And you keep dodging the question. You keep avoiding the question like you can't answer it because, well, I bet you can't. But you need to try or else you lose.
Go ahead. Ask me 2 questions. So
that was one
I
question.
just
One
made
question.
it very clear. No. Go ahead. Ask me 2 questions. What's your second question?
There's only one question. What are the novel testable predictions that are evidence of design? That's the only question. Only question I want the answer to.
But I've answered that like 3 different times.
No, you haven't.
But give me one example. Novel
I gave you the
testable
example of the fact that we've never seen. But here's one. I'll give you one. You can never see one kind going to another kind. You'll never see that.
So remember, what does the word novel mean?
I don't know. Nope.
It means new. It means new. So it's something that we have not seen in the past. So saying we have not seen something in the past, and we will continue to not see it, is that new or is that the same?
We've never seen a new kind, bro. Like that.
Wait,
That's new.
wait. Devinder, listen carefully.
No.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. I'm trying to get you to answer the question.
Yeah.
If we have not seen something in the past, like I've never seen a pink elephant,
Right.
if I will continue to never see a pink elephant, is that a new thing or is that the same?
That would be the same. Yeah.
Correct. So a novel prediction can't be the same. You can't predict we're going to see the same thing because
So it's
that's not
gotta
a
be a positive
novel
thing.
prediction. Yes.
You're saying it's gonna be a positive thing. Okay.
Yes.
I'd have to think about that. I don't know.
Can I also just clear up this human
Thinking
becoming
is good.
ape? Because apes are human. So if you're waiting for that to happen, boom, it did.
Wait,
But
how do you know we're apes? What evidence do you have that we're
all
apes?
of the genetic
Oh,
data.
come on, man.
It's God Defender. It's called taxonomy, dude.
We are not
Also-
bananas, dude. You're
Well,
saying
no,
that we're
once again,
bananas?
saying that we are bananas is like saying, "Are you a uterus?"
You're calling us
Are you a
bananas,
uterus?
dude?
Yes, we
God-
are. We have shared common ancestry with the banana plant. If that
Come
fact
on,
makes
bro. You
you
guys gotta
laugh,
be trolling, bro.
our education system has failed you. But I heart you still.
I took evolution classes actually. I
You
learned
Took
a lot about
evolution
evolution.
classes?
And by the
Where'd
way,
you take
I'm not
evolution
exact.
classes?
Oh, I think I took it in middle school, but
You took middle
You
school
took-
evolution
you
classes.
took
I just
middle
wanna-
school.
I
God
just
Defender,
wanna
you
say
took God
this.
Defender. You took middle school biology. That's what you took.
yeah,
I
but
took
let me just
middle
say
school
this.
evolution classes.
I'm not completely rejecting evolution. Like I'm not a total creationist, but what I'm saying is that I don't buy the whole storybook fucking evolution thing of like billions of years of like fossils and dinosaurs and like one amoeba to like a human, like that I'm not believing. But if you're saying like speciation and like evolution and like adaptation or mutations, I'm all for that. Like I obviously agree with that.
God
But-
Defender,
At the
why?
beginning, you said it was 12 trillion-year-old fossils. So
You did.
what's the time frame you're talking
It
about?
doesn't matter, bro. Like you get my point. It
Well,
doesn't
no,
matter.
that it does matter because why do
It doesn't
you
fucking matter.
why do you giggle at billions or trillions or however
It
much you want to
doesn't
grant us?
matter. Like you get
But-
my point, right? Like this is like whole storybook.
He
like,
giggles
million
because
years
he's
here,
But our
million
trolling.
years
point
there.
would be is that 6 to 5,000 that would be a fable, a myth, or a fairy tale. Choose your word. If you think it's 6 to 10,000 years old, that's what you believe.
It doesn't matter. Here's the thing. If you actually go into like 1980s textbooks, sometimes they say the Earth is this billion years old, and then you see this book says 10 trillion years old, and you see this book is like 10 million. Like they always change the numbers. Like
It's
No,
there's
they
like
don't.
they
consistent
revised
fucking
the
numbers on this.
information
God
after
Defender.
new information
God
came
So
along.
you
Defender.
guys could all be wrong, right? You guys could all be
Oh,
wrong.
God
Why are you saying that it's all
Defender,
fact? What you
did
guys are saying.
Do you recall me asking you to demonstrate your God? That has been about 30 minutes ago, and you still have to get to
I am
it.
demonstrating
Stop-
God right now by showing.
Stop laughing. Stop making stupid claims. And finally,
What?
finally,
Stop slowing out, man.
have a shot.
Taco, can we
at
please get rid of
demonstrating
this
Let me
your
troll?
explain something. I want to explain my
Taco,
argument.
if
get
Hold on,
rid of
hold
the
on.
if
troll.
not,
Let
then
me
I'm
explain my
fine-
argument.
I'm fine with people just kicking you from the panel.
Just get rid of the troll. There's no point having him up here. All he's done is
Yeah.
nuh-uh. he obviously does not have the.
Okay.
Thank you for coming up.
Sorry, yeah, he's gone. Before we bring up another guest, I just think there's a few people probably have a few things to say about this conversation before we move on to a question that we have. So anybody had anything you wanted to? I know. I'm sorry. I probably interrupted you, JL. Go ahead and you start.
It's just that I understand that he obviously is trolling. I mean, he's done it before. We've had him on the stage multiple times. He's always done the exact same thing. T-Jump and Peter and Amy and myself have asked him direct questions. He continues to dodge. He cannot back up what he's saying, and the only way he can defend what he's saying is by misrepresenting what we all understand to be true. Like, he wants, essentially, when he asks for the evidence to back our stuff, he wants an education in evolutionary biology or phylogeny or taxonomy. He doesn't understand these things, and he wants us to teach him within like the spans of like 5 minutes. So no, he's aware of this. That's why he's a troll and it's just worthless. That's why he makes stupid stuff like humans come from apes. Nobody claims that.
JL, it's a little more nuanced than that. He wants you to try and teach them only to be able to say, no.
I agree.
That's it.
Well, actually, I thought it surprised me when he admitted that he had to think about it, when he recognized that novel means new thing. Like, so I thought that was progress. I think we actually made progress with him a little bit there.
Slightly, just a little bit. I agree.
He's also giving a lot of the common catchphrases in creationist circles, like "we come from rocks," which is not something I've ever heard an atheist said. He didn't say that, but just the "we come from apes," even though we are apes. When you say these statements, it sounds very tantalizing if you don't have an education in biology, but yeah.
I have a novel testable prediction. If we get people like this who are just going to deny everything you say and don't come with a decent argument, ask them to demonstrate their own argument. They're going to fail within seconds, and then at least we can be done and we can have more productive guests.
No, he did. Go ahead, T-Jump.
I wanted to clarify. That's not novel. That's the same thing he was predicting. That's the stuff we've already seen, continuing to see the same thing. So that wouldn't be a novel prediction, Peter.
No. This was me being a little bit facetious.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, T-Jump. He did mention. Yeah, he did copy John Maddox's line, who's a huge proponent of, and the only one I know of, who promotes the idea that DNA is like a computer program, which doesn't make sense because computer programs don't arise naturally. They're actually made by people with intention. But hang on, just a sec, Peter. So the thing is, with a computer program, if when I power on a computer, we don't know what the contents of the memory are going to be. It's kind of somewhat random. And so if you try to run the code run that memory space as if it's code, it's going to crash pretty much every time, is what I've found. And it's very easy just by inspecting the code. You can even predict it. It's a trivial matter. So DNA erupted naturally too, it seems, but we're observing it, and we give it labels, which kind of creates the illusion to people who don't understand computers to think that that's programming code. And that's where John Maddox and Russia Defender and others who are promoting the idea of DNA being a computer program are totally wrong right out of the gate. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the Sinister Porpoise has just made a video about John Maddox's claim about DNA being a computer code. I'd suggest everyone to go watch that.
Can you post it in the Heathen Hangout channel? That'd be great. We're going to move on to this is a question from our audience. The question is from Dutch Blades. So I'm going to read it all out. It's for T-Jump in particular, but I think anybody should be able to address it. Dutch Blades writes, I'm really interested in seeing what you have to say on the arguments for the impossibility of infinite regression. This is addressed to T-Jump. Within a short, there's a YouTube video short link. You've said that infinite regression is not impossible. There is no logical contradiction. It just has some intuitive problems, which are not real problems. What is your response to stuff like the Grim Reaper paradox? do you take a sort of unsatisfiable pair diagnosis approach, or do you respond to these arguments with some other sort of thing?
Thank you, Joe
And
Bowers,
they
for
added
the
one
gifted
note in
memberships.
parentheses.
Appreciate it.
This is not obviously an argument for theism, but it is, of course, relevant within debates on cosmological arguments, which I think can lead to theism given further second stage arguments. But that's a separate issue.
More
of course.
play-by-ear,
T-Jump, if
Alien
you
X.
want to see the question as you're answering it
I
in
do
the
not.
questions
I
channel.
Definitely do not. So that the claim that an infinite regress isn't impossible is actually the response to the Grim Reaper paradox. All of the people involved, including William Lane Craig and Alexander Pross, have admitted there's no logical contradiction with the Grim Reaper paradox. It's not meant to be a logical contradiction. It's an intuitive contradiction. And the intuitive contradiction has to do with misusing infinites as individuals as opposed to a set. It's a set.
Yeah.
So trying to treat an infinite as a particular.
Hey, Uncle
Such that,
Nath,
like,
good to
asking
see
the
you.
question,
Y'all enjoy those
which
emojis.
of the Grim Reapers kills the guy at 12 o'clock if there's an infinitely many that are all trying to kill him? Is a malformed question because the infinite set that
Thank you, Alien
entails
X,
all
for
Grim
the
Reapers
20
up to the
gifted
point
memberships.
of
You rock, dude.
12 o'clock
Thank you.
is not an individual entity, and so treating the individual Grim Reapers as singular events is, and then contrasting that with the set of infinite things is a set error. You're not allowed to do that. It's like asking which number of the infinity is the 12th one. You can't do that. You can't identify which is the 12th in the set of infinity. And so it's not an actual issue at all. Mathematicians don't consider it an issue. Cosmologists don't consider it an issue. No one in physics considers it an issue. It's not something.
Yes,
that's taken
Avi, that is
seriously
that is
in pretty much
the case,
anywhere
or
in
usually the
philosophy or
case.
physics. And they pretty much all agree that yes, there is an infinite past regression to space-time or space or whatever string theory they adhere to. There's no logical contradiction.
You got that
whatsoever.
right,
It's just
Colin.
a
Good to see you,
malformed
bud.
question using semantics to create apparent problems based on a misuse of contrasting sets to individual members of the set.
Okay, thank you, T-Jump, and thank you, Dutch Blades, for posting that question. Avery also noted that it was a great question, which is refreshing. Did anybody else have any perspective they wanted to share on this question before we move on to our next guest?
I just want to say I put the link to Porpoise's video both in the Heathen Hangout and in your chat on YouTube.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Okay.
Taco, who's up next?
Yeah, I invited up Karas.
Karas. Welcome, Karas. Thank you for joining us. It looks like your headphones are... Okay, welcome, Karas. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hi, it's I'm pretty sure I'm deist by normal, and my big one is the 5-minute theorem that I heard about long about. When I was a kid.
Could you say that a little slower? I didn't quite catch it. The what?
The 5-minute theorem.
The 5-minute steer. Okay.
Theorem, I think you said.
Oh, 5-minute theorem. Okay. Did you want to present your argument really quickly?
The argument goes that all your memories and everything you've experienced in the world was created by a powerful entity 5 minutes ago. And I know it's one of those ideas that can't be proven or disproven, because to disprove it, you have to actually do it.
Oh, last Thursdayism. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And therefore?
It was just one of those interesting ones that I had when I was a kid. And that's what, because I was raised Church of England when I was younger. And that's one that trained me more towards the idea of deism rather than religion as a whole point.
Well, what is the point of bringing up the argument? Do you want us to just address what we think of it or something? Like, we could have been created 5 minutes ago by leprechauns. And what is our position on that argument? Is that what you're asking?
Basically, yes, because it's one of those theories I don't hear talked about very much.
All right, sure, yeah. So I think that there's a thing in science called the problem of underdetermination. It's the fact that there are infinitely many empirically equivalent hypotheses. That means that there are hypotheses that can all explain all data we have ever had. So, for example, you could have been created 5 minutes ago by a leprechaun, or 6 minutes ago by a unicorn, or 7 minutes ago by a magical bunny, or 2 magical bunnies, or 10 magical bunnies. And so you can make up infinitely many hypotheses that can all explain the data. But the only hypotheses that matter are the ones that you can use to make novel testable predictions. And so if one hypothesis allows you to make future predictions about things you don't know yet and get it right, that hypothesis has more justification to believe than all of the others. So I believe I'm a materialist. I think that using materialism, I can make predictions about evolution, like Tiktaalik and the double hinge jaw joint and the evolution between ants and wasps, and I get those right. Now I'm justified in believing evolution and materialism and 14.8 or 13.8 billion years old universe, more so than all of those other hypotheses. Is it possible they're true? Sure. But mine has evidence, theirs does not, because mine can make predictions, theirs cannot. And so my position is that, of course, there's infinitely many hypotheses that can all explain the data, differentiate.
Hello?
We lost you, T-Jump.
We lost you. Went mute.
What?
No.
Can you,
rapture.
am I back? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're back. You're back.
We can hear you now.
I'm back.
All right. So I was saying that problem of underdetermination, there's infinitely many hypotheses that can all explain the data. The one differentiating factor is the hypothesis that can make novel testable predictions. And so if you use like materialism to make predictions about the future and you get it right, that's a justification for materialism, and it makes it more supported than all of the other infinitely many hypotheses, including that the world was created 5 minutes ago.
Oh, thank you. The only thing I had top in my head was from of Xeno evolution, the idea that asteroid hit Earth and created start off the what's the word, life on the planet.
Panspermia, I believe, is that's called.
I was known as zero evolutional theory that I was taught back when I was a kid. Instead of like abiogenesis. I don't know if that's anything people think about.
I don't think there's any reason to think that life came from the stars because, you know, life requires DNA and DNA can't survive in space for very long. And so the idea that DNA or some kind of form of life was stuck on an asteroid for millions of miles is unlikely because, you know, radiation would kill it.
All right. Well, that's about all I have. Thanks very much.
Cool. Appreciate it, bud.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for joining us.
We've got pull them up now.
Welcome, Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So, wait, let me close my door. So, I'm an atheist, but I would say, what's wrong with a deist belief?
Jack?
Oh, sorry, a deist belief or a theist belief?
A deist.
Oh, deism. Okay, go on. Yeah, this is
Don't
Jack
look at me.
British.
No, I'm a deist, so I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That'd be my answer.
Well, I mean, like,
Disagree.
as in, like, is there any, like, there's, like, no way to disprove it, right?
I mean, yeah, I can argue it into, like, a unfalsifiable claim, but that'd be kind of, I don't know, it's kind of cheating from my perspective.
Hmm. Oh, I don't know.
What do you consider deism to be?
Well, I feel like it's someone who created the universe and then they just left it. They just set all the rules and that's it.
Yeah, that's pretty common, I think. Does that sound right to you, Jack?
Yeah, give or take some claims here or there. It's not really that. Yeah. There's not really any dogma in it, so.
Yeah, so I can tell you, I have the same lack of belief of this as I do of theism that says the gods are still around and interactive. So yeah, again, I don't push against it as if it's stupid or anything like that. I know some people do that. It's just there are people who believe these things. I'm not one who does.
I'm not either. I don't believe it.
So I think it's an interesting question.
All right.
Well, I think there is something wrong with it. I'd say, like, why is it not rational to believe in Santa Claus, or why is it not rational to believe that there are magical pixies hiding in your butt? There's no evidence for these things, and so if you want to switch to a deistic god, why is it not as equally irrational to believe in a deism god as it is to believe in
I
Santa
appreciate
Claus
that,
or
Alien X. I saw it. Thank you, bud. Hey, Michael Raptor, good to see you. Thanks so much for
where
being
the
here.
problems come into play is when people start making public policy, for example, in government, based on the idea that something exists when they have no evidence of it existing, or they make decisions in their life to worship something instead of actually taking care of themselves. Like some people will pray to recover from an illness instead of going and seeking medical advice because they have so much faith in some deity or supernatural power to do it. That's where there is a problem. These are people making decisions that are they could have obviously made better decisions, and that's where I see it as a problem. So I think T-Jump's got a good point there.
All right,
Jack, what are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, as soon as you solve the whole problem of consciousness, I'll start considering atheism more.
Oh, yeah, I can go again.
Wait, but so like, why would the problem of consciousness be evidence for a deistic? JL, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
So why would the fact that there's an unsolved problem be indicative of a theistic God?
Whoops! Apparently, I forgot to mute on that side. I'm muted on this side.
Well, I'm not assigning any of those properties to it. Also, if you're one of those wacko conspiracy theorists that think every parent in the world's lying to their kids about Santa Claus, then that's a whole other argument we can have. But no, on the case of consciousness, if you're going to say it's an emergent property, that's the same thing as just saying it popped out of nothing, because you're just saying suddenly.
So let's just grant we have no idea what caused it. The fact that we have no idea what caused it, you can't use that to then be a justification for a theistic hypothesis or a naturalistic hypothesis. It's just a nothing. We have no idea what caused it.
Yeah, sure. It would just reduce down to a fake
Alien X.
and I got no problem biting that bullet.
All right.
Yeah, that's pretty much where these arguments end.
Hey, thank you very much for joining us. Do you have anything else for us, or?
There's like a few arguments in Islam about evolution. For example, when people say evolution, they say that God guided evolution, like as in he like made a path for evolution to happen.
Yeah, I've encountered that before. They'll claim that where they find that they can't fill in the gaps anymore because science has given us the answer to what was previously the mysterious. They'll often, some of them will turn around and say, oh, well, God made all that happen. So instead of accepting that, hey, this is part of reality on its own right, they'll say, well, they'll take the credit and give it to God.
Hey, Shane Summer, good to see you.
It's almost as if they hate Mother Nature.
Yeah.
It sounds almost misogynistic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's pretty misogynistic religion anyways. So.
Most religions are, not all, but most, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say the religion, I tried talking to another Muslim guy, and he was like, he also realizes that it's like really male-centered. There's like, it's always
Take it
like
easy, Fred.
men and not like women. And he's like, that's kind of weird, but he still believes.
Good to see you, JT Davis.
It's a throwback from very sorely outdated thinking that in very bad time in human history where people regarded women not as people but as their personal property. And so this is still reflected through a lot of ancient scriptures. It even occurs to some degree in some Buddhist scriptures, which surprises people. But there's people who cherry pick and will ignore the bad stuff and continue to try to champion some kind of argument that their favorite deities are good and all loving and all this kind of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Got anything else for us, bud?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. Yeah, thank you.
Invited up Mostafa.
By the way,
and if anybody else would like to come up and chat, feel free to raise your
before
hand.
he comes up, somebody in my live chat pointed out, going back to Nephilim Free earlier, that apparently he had a long conversation with a Christian evolutionary biologist, Dr. Fiona Robertson, who explained to him in detail and provided all of the information that he typically requests that demonstrates how he is wrong and has a fundamental misunderstanding of what evolution is and what mutations are and how they function. And so this has all been explained to him, but just so someone pointed out that Dr. Fiona Robertson shut him down on that as well, and he still refuses. So,
Mustafa, I did invite you up. You're welcome to come up if you like.
Who was that you're talking about? Doctor who? What's it?
Dr. Fiona Robertson.
And who is she debunking?
She's a Christian evolutionary biologist.
Oh, who is she debunking? Who is she?
Oh, she had a conversation with Nephilim Free. that and explained to him directly, you know, like provided all the details, all the information he typically asks for, explained all these things in detail, and he's still out here pushing the same agenda. So he's not interested in learning anything. He's just interested in proselytizing.
Well, duh.
Yeah.
JL, did you say someone had a conversation with?
I know, it seems impossible, right?
I need a link to that. Yeah, I need a link to that.
Castle Kingside, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
And if anybody else would like to raise their hand, you're welcome to.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Welcome back, Castle. What you got for us today?
The sky
Well,
is up.
I was just curious. What this room is about? Talking about whether God exists or not.
That's a common topic. Yep.
Indeed.
Do you hold
It's
that
a room about? It's a room that invites people to convince us that a God exists. A little bit.
Do you hold that a particular God exists?
Well, I believe personally that God exists, yes. But did you know, believing in God is a personal decision. You can't force it upon someone.
That's well, I could typically kind of agree with that. But, you know, it's that belief should be warranted based upon the evidence, what can be demonstrated, and what you like. I like T Jump's novel testable predictions. So how do you justify your belief in this thing?
Well, just need to comment on one point here that you made, Castle Kingside. People, you're right. It is a personal choice, but there are some people who are forced into it. They're pressured. They are brainwashed in states of starvation, where they become more susceptible to suggestion and coercion. So it isn't actually a free personal choice for everyone. Unfortunately, it should be though.
Or information, or pertinent information is withheld from individuals, so they don't have access to all the information they need to make a critical decision, and therefore they wind up making the wrong conclusions because what they learn is being controlled. So go ahead, Peter.
They were misled.
I just wanted to say that I cannot decide to believe in a God. I have to be convinced, because belief is to me is involuntary. I have to have decent evidence in order to believe something. I cannot just choose to believe in something. It's impossible.
How do you explain? How do you explain this moment right now that we're all having together in this chat? All of us, everyone that's listening. No, it's not just that. Someone had to do this. Everyone has a role to play in this life. Someone did this.
Castle, how are you? So yeah, we're here. We have a stage. We're on the internet. We're on Discord doing this thing. You know, so that how does that logically entail a God?
I'm saying there's things that are out of our control. We can only control what's within our power to control, which is our own lives individually.
Okay, how does that logically entail a God?
Allowed us to all come together. Out of all the millions and billions of people, it's us that
wasn't God
in this room.
It wasn't God. It was the quantum field. The quantum field allowed us to be here, and the quantum field gives us our consciousness. Yeah, the quantum field.
What is this, like the speed zone from The Flash? What are we talking about? The quantum field.
It's the thing. It's the fundamental essence of reality that makes all of the fundamental forces in physics that is uncreated and has no mind. It is the quantum field.
Uncreated. Yep. Uncreated. This was
has no
uncreated.
Mind. Wait. Uncreated and has no mind. Yes.
Has no mind. Right. What do you mean has no mind?
It's not conscious. It has no qualia. It has no states of being. It doesn't like. There's nothing it's like to be the quantum field. If you experience it, it's just a field in physics.
What do you call that? You call it a force field?
The quantum field. It's a. He's explaining to you, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
So it's trying to go down to the basic fundamental level. That is the smallest thing that we seem to be able to find is quantum fields in physics.
The smallest field.
Yes, it is the thing that makes up everything else. It makes everything in the world, and it's not created, and it's outside of space and time, and it doesn't have a mind, and there's evidence it exists, unlike a God.
Oh, I thought you were describing God for a minute.
Well, no mind. Remember, that's the very second thing I said every time I describe this. No mind.
No mind.
It doesn't have a mind.
Well,
no.
I'm saying we don't have a mind to comprehend God. Did you know when it comes to God, I'm agnostic? Did you know that? I'm agnostic when it comes to God.
How did you comprehend that we can't comprehend that?
I'm saying we can only see a small fraction of what God is. That's with all the senses that God gave us.
If God is incomprehensible, how could we possibly comprehend even a small fraction of it?
Oh, because he gave us senses, and he wrote his moral compass upon our hearts when we were.
Isn't that begging the question?
This world.
Isn't that begging the question?
Huh?
Isn't that begging the question? Because because you assume that God exists in order to make it true that God has written our morality on our hearts.
Right. I'm just saying, where do we get our morality from?
So our morality, like moral frameworks that we have, are subjectively determined. Those moral frameworks are a combination of our naturally evolved sense of empathy, our naturally evolved ability to empathize with others, the information and that we get from our parents and our peers during our formative years, and the societies that we live in.
So you would rather say everything is evolved as opposed to created?
Well, no. Our ability to have empathy, our empathetic ability, is something that we evolved over time. The traits in the genes in our brains that allow for the structures of our brains that enable us to feel empathy and mirror neurons and such were traits that were selected for positively over time. So as we evolved as a species, more empathetic, that those individuals who felt empathy were positively selected for because it enabled them to survive, as opposed to people who feel no empathy and they were selected against, which is why things like psychopathy and sociopathy and severe antisocial personality disorders make up a very small percentage of the population. Well, not so much today because we let pretty much everybody live nowadays, but when it comes down to it, our ability to be empathetic creatures amongst ourselves and amongst other species is one of the reasons we're here today. One of the reasons we survived the last 250,000 years. So that's an evolved ability. But how we make moral determinations are dependent upon the information we get from our parents and our experiences through our formative years, and of course, the societies that we live in and the rules and laws and frameworks that are put down by the society. So this is all.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, jump. I'll ask after you.
Okay, we're going somewhere, but no.
Kessel, why do you think morality requires a God? Like, there's lots of ways it could come about with no God. Why would you think it requires a God?
I'm just saying there is an objective good and bad in this world.
I agree. Why do you think that requires a God?
Because God creates everything. God set the table for us to play this game out here that we're playing.
No, that was the quantum field. The quantum field did all of that.
You call it the quantum
We were heading in a direction. Okay. Sure, T-Jump.
No consciousness, no mind, no thoughts. Just a field, just physics.
I'm saying, who did all that? Who started who started the field?
Nobody. The field is uncreated.
Nobody?
Yeah, nobody.
Wait, just everything came out of nothing?
No,
it
never not existed. It never not existed. So the quantum field has always been there. It's outside of space-time. It predates the Big Bang.
That's what we call God.
No mind, remember? So do you agree it has no mind?
I'm saying we just look.
Well, do you agree that God
understand what's going on with our universe? We can barely see.
So just to clarify, quantum field has no consciousness, no mind, no intentions, no mental states, no desires. Do you think God has those things?
You're basing because I'm a Christian, right?
No, I'll just ask you a question. Do you think God has consciousness, intentions, desires, mind, any of those things? Do you think God has any of those things?
Like I told you, when it comes to God, I'm agnostic. I don't know how or why God does what God does. I don't understand the capacity of God's abilities.
Well, no,
I'm asking you. If you're an agnostic, then why are you making all these claims
I'm
about
a Christian.
God?
I'm a Christian personally. I believe in Jesus Christ.
But
when it comes to God, I don't claim to know about God.
Finish. Asshole, let me finish.
You're breaking me up.
No, you were over talking me. That's why I'm breaking you up. So you said you can't comprehend God, yet after you said that, you make claim after claim after claim about things that God does. And how can you be sure what God does if you already stated you can't comprehend him?
Remember, I said I'm agnostic. And I mean, I believe in God. I don't claim to know how God works.
Okay, hang on a
or
second.
how
No, wait,
God
no.
works.
You do claim to know how God works, and you do
No,
claim to
there's
know
a
what God
there's a
creates.
definitional problem we have going on here. Castle, what do you think agnostic means?
It means without knowledge.
I agree with Castle on this. Now, this is a valid position. I know a number of theists who are also agnostic. They believe in their God, but they don't know for certain their God is real. And
No,
and
I know it's real. I just don't know how it works.
Oh, okay. So you're agnostic insofar as a contextual point.
That's what I was talking about, Randolph. He's like he's not talking about like he doesn't know. It's like he knows it exists, but
sorry, just a sec. With regard to its inner workings, I was going to ask you, Castle Kingside. You mentioned that it's only possible to know a small portion of what God, a fraction about God. And I'm curious how you would know that. And to demonstrate this point, I would like to ask you a couple of things. How do you know that? I'll give you two questions here. One is, how do you know that God is not really a goddess masquerading as a god? And how do you know that there's only one and it's not a group of them?
Well, look, like I said, I don't know all that stuff, man. I just believe in a creator. The Almighty Creator who created the heavens and the earth.
Okay, so Castle, why do you believe this thing?
Because I have eyes. I looked out into the sky at night.
Okay, so you look at the sky. How do you derive a god from the sky?
And the trees.
All those stars that I see at night.
Okay, all those stars form. So we understand.
all the
Castle. We understand how stars are formed. We understand what stellar nucleosynthesis is. We understand we understand the natural process by which these things form. Okay, so how do you get a god? How do you get a god from that?
I'm saying. So then, tell me, what happened? What was in the beginning? Were you there? Let me know.
Castle.
I'm willing
Castle,
to listen.
why aren't you answering JL's question?
Castle, you literally, when you ask me, how do I know, was I there? You weren't there either, sir.
I wasn't there either.
Okay, but here's the thing, Castle. I know you're not. You're not agnostic. You claim you know that God exists. You are not an agnostic. What you are is you are uncertain as to the mechanisms entailed by this thing, but you claim you know it exists. I ask you how you know that it exists, and you say because you've inferred it from looking at the environment. And I'm asking you what specifically in the environment allows you to infer that a God exists, and essentially it's like you can't see it any other possible way, which is just an argument from incredulity. So I'm asking you again, what impossibly allows you to infer that a God exists just by looking at the universe?
I could see that something was here before I got here. And I recognize
yeah, your parents were here before you got here. Billions of human beings have lived and died before you got here.
Yeah.
So what?
What do you mean, so what? It's a big deal.
It doesn't point to
the Earth has been around for 4.5 billion years. The universe in and of itself almost a little over 14. So literally, what gets you to a God? Because if you're just predicating it on we don't know a particular thing, or we only have like mathematical extrapolations that explain a particular thing, or we can't observe a particular thing because the light hasn't reached us and there is no light to get to us, then you're just sticking God into areas that we don't have an absolute explanation for. We have strong hypotheses. We have strong hypotheses about various things in the universe, and we haven't answered them yet. We may never answer them, but all you're doing is sticking a God into those gaps in order to justify a belief in it. So I'm asking you, if you're not going by the God of the gaps, you say you know this thing exists, how have you derived from the universe without committing a logical fallacy?
Also, I told you, we use our senses, man.
Okay,
so that cool breeze in the summertime.
Right, so he just turns around and does the exact same damn thing.
I don't think he understands the question.
He completely understands it because we've had this conversation before.
Castle Kingside, we have one question from our audience, from Jazzy Kick. She's asking, how did you infer that it was a Christian God and not the Islamic one?
It's not even about a Christian God or whoever. It's about recognizing something greater than us. It's
Why do
about
we need? Okay,
recognizing that
okay.
we're not
Why do
the
we need to? Because
ultimate thing out
Castle,
here.
Castle. Why do we need to? Why do you think that human beings need to do this?
To give thanks.
So
To
for
be
what?
appreciative. For your life, for all the people in your life, your family, your friends,
Okay.
your
The
loved
only
ones.
reason, Castle, the only reason that I am alive is because my parents smashed.
No, that's
Yes.
wrong. No, it's not. You got the egg. You're a winner. You're the little sperm that got the egg.
I wanted to ask, how do you tell the difference between God and not God?
How do you tell the difference?
Yeah. How do you tell the difference between God and not
Like
God?
I told you, man, this is all personal stuff. You know.
No. So it's like you think God created the universe. What if not God created the universe? How would you tell?
I wouldn't know. Like I told you, I'm agnostic when it comes to God.
Right. So you can't tell the difference between God doing it and a not God
And
doing
an
it.
alien doing it, right? Yeah, I get you.
Right.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know. All I can see is that the sun rises every day, and I have another day to do my work. And I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful to God Almighty. I'm thankful for all of you in here right now.
If you can't tell the difference between a not God doing it and a God doing it, then maybe you're thankful to the wrong thing because maybe the not God did it.
Look, you're thankful to the force, all right?
Sure.
The invisible force. That's what you guys call it. I call it God.
Okay, but what if not God did it?
T-Jumper, do you give thanks to the quantum field?
Yes, it tickles my fancy.
What does it? Tickles your fancy? Okay, wonderful. T-Jump, that's your voice that I'm hearing?
Yep.
Oh, wonderful. I'm Castle Kingside. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
T-Jump, are you an atheist?
Yep.
Did you know I was an atheist too?
I did not
I was
know that.
raised in the church, though. My grandfather was a minister. He was a pastor.
And here we go.
Real
I used to be a
minister.
Christian.
He didn't do
I
it
used
for
to be a
money. He did
Christian.
it because he loved God. Did you know that? I was
So-
raised in the
did I know
church.
that?
I'm in the choir.
So Castle, can I ask you a question? Can I get a clarification on
Yeah,
this?
what's up, man?
You just stated that you used to be an atheist. Okay.
I used to be.
So
Yes,
you were
I
raised
used
in the
to be.
church, and then you became an atheist, and then
I
you
became
became a Christian again. So what
No,
was it?
I became an agnostic. And
No,
then I became a
Castle,
pantheist. And
stop.
then I became
Stop.
a Christian again.
Castle, you are
I'm
misusing
telling you my story.
agnosticism. Okay,
Mhm.
and this has been explained to you 3 times. You are misusing agnosticism. You claim you know a God exists. Therefore, you are not agnostic to the existence of God. You just don't claim to have an explanation or an understanding of how God does stuff or why God does stuff. That's not the same as being an agnostic about the existence of God, which is what we're talking about. Okay?
So then can I ask you, Castle?
Yeah. Andy Newman,
could
is this
play-
you?
Yes, it is.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well too. What
I'm
I
doing
wanted
wonderful,
to
thank you.
ask you is what moved you in your opinion? If in your head these labels are very clearly defined, you were an atheist, you now view yourself as an agnostic.
Right.
What happened that made you go some way closer to theism?
Well, I can tell you real quick what happened. I started listening to Bill Nye the Science Guy and all these guys, Michio Kaku, and people like that. And they started telling me there's no God out there. It's this, the string theory. It's this and this and this and all this other stuff other than God. That's what happened. I became atheist because how could you fit 2 of each animal on that ark? It's impossible. What did they eat for 40 days and 40 nights? You know, I started questioning the faith. And then I became hardened to it because I felt like my family had lied to me my whole childhood, you know? And I became this guy who would go out there and actively seek out and destroy false teachers of the gospel. These pastors, you know?
You can
I would seek them out.
you can drop the tonal shtick, dude.
Huh? What did you say?
I said you can drop the tonal shtick, dude.
Tunnel shtick? What is that?
When you're talking like this and you mean to put your point across like it's something important, you can knock that shit off, dude. It's just obnoxious, okay?
Who is that? Is that T-Jump talking to me?
No, that was Jail Warren. I just wanted to point out that the idea that your parents lied to you, I think is kind of unfair, because the people who are teaching their kids, they're teaching what they know to be true, what they believe, and their intention is not necessarily to deceive. I think in most cases, religious parents aren't trying to deceive their kids. They're passing along bad information in most cases, but that doesn't mean their intention is to deceive. Their intention is to share what they know because they want their kids to grow up like them in many ways, which is a fair thing. So I encourage you to not blame your parents for lying to you, because it may not have been intentional. They may not have been properly informed, and they're teaching you as best they can. And this is why we encourage critical thinking and people doing research into things and trying to have a better understanding of reality, so that less of this kind of misinformation gets spread around.
If I could just jump off of Rand, I've said exactly. It's not most likely that your parents lied. I mean, they could have, but we can't jump into their head. But most likely is that they were wrong, in that they told you a bunch of things as a child, and we just accept whatever our parents tell us as fact. It is why I think many of us go through the quote-unquote angry atheist stage, because we do feel cheated. We feel like we have lost time, or that people have been lying to us, and so we kind of have to shed that. But then what I would also say is that Bill Nye is a great science guy, and he's not preaching atheism. Now, I understand why a lot of people think that Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, and all these scientific communicators are doing so. But what they're often doing is making people think critically, trying to encourage scientific inquiry, and just trying to make people who may have a certain mindset, especially around conspiracies, maybe think twice.
Apparently that really pissed them off.
As skeptics were merchants of doubt. And so I wouldn't say
made them
harden
really
your
mad
heart to atheism.
when I call him out on
wouldn't
his
say
bullshit
become
shtick.
an a-hole and start becoming mean to religious people. But I do think that you can accept all of that, and then
unfortunately I can't
still
pull it up because it
wait until there is
screws with
good
the stage.
evidence to believe in a God.
What do you mean? I just told you when I first got here. I said, the fact that we're here together right
I'm not
now,
sweating them.
of all the billions of people in the world, it's you that's in here, and me, and the rest of the people that are listening. That's not a coincidence in my book.
Oh, can I pause you?
Right.
Can I pause you for that?
It's not coincidence.
Hang on. It doesn't make any of us any more special than anyone else, though.
Oh,
It's not coincidence.
Yes,
It's not coincidence. We're all members of this server, dude.
I'm saying I just got here like 3 months ago, man.
Welcome.
But
Yeah, I feel welcome most of the time.
Are you aware of? I couldn't say the puddle fallacy, but the it's like a conscious puddle just awakens to see that it fits the crack perfectly, and so
I made them
it
really
assumes,
mad.
well, why? This must be the perfect world made for me. Why else would I fit so perfectly in it? And so
yeah, not
these
angry,
types
just
of
tired of his ass.
conversations,
'Cause
I'm
it's like
glad
the
we're
fourth time
having
he's
them,
been
but there's
on.
nothing
His
supernatural.
shtick
I would
doesn't
say we should be
change. The
giving
same crap
thanks
over and
to
over
the
again.
engineers that have made the
Yes, Fenton.
technology that
It's
allow
creepy.
us to do that.
It's
Yeah.
deceptive. It's
Engineers?
bullshit.
What are you talking about here? Aliens?
No humans.
Humans? We did this? We created the earth and the
No,
heavens.
no technology. You asked why are we talking, and very specifically, it's the engineers. We could go back to a thing J.L. Warren said before. It was definitely our parents having the sexy time.
No.
Yeah, I'm here because we're all here because our parents smashed.
That's perversion.
Let's
focus on something different. No, it's not. It's biology.
Yeah, I mean, you can be modest about it and say that we shouldn't be, going R-rated, but it's not perversion. That's a weird thing I would say about a healthy sexuality.
No, I'm saying to just reduce it to that. To just reduce your existence here, the importance of every word that you utter in this lifetime, to reduce it to that, that's not good.
Well,
Why would that be any less significant? Why would us being made of just matter and sexy time?
Because every word you speak matters. Every word that you
Wait.
speak
I'm
matters.
agreeing. I say it does matter, but you don't need a God for that. It can just be matter, and it
All we
can
are
still
is
matter.
matter
I'm
and
saying
sex.
you're gonna be accountable. You're gonna be responsible for every word that you say.
T-Jump, I love that. That we are.
You
It's
will.
not Stardust. We're not Stardust. We are matter and sexy times. I like that.
That's
I'm going to
right.
use that.
Basically.
I'm going to use that.
So it seems like your God does nothing. Like we can have all of the morality, all of the existence, all of the meaning and matter. We don't need any of your God for that.
Be
God's
careful,
kind of
man. I'm
relevant.
just saying. I'm saying it's not wise to test God, man. I'll tell you that.
It
right
has to
now.
exist to be tested.
Yeah, I think your God doesn't exist. I think the God, especially the
Ooh.
Christian God, is horribly immoral because
It
he drowned
also-
millions of babies. I think
Oh.
that the evilness of the God would be a good reason not to worship it. I think the quantum field is better at everything than the God. I think it has more evidence than the God. I think you have nothing. I think you just look at stuff and God feels good to you, and that's why you
Have
believe
you
it.
seen the movie Pulp Fiction?
Yes, I have seen. It's a good movie. Very good movie.
Now, do you remember the scene with Jules and Vincent in the apartment?
Yes, the one with the gun.
Yeah, it was a.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yeah, they were interrogating Brett Kavanaugh, and then Graham Ramsey got involved. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of a meme.
So Castle,
no,
you know,
yeah.
so Castle, would you? Yeah, I can explain how that happened. So, John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson had their blocking, and they were sitting at a particular point in the area, in the stage, the sound stage they were working on, and there were squibs that were placed in areas directly behind them. And so when the character hiding with the gun came out and fired the gun, obviously he was firing blanks. He wasn't firing live ammunition. He pulls the trigger, and then, of course, the squibs go off behind them and create the holes in the walls. And then the actors, read from the script, or the lines they've memorized to indicate that there is some sort of supernatural thing going on here. It was all fabricated. It's just a movie.
No, listen, it was meant to tell you a story about the believer and the non-believer.
I understand that, but it was
how's
fictional.
Pulp Fiction evidence of a God?
Not only that, but you made a thing about testing God to be very Pulp Fiction light. You made it sound like a henchman, like, oh, you wouldn't want to question the boss. Oh,
Essentially,
I'm not
Castle,
trying to-
Castle,
I'm
essentially,
not
you
here
just
to
made the
scare
argument.
anybody.
Castle,
Huh?
you just
What'd
made
you
the
say?
argument that stories about gods exist, therefore gods exist. Which, by that logic, would entail that Superman exists because stories about Superman exist.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying.
Right.
I mean, you don't know. We don't know what's out there in the universe, though, do you?
Okay, but just
Well, it's
because
not
we
God. I
don't
know
know,
it's
just
not
because we don't have access to the vast majority of the universe, and we likely will not have access to it, does not increase the odds that a God exists.
Really? That's how you think?
No, that's logic. That's
Yes, I think in logic.
Logic?
Yes, logic is
You
called
use
an
your
argument from
brain.
ignorance
You
fallacy.
see, that's the interesting thing. In order to get to God, you use the heart. You don't use the brain.
no. They
Seems
use
like
the
a
brain because
terrible
the heart doesn't think. The brain does. Emotions, reasoning, all this stuff comes from the brain, not from the heart. What you were referring to, actually, when you're referring to the Book of Romans like that it's all written on their heart. What that actually was the author writing down what human beings were interpreting as their emotions, what they feel. So what they were interpreting was actually what we understand to be their empathy, the things that they naturally feel because of our evolved sense of empathy. And they were interpreting that as feelings that we have, that we intrinsically have written on our hearts. Okay, that's a poetic way of describing the phenomena, the natural phenomena of empathy in a time period when human beings had no concept of what these things were. We understand them now, but when they say written on our heart, no, they're talking about the things that we instinctually feel, things that we naturally feel, which is our evolved sense of empathy, which is different for everybody. It's a spectrum. Not everybody has the same level of empathy. So some people have very little, some people have a lot.
That's
but
apparent.
Yeah, so the
I'm
whole
saying that's
point.
apparent for me just being in this room today.
So the whole point of it is that's an evolved trait. Our ability to be empathetic with others, our mirror neurons, these are evolved structures in our brains. That's it.
Would you say there's some kind of receptors that people have that are better than other people's receptors?
Yes, no, the brains aren't identical. They have the same structures, but they don't wire our neurophysiology is not identical to every other human being. They wire themselves. Our brain wires itself in response, or forms neural pathways in response to experience and interpretations of experience. So everything that you experience goes into how your brain is wired, how your brain wires itself.
Pulp Fiction. That's why I brought that movie, Pulp Fiction.
So Pulp Fiction's a great movie, and there was a lot of death in there, so we might need to bring this conversation to an end, Pulp Fiction style, if it goes on too long. What I'm trying to say here, that was a terrible joke attempt. There are some other people waiting in the audience. Was there?
My bad. I don't want to hog up your time.
No. That's okay. It's okay.
Can I say one last thing?
Yeah, just a sec. I did. After you talked with Peter, if you wanted to add one more thing, that'd be fine.
One more thing. So, Castle, you invited me to come on your channel, and then you never got back to me. So why
on your channel?
are you not coming back to me? Because we were in DM on Discord, and you never got back to me.
Yeah. What do you mean? You want to be on my channel?
I also wanted to bring the fact that he devolved into idle threats, like, you're going to go to hell and blah, blah, blah. The fact that he had to go to that to back his position up, it should have been an automatic fail. So.
Wait, tell me, who am I speaking to, first of all? What's your name?
Peter the Tucker.
Who?
Peter the Tucker.
Peter the Tucker.
Gonna go for it. He produces for R&R.
R&R?
Yep.
Oh. Well, I'm just saying, did you know that we're all connected? Did you know all this for a reason? And did you know that this life is about...
Castle, I just said we're all connected, but you don't use the connection to get back to me.
I'm not very tech savvy.
Okay, hey guys. All right. Okay, this is off topic for the show. If you guys could take this offline, that would be great, because we need to focus on the topic. This is way off topic.
Before I leave, though, can I leave you with one more...
we'll give you. How's 1 minute? How's 1 minute for a final thought for you?
Wonderful. That would be
Jesus is your savior?
This world, this life, from what I can tell from my experience, is about who you know. What you know is personal. Who you know is social. And since we're living in the time of social media, this is the best time to get to know one another. Okay? That's what I want to say.
Cool. Thank you for joining us, Castle Kingside.
Thank you for having me.
Interesting speaking with you.
Lovely talking with
you. Always amazing things from Castle. Nitrous has been pestering me in text chat, so I'll pull him up here. He's been calling me coward for some reason.
Ooh, maybe he's flirting with you.
Hello, Nitrous. How are you doing?
Who wouldn't be?
How are you, sir? And thank you for joining us. What have you got to share with us today?
Well,
hey, what's up, B-Town? I see what you did there. Good to see you.
By Psycho. We don't know who that is.
Taco, I don't know. Taco.
Oh, Taco. Okay.
He
like
Taco. Chat, so I invited him up.
So what do you got for us? Tell us your arguments.
Did you have some challenge for Taco?
Arguments?
Bring us your evidence.
For God. In a God.
Wait a second. I want to speak to one person.
Yeah, so if you have a challenge for Taco, that's fine. If you have...
I didn't have a challenge for Taco. Taco invited me up. So...
Why did you come up? Say, give us a point, an argument, some kind of a premise, a conclusion.
Argument
anything
for what?
to talk about.
Why do you believe in God?
Well, if you're asking why do you believe in God, if you're like asking for some type of justification for my belief, then that's not like going to be necessarily equivalent to like an argument, right?
Okay,
in the case
give us
of like
justification.
my belief in God. One second, my belief in God. It's going to be like the justification is going to be like non-inferential, some type of like an intuition, right? For me.
Sounds like a terrible reason.
So what brings you onto the stage today?
Taco, he said like you can come up or something, and he invited me up, so I thought, why not?
Okay, it sounds like you're
biting in the audience, so I invited him up.
Nitrous, it sounds like you're saying that belief in God is intuitive.
For me, it's intuitive. I'm not saying for you.
So why do you think that is reasonable justification for that belief?
It's gonna be like a justifier of my, it's gonna be a justifier for me, the intuition. I think it's truth conducive.
Are you okay with having an unjustified belief?
What did you say?
Are you okay with your belief being unjustified?
Well, it's not unjustified for me. I mean, I take intuition to be a justified.
Kind of curious what people said.
Why?
Why? Well, in the case of like why, you're gonna end up with the problem of criterion, but in the case of like the intuition, I think based
virgin
on
punk.
like past experience, you can run some sort of like inductive argument for itself, and yeah.
Have you experienced God? Is that what you're trying to say?
I never said I experienced God. I said you're asking about my intuition or with intuition, right? I said like why do I think
not sure about that. Kind of
in the case of the intuition,
fatherless energy.
It's for me, my past experience, and then I can run some sort of like inductive argument.
Well, you mentioned past experience again here, so
that,
I like that one. I like that
Randolph, what he's saying is that his past experience is that his
Shut the
intuition
actual
is
fuck
typically
up.
correct. He has an intuition for God, therefore it's likely his intuition is correct.
Can you shut the
Oh,
fuck
I
up?
see. Okay, I was misunderstanding. Thank you for
Damn, I
clarifying.
got so
that.
mad.
Can I
Towards the
ask, do you
debate.
think that your intuition would be different if you were or had been raised in a different country?
It's funny. That was it. Okay. I wanted to see what people said.
No matter
they were
where
pissed.
you
They
were
were
raised,
mad.
it would have all roots would have led to Islam.
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Well, then that's
But I don't.
interesting.
But I don't think like my environment is correct. That like the social. It's like these facts can explain those can solidly explain my intuition. I don't think so.
So then how would we suss out one intuition from another? What if completely different intuitions and conflicting?
Conflicting intuitions, like you
Sure.
mean like if you have a different intuition?
Can I give you an example? I intuitively do not believe that God exists because it doesn't make sense to me. Animals are the only branch of life so far that we know of that have conscious states. And so it would be extremely surprising for me to find that the natural laws came from an agent, a mind. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just
It's a
saying
good point,
that
Joshua
it would
Lee.
not
Good
be
to see you, bud.
intuitive to me.
Well, yeah, but I'm fine with that. I mean, if it's not intuitive to you, sure.
Yeah, apparently I pissed him off bad.
Sure, but doesn't that mean we're stuck?
My intuition is truth conducive. I'm gonna.
That's true, Avi. They did.
Justifier.
So can I ask, do we have reason to doubt intuition?
Do we have reason to doubt intuition?
Yeah, do
Well,
we have
it could be like
defeaters for
if you
intuition?
have some type of an intuition, and then there are reasons to doubt that specific intuition. But in the case of God, I don't think there are any reasons for me, at least, to doubt my intuition.
What about type 1 and type 2 errors, anthropocentric fallacies, appeals to authority, appeals to human nature? Like, it seems like our intuitions tend to have a bias towards things like us. And there's lots of examples of this, like God did lightning, God did thunder, God did echoes, God did earthquakes, all wrong every time. In fact, every time everyone has had an intuition of a God and we've tested it, it's been wrong 100% of the time. It seems like
What do you mean
we have
it has
definitive
been
reason.
wrong?
God did lightning, God did thunder, echoes. There's been a God for literally every force known to man, and they were all wrong. It was actually electromagnetism and the weak and strong force that did those things.
Heck, there's a chapter in the Bible about how there's a chapter in the Bible. There's a chapter in I think it's in Job, or I think so. When they describe that God creates the winds, that the winds come from God.
Well, that's to assume that, like, in the case of like the God lightning and whatever you're talking about, that the justification was an intuition.
Yes, so
And
there was,
and I think even if that was the case, I mean, that's not like, I mean, for me, I take my intuition to be reliable due to my past experience, right? So I can.
well, the question is
yeah.
Well, the question is, we have examples of intuitions that we have, and we can empirically prove that these intuitions are a common trait of humans that are wrong consistently. That seems to be a defeater for those intuitions, such as intuitions of a god or a agent of some kind in places that we can't verify. So
you just assume that in those instances, right?
Well, no,
people
this is
believe
I'm not.
that-
No, this isn't an assumption. This is empirically proven. So we empirically proven these are intuitions.
So your
Hey, Sydney
claim
Winston,
is
good to
that
see you.
Whenever people
Appreciate that. That guy kind of annoyed
back
me.
then tried to explain, natural phenomena by introducing some God, that their justification was their intuition.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Well, that is the case. I'm not sure. It's the same intuition you have, the exact same. Like, what do you think the difference is?
Why is it the same intuition?
Can I give
Because
an
it's the
example?
same brain.
And why is it the intuition?
I'll give you an example. Let's just take lightning. We didn't know why lightning happened. And so we said a God did it. Now, we don't know where the universe came from. And right now, without that, many theists say, well, a God created the universe. But so far, as T-Jump has been pointing out, experientially, every time that we figure something out, the God just seems to dissipate.
What do you mean? Like you said back then, people believed that God existed and that God caused lightning, etc. And now, we know that lightning is not necessarily caused by God.
Well, we know absolutely it's the excitation of electrons. So we explain
that's not relevant to his point. It's not relevant. So Nitros, you have an intuition that God exists. They had an intuition that God exists. Both intuitions are of the kind that we know are fallacious.
Wait! You said fallacious? Why is it? Why is my intuition? Oh, 1 second. An intuition is not fallacious. I mean, arguments can be fallacious, but I don't know what it means for intuition to be fallacious.
Certain intuitions that we have are caused by evolutionary biases that don't conform to reality. We know that, and we call these things fallacies. So, like anchoring bias, we have a tendency to put weight into things like a loss aversion bias, where we invest money and we have this intuition that we should continue to invest more money. This is a fallacious intuition. Every example of fallacies, biases.
But it's not an intuition. That's not an intuition.
That is an intuition.
I don't think that's an intuition.
What do you define an intuition as?
I mean, in the case where like the bias you're talking about, I think that more to be some sort of like inherent
subconscious feeling that gives us an inclination to do or act or believe certain things.
Yeah, some sort of like inclination.
That's the definition of intuition.
But in those instances, like for example, we're talking about what's sunk fallacy. I think sunk fallacy it's called like sunk
cost. Yeah, sunk cost fallacy.
But mostly that's going to be, for me at least, I think that's going to be on some level inferential, where you're going to argue, well, look, I've lost this amount of money, therefore, I should,
well, no, it's biological.
Even if I lost this amount of money.
Well, no, it's biological. It's in the brain.
I think this to me is some sort of like inferential.
No, it's not. It's biological. It's an intuition. It's not. That's wrong. It's not. This is biological in the brain due to evolution. It's there before you even experience anything. It's the same as all intuition.
Like, I don't know what it means for an intuition to be fallacious. I mean, fallacious. Or when we talk about like
fallacious, just means the rationale. Okay, so one second. Stop. Fallacious just means a system of reasoning that we know is consistently false. That's all it means. So
but intuition is not a system of reasoning.
Hold up. Yes, it is. It's a thing you use to come to conclusions. So it's a system of reasoning. And so if you have a intuition that leads you to a conclusion, and that intuition has been shown to be false consistently in the past, that is a defeater for that intuition being a justification.
Yeah, wait a second. 1 second. Firstly, you said that intuition is a system of reasoning. I don't know what it means for the intuition to be a system of reasoning. Like I said, fallacies are taken to 1 second. When we talk about
it's irrelevant to my point.
Apply to, can I talk?
Well, if you address the point, because I asked you a specific question.
Oh my God, just let me finish, right? So, in the case of fallacies, when we're talking about fallacy, we're talking about inferences, right?
No, this is irrelevant to the point.
In the case of intuition is not an inference. I mean, intuition can be used can be used to infer something, but the intuition is not an inference itself. So it cannot be a fallacy.
Irrelevant, literally irrelevant. It is a fallacy. This is irrelevant.
No, it's not a fallacy.
Wait, stop. I don't care about your irrelevant semantics. Your irrelevant semantics. Stop, or you're going to get muted. Stop, or you're going to get muted. Stop now. What you're bringing up is irrelevant semantics to dodge the point. Now, I gave you a completely valid argument here that disproves that your intuition is justifiable. You have no justification by using intuition, because every person who believed God created lightning was the same intuition. It's the thing that is caused by evolution that gives us faulty beliefs or faulty intuitions to believe things that are consistently false. And you have that. So right now, you would need to give some kind of evidential justification that your justification, or that your intuition is somehow not faulty as every other human intuition is. Bringing up semantic arguments about what you can classify as a fallacy here is irrelevant, because everybody in the audience now understands my point. So you trying to make a semantic argument here is irrelevant. We know people's intuitions about agency is false. You have an intuition about agency, which means it's likely false. You can unmute now.
Yep.
He's okay.
Wait, if you mute me once more, I'll leave the stage. Anyways, this guy, he said he brought a valid argument. Whether it's valid or not doesn't matter. Well, it matters, but it isn't as important as whether it's sound or not. So you brought that argument. I want you to show me how that argument is sound.
I heard the Every as well. Every person. I heard that.
Was that the intuition of those people, and we know
the first proposition is that.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Oh, sorry, I misread that. I thought you were leaving.
Can I finish, please?
You asked me a question.
Intuition of those
what is the
people
first premise?
is the exact same intuition as me. I don't accept that. Can you show me how that proposition is true?
Yes, because we can show exactly the part of the brain that causes this intuition. We can show exactly the history that this intuition is based upon. We can show exactly
wait. You said this intuition. What intuition?
Hey, Grim Skeptic.
Intuition of agency. It's called type 1, type 2 error, hyperactive.
Because I don't believe it's the same intuition as they have. And I don't even know.
Oh, no. We can prove this. Wait, hold up. We can prove this.
The groups of people you've been referring to.
Was
some type of an intuition.
We can prove this. This has been.
Good to see you, NA.
We don't get an opinion on it. We have a list. Shush. We have a list of fallacies, biases, illusions, delusions, misconceptions, all in psychology, philosophy, that these have been listed, that these are things that the human mind does, which are fallacious. One of those is called a hyperactive agency dissection, type 1 and type 2 errors. If you have any phenomenon, and you feel an intuition that this thing was caused by an agent, that is a fallacious intuition.
That's
type
not
1 and type 2 errors.
This
has been proven. You don't get to dispute this.
This shows the absolute.
This has been proven. This is academically
me
proven.
Having an intuition. One second. Me having an intuition that some God exists. That intuition is fallacious. I don't know what it even means for my intuition that God exists.
You're bringing up the irrelevant semantics.
An intuition is not an inference. So it cannot be fallacious in the first place.
You're bringing up the irrelevant semantics again, not addressing the point.
I think what you want to say is that
No, I said exactly what I want to say. It's fallacious.
Oh my! Can I finish?
No, because you keep saying irrelevant semantics.
You want to propose these.
You're not addressing my point. You're not addressing my point.
These dialectical norms, such as don't.
No. This is a fact.
Such as don't interrupt me. But as soon as I speak,
because you're not addressing the point. Stop. Answer the point.
Because I was
answer the point.
If you don't let me finish,
you need to answer the point. I made a claim. Your intuitions are fallacious. This is a fact. You don't get an opinion. You don't get to address semantics. I don't care about your semantics. This is a proven fact that you can just Google the fallacies. We know these things. This is an intuition people have. It is a fallacious intuition. And so if you can't answer the question of why you think your magical special intuition is not the same fallacious intuitions that all other humans have had through history, then you have no justification. He left, which is fine.
Thank you for coming up. We'll go ahead and pull Avery next.
He got really mad. He apparently got really mad at me in the chat. I was kind of wanted to ask him about that. Well, Avery got mad at me too. So,
Avery, thank you for joining us.
I didn't get mad at you. I just wanted to chill. Anyway, hello. I actually wanted to come up to talk. I originally raised my hand to come up to talk to what was it, Castle Kingside, because he just seems so nice. I wanted to talk to that man.
Yeah, you had a question. I regret that I didn't see your question just before Castle Kingside left, or else I would have tried to ask him. I'm sorry for missing that. Did you want to just raise your question real quick, and we can have a short discussion about it? We'd be happy to. And are you a theist or an atheist? Or?
I'm an atheist. I mostly wanted to come up here, so just like join you guys and add my 2 cents if another like theist came in, because I did have.
Please do.
I've I've had like a lot of things to say, but I just like haven't been able to.
Well, why don't we start with your question for Castle Kingside, and maybe you want to delve into that quickly if you don't mind. That'd be great.
Yeah, sure. So I was interested because it seemed like he was very genuine, but I just don't think he was like very educated on these philosophical topics. So I wanted to try and kind of explain this kind of stuff in like layman's terms. I was hoping that might be more productive. So my question was like, because he was trying to justify belief in God from the heart. So I was going to ask, well, okay, if your friend went to jump off a building because they had wings from their heart, would you stop them? Should you impede on that friend's belief?
So, go ahead.
You should send him a direct message and ask him directly because he's not one of the speakers on the stage. So
yeah, no problem. That's fine. We're just reviewing a question that was going to come up.
Yeah, I was just tempted to go into that like line of reasoning of moral responsibility for following the evidence.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, and what I'll do is I'll raise a parallel question so that we're not talking directly about Castle Kingside since he's not here right now. There was one that came up in Twitter recently. Somebody had asked if it's in a discussion about abortion and that sort of stuff. They asked if I saw somebody was going to commit suicide by jumping out in front of a vehicle, would I intervene and try to stop that? And I think that's an important thing to do in society where we do value life. There are ways people can go about it that doesn't cause problems for others. The act of committing suicide, the way it was presented, made it sound like it should be entirely their choice. In a sense, there's truth to that, but it's also, there's an ethical issue because it's involving a third party, a driver of a motor vehicle who is not expecting it to happen. And then that can disrupt their day. They could be on their way to a job interview and now they get deterred from that. And then they
Not
can't
sure
get
why
that
we're talking to
employment.
this guy.
Or there could be other things going on. And it also will probably create trauma for the vast majority of drivers out there because they don't want to do that. And they're going to feel terrible about having run somebody over, even though it's not their fault. It just creates a lot of disruption and causes a lot of problems that could be avoided if it was done differently. So actually stopping that person from jumping out in front of traffic is a good thing to do because not only does it save their life, it also prevents disruption to other people's lives. That can be completely avoided and is totally unnecessary.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't know if there's anyone who would disagree with that one. Yeah, I was just really interested in going down the line of like, are you morally obligated to follow the evidence? I remember hearing a quote once, and I don't remember where it came from, but the quote was, if we don't know better, or wait, if we don't know better, we don't know how to do better. So I would have liked to present something like that to Castle Kingside and see what his response would have been.
Well, definitely DM him. You can talk to him that way.
I will.
That way you won't have to. And I understand that me kind of going off on the way he talks may have incensed a few people in the chat. I noticed that it incensed you. I was like this, but we've had him up on the stage a number of times, and the way he talks, the cadence and the tonality that he utilizes is deceptive and is manipulative, which is why it irritated me to that point. That's what he's invoking, and so that's why I have a problem with that. If he just wants to speak normally to an individual, that it's an active choice. So that's why I got irritated. It's like the fourth time. I think it's like the fourth time he's been on the stage, and we've had to listen to it. So
he's still on here. He's DMing me.
We get back on topics soon.
Probably hit him up and
yeah. Sorry for getting off topic. Yeah, no, that's fine.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for myself, I'm not bothered. by people
remember, guys, this is the T-Dump show, so we gotta get on.
I don't mind that people use a different accent or different style of speaking, but I can see why it can be kind of bothersome if it's going on and on over and over again.
It's emotionally manipulative. That's the only issue. It's an emotional manipulation, and it's blatant and it's obvious, and I just got sick and tired of that point, because the harder he went, the more the greater the affectation, and it's a conscious choice. So
why are you saying this?
Aaron, yes, you quite the drawl there. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, first of all, I want to present some prediction about the prophet that came through today. Is that okay?
Okay. Sure. Is it the prophet of Islam or prophet of a different religion?
Islam.
Okay, go ahead.
So I will post the link, the reference to you guys. And then I will
tell us. We have people who are listening and not reading, so if you could just give us maybe, we'll give you a minute to present the idea so we can discuss the concept with you.
Yes, so many.
That's just like your opinion,
I have a few
man.
predictions that I'm going to discuss with. So I posted.
We'll give you a minute, so you can maybe pick one or pick two, whatever fits in that time, and then approximately a minute, hopefully, will be enough for you.
Did you post it in the Theist Helpline text chat then?
Yes, I just posted one.
Yes,
So,
he has. This is going to be good.
Can we get to it?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
okay,
Yeah, because we're on
so
T-Jump's timetable here.
in the hadith here, the prophet predicted the abortion. So it says a woman will be taken and her stomach ripped open, then what is in her womb will be taken out and discarded for fear of giving birth. I posted the reference to you guys.
Wait, how is this a prediction? Abortions happened before Muhammad existed. So prediction means before something happens. If abortions were already going on, then it's not a prediction.
No,
it's a post-prediction.
It's also another thing that only happened today. You said something happened today. Can we get to that part?
Yes, but not read the text. It says a woman will be taken. And
I know the
her
text.
stomach-
I know the text. I'm curious about what happened today that fulfilled the prophecy. What happened today?
The C surgery when a woman when they take a baby from a
That's
woman.
been happening. That's been happening for decades. So what happened today?
No, but in his time, this didn't happen.
Yeah, but you said something happened today.
Oh, Peter,
that
Peter, he
fulfilled
doesn't mean
prophecy.
literally today. He means to modern times. He doesn't mean literally today.
Yes,
Okay.
modern time.
Okay.
So
But-
thank you.
Thanks for the clarification.
But
Thank you.
God doesn't seem to have a problem with abortion. I know it's not the Quran, but in the Bible, there is a potion that an unfaithful woman can take, or a test of unfaithfulness. That
I feel
is.
you, Aaron Reese,
So
sometimes.
the woman just flows right through. So
I don't think he's arguing against abortion. So he's making a predictive argument. So what's the
He's saying
prediction?
I'm looking
these
at it, but
sections
what's
predict the end of the world.
Well, it says discarding the unborn is a sign of Judgment Day coming, and we've been discarding the unborn for a while now. It's not a sign of the
No,
Judgment
it's not
Day.
like that. It's not
Okay,
like
Aaron, yes, I just want to clarify with you. This is a show where we don't sit around and read documents. This is one where people will present an argument. So if you want to present your argument verbally, that'll be great. We're not going to sit here and read and sit here quietly while everybody sits and reads. This is not a study group like that. It's not that kind of show. Yeah.
But I wanted to give you the reference so that you guys check it.
The reference is fine, but telling us to read it is not good. You have to present the argument to us if you want to discuss it. Yeah.
So this thing didn't happen in the past, in the time of the prophet, and it only happened in the modern age when they take a baby from when they take
what thing? What thing?
Abortion.
Abortion.
No.
When they take
Or abortions
Abortions-
happened in the time of the prophet. Oh, that's wrong.
So you think it did happen? They caught the woman, the stomach of the woman, and it's still alive.
Yeah, in Second Kings, which was written around between I think 500 and 600 BC, they make reference to ripping open pregnant women's stomach and killing the fetus.
And in Christianity, which is older than Islam, goes back over 2,000 years. They have a concoction in the Book of Numbers for inducing an abortion. So abortion has been something that's been practiced quite a long time, for long before Islam was around. So to say that it wasn't happening at the time of your prophet Muhammad is incorrect.
Aaron, yes. Hold on. One quick thing. So I produced a show where we read Aaron, yes, hold on. I produced a show where we read the Quran cover to cover. So here's the thing: the Quran doesn't address intentional abortion. Not anywhere in the entire book. There are opinions of Islamic scholars when it comes to a pregnancy, whether it can be terminated or not. But there are time out. I'm not finished. Let me finish.
Relevant.
There are no explicit prohibitions on a woman's ability to have an abortion under Islamic law.
He doesn't care. He never made that argument. He doesn't care.
Yeah,
it's irrelevant.
is right.
So Aaron's argument is that C-sections or physically cutting the woman's body open didn't happen before the Quran. That is false. They weren't called C-sections back then. They did cut women's chests open to get babies out, but they were pretty much always lethal. These did exist prior to the existence of Muhammad.
Yep, they were lethal. Yes.
Yes, there's records of C-sections taking place in both ancient Greece and ancient Rome.
Okay. Do you have a reference for that, guys?
Also, I don't see how this passage mentions a C-section.
He's specifically referring to the cutting open of the belly. It doesn't. C-section. It wasn't called a C-section back then. He's saying that people did not cut open women's bellies to remove babies prior to Muhammad.
But I'm saying the link that he's giving has passage. The hadith that he is referencing does not talking about C-sections.
Don't ever look at the references. Ignore everyone's references at all times. Never look at the references. What he said, there's no C-sections. And it's false.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. Do you guys have a reference to what you say? To what you are saying?
The Roman law under Caesar decreed that all women who were so fated by childbirth must be cut open, hence a caesarean. Other possible late origins of the word come from cut and from applied to born postmodern operations. So yes, the first ones were under Caesar in the Roman law, or which are now referred to as caesarean sections.
Well, and actually it goes back to and I think hey Peter, hang on.
Hold on. The link he provided isn't speaking about C-section. It's
ignore the
what
I was ignore
discarding the unborn as a sign of Judgment Day coming.
And to
we're not reading the link.
To piggyback on what and Aaron, yes, to piggyback on what T-Jump was talking about, about the thing about Caesar. Okay, but there are references to cesareans at what we call cesarean section now. The term C-section or cesarean section didn't come around until about the 17th century, but the process. There are references to the process of what we call cesarean section in ancient Hindu, Egyptian, Grecian, Roman, and other European folklore. So ancient Chinese etchings depict the procedure on apparently living women. So yes, this is an ancient thing of cutting a child out of a woman who either can't give birth naturally, we got to get the kid out of them, and oftentimes they were fatal.
I believe I will check it later. Should I move to the next one?
Well, no, I just put a point before we go. It was to just throw out that reference. You should not use that. If you were trying to use that hadith as a methodology for why you thought they were the first in C-sections, that is not true, like T-Jump was saying.
Also, if you're going to claim...
It says her stomach ripped open. That's why I said it.
So, Aaronis, the problem is that there's no point in going on. So if you're claiming that the book is perfect and prophetic, and it only takes one defeated prophecy for the whole book to be invalidated in its perfection and prophecy. Doesn't it say that it is a perfect book and that if even one mistake is found in it, then it's false?
What?
Do you think that it's okay for it to have a prophecy that's bullshit that already happened before it was even made?
So you think, what do you mean a woman will be taken and her stomach ripped open? This happened before the time of the prophet?
Yes.
It happened in Persia around 1000 AD. It's documented.
We have documented history of the medical procedure being done throughout human history.
That'd be 1000 CE.
I can check it later. Can you post it?
In 1000 AD.
No, dude. But here's the point, Aaron. As Ix just pointed out to you. You claimed that the text made a prediction We're explaining to you how it was not a prediction; it was a description of things that were currently happening at the time. So human beings had knowledge. Human beings had knowledge of this process, and human beings have been carrying out this process centuries before the Quran was ever written. So it's debunked. So if it's debunked,
in the records of the Grand Historian in China, the Yellow Emperor had 6 sons, all born by, as it says, cutting open the body. This happened 223 BCE.
No. It's not about that. It's about abortion. Like
it literally says, as you stated, cutting open the body.
So he's talking about using it to kill the baby, not to save the baby. It's the same thing. It doesn't make a difference.
Okay. Should I move to the next?
Yes, move to the next one. Move to the next one.
Okay. So interest. The Quran, I have six of them. So interest. The next one is about interest. So the Prophet. Should I post the reference to you guys?
No, do not. Paul, just tell us. Just tell us what it is.
Okay. There will come a time when there will be no one left who does not consume riba interest, and whoever does not consume it will nevertheless be affected by its dust.
Consume what?
I can't understand him.
Consume interest.
Consume what?
Like interest, like bank interest?
Yes, interest. The system of interest.
What about it?
So, and whoever does not consume it will nevertheless be affected by its dust. So
there's
I know that
societies like the Paraha who are completely outside of our society who don't have interest and are not affected by it.
Okay, so I think what Ernest may be referring to is that this idea under Islam that people shouldn't be charging interest to each other in matters of money. Is that correct?
No, it's not like that. So the system of interest, people all over the world today are using it. So people who are not using it today, they are affected by its dust. So it's so widespread that people, even if they didn't affect it, they will get. They have, like, for example, they are affected by its dust.
So the way it works in the Islamic banks is they don't charge interest, but instead they charge administration. Instead, they charge administration fees, which amount to pretty much the same amounts as interest. So it still costs the same in the end. They're just playing word games and giving it a different name so they can say that they object to this whole Western idea.
Randolph, his argument is that the Quran predicts that in the future there is a time where interest will affect all people on earth. That's his argument. He's not saying it's bad or good. This is completely irrelevant.
Not the Quran, but the Hadith, the Prophet.
Okay, but that's
the background is important here because they're trying to claim superiority for not having interest charges in their banking system, but they have administration fees which amount to about the same as interest in the end.
Well, that's just irrelevant to what Aaron is saying. What Aaron is saying, it's a prediction and it's false. So there are many cultures that do not have interest.
I'm just giving background, but I agree it's false.
Why it's false?
There are cultures that don't have interest and are not affected by trade with cultures that do have interest, so they are unaffected by interest, like the Paraha.
No.
Like
just one second. Just one second. So Muslims don't take interest, even though it's not about that they take or they don't take. It has to do with that the system will be very spread. That even if you don't take for interest, you will be affected by its dust. Like it will.
Yeah, the Amish and the North Sentinelese aren't affected by anybody's interest rates.
There are people who are separated from all countries who take interest. So there's a country that has no interest and has no trade with any countries that have interest. They are completely isolated. They live in the jungle. They don't trade with us. They are unaffected by interest. They have zero interest in anything ever.
So you don't think that the interest system will overwhelm them, like will hit them in the future?
No.
Like they will affect. Why not?
They don't have money. They can't be charged interest. They don't have money.
Well, it's also important to note. That Aaron, you said this was a prediction, and the prediction came true. T-Jump already explained to you how it has not come true, and you just saying that how do you know if it won't come true in the future? That still debunks your claim that it's a prediction that came true.
it doesn't debunk my claim because the interest system is so spread open that even people today.
Okay, you know what? I think you're not hearing what's being said here.
Yeah.
There are societies on this planet that are not involved any way at all with the economics of any other countries in the world. So they're not impacted in any way by this by interest rates because they don't pay interest. They don't pay anything at all. So the prediction that it'll affect everybody is wrong. So that's two predictions down. I think that
I think he's talking.
I don't know what the other
Ezekiel.
predictions are, but I'm gonna predict that they're probably all gonna get shot down. So go ahead.
Just 1 sec. Can you guys give me a nation that doesn't just to check it later?
The T-Jump referenced the Paraha people in the Amazon rainforest, and I think that's where they are. Yeah, that is spelled Paraha, and there are other societies like that as well.
The Paraha also have the Paraha also have no word for God in their language.
Yeah,
also,
true.
Sweden currently has 0% interest rate. Just FYI.
There's also the Sentinelese people, and then usury or interest rates are pretty much illegal on every Indian reservation in the country of the United States.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I do.
Should I move to the next one?
Cool fact.
Yeah.
Should
I think, Aaron, yes, in the interest of time, I think we should just do only one more prediction. So pick whatever one you think is the best one, and let's hear that.
Choose wisely because you're 0 for 2.
Yeah, just pick the best one. Give us your haymaker. Come on.
Okay. If this one is good, then I get to give another one.
No,
just
we only have time for one more. That's all.
Oh, why, guys?
So it's already pointed out that if you have a book that claims to be prophetic and it makes false predictions, you don't need to go through every prediction until you get one right. You need to find one that it gets wrong to debunk the whole thing.
We'll give you a consolation prize. If you can give a good argument, we'll become theists.
So these are from just to clarify, these are from the Hadith, not the Quran. So technically, they don't disprove the Quran.
Yeah, we are being charitable by willing to hear a third one here. So please go ahead and pick whatever you think is the best one of the ones you've got left, and we'll hear it. We can maybe examine the other ones in a future episode.
Why would a Hadith be taken to be prophetic at all?
Because people do that, but it's just irrelevant to the point. So, Aaron, what's your third point? What's your third argument? Are you there?
He's probably just trying to decide which one. Aaron, yes. Are you able to hear us?
Can you clarify, T-Jump? Did he say that a Hadith is a prophecy?
He's using these as predictions from the Hadith. Yes.
But how is that? I mean, the Hadith is not from God. It is just about the Quran. So why would that matter?
Because it's his religion. There are lots of silly religions.
He started off by presenting these as predictions.
But this would be like saying that I have a prediction in the Talmud, and that is a prophecy from God. When
I thought like the Hadith is kind of like the Talmud.
Well, it'd be more like Joseph Smith in Mormonism saying that he makes predictions that were inspired through a secondary person, but he's not actually Jesus. So it's perfectly fine to think that extension of the religion makes predictions. It's just silly, which is fine because most religions are silly.
It wasn't the second reading of his golden plates something that yielded somewhat different results anyway.
Oh boy. Aaron, are you there?
No.
It looks like he had connection issues. So who's next on the docket, Taco?
Yeah, we've got Kaizu Maru.
Hello, Kaiser Amaru. Umaru. I hope we're saying your name right. Please correct me. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Can I just explain my background real quick and posit like a question or a debate?
Sure, but first, can you just start by saying your name so we know how to pronounce it properly?
Well, my username Kaiser Umaru. Kaiser comes from the German word for emperor. I just thought it was cool, so that's what.
Yeah, thank you, Kaiser Umaru. We'll do our best to pronounce your name right. Go ahead.
Everybody you can just say Kaiser if you want. I don't know, or Kai.
How come everybody got to kick it like
anyway,
Kaiser?
Right now, I'm a guy in college. I'm about to turn 20. For most of my life, for 18 years of my life, I was atheist. I grew up in an atheist household, and I was you know, I just didn't
Hey,
like
UKPI,
organized
good to see you.
religion
Robbie,
because
good to
I
see you
like
too.
of my Japanese side, like Japan itself doesn't trust organized religion. But when I came to college in August, like after being like influenced by like some Catholic ideas or Christian ideas about like usury and stuff like that, I kind of became interested in it, and then decided to join a Christian group on my campus last August, and decided to convert to Catholicism. And I've been reading the Bible since then and learning day by day. So my debate topic is like, okay, this is probably gonna be very interesting to hear, but I believe
Is he holding a Princess Bride
is
wedding?
the creation of the kingdom of heaven on earth. Well, how do you
Lots
feel
of
about
people
that?
starve to death apparently in the kingdom of heaven.
Well, you know, the media lies about a lot of stuff, so.
Well, they didn't.
The
I just want to clarify. They didn't lie about the dead bodies. There's lots of skeletons that the media doesn't lie
Yeah,
about.
but why did they die? That's my question.
Starvation.
Well,
Yeah, the lack of
the
food.
kingdom,
like
the kingdom,
which event you're referring
sorry,
to? Like
I'm trying to respond, Kaiser. I'm trying to respond to you. The kingdom of
Yeah.
heaven does seem very much like a communist regime when you look at it. There's no democracy there. People have to do everything that the God tells them to do. God provides everything for them. There's no different wages that people are making. Everyone basically earns the same amount, which seems to be zero. But there's a lot of parallels with communism in the as it's been implemented from what we see from the descriptions of the Christian heaven. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, and also they banned usury, so that's another important.
So,
aspect.
Kaiser, legitimately, I've when I was a Christian, I've done mission trips. I've seen people starving to death in this world.
Okay,
So,
but when was this? Can you refer to me when and where? Like,
mission trips when I was back with the church.
Yeah, but like, was this back when the USSR was around, or I just don't know when this?
No, this was in the 90s.
90s. What country? What country?
Tanzania.
Tanzania. Oh, that was like. Okay, that was like a Soviet aligned country. Yeah, okay.
People were.
I did not like
Kaiser. Not even close. But I've seen with my own eyes people starving to death because they do not have access to food or clean water.
Yeah, I've never denied that.
Can you tell us what continent that country is on, please?
What do you say?
What continent is the country of Tanzania on?
Africa.
Which part of Africa?
It's like East Africa.
Are you sure about that?
I want to
yes,
understand.
It's like
how
on
this-
the coast.
One
It's
sec,
on the
one sec.
coast of East Africa.
I don't understand why you're bringing up communism. So you think communism is like heaven on earth, which is
Yeah,
why,
because
what is
it's
the topic?
intertwined. It's very intertwined with Christianity and the Abrahamic religions.
But you're also
I
telling
doubt it.
people that.
Well,
don't
you did
believe
doubt it, but I'm
in
just
heaven.
raising the topic so we can talk about it.
Sure, but Kaiser, I want to know why you believe in a God. I'm against the notions of like prophethood and stuff. Yes, like we have no good reason so far to believe that a God exists.
Okay,
I want to know if
so
you found one.
wait, what are those good reasons that God doesn't exist? I don't get that.
Oh, well, I would say I said that there are no good reasons that God does not exist, but I would say if you would like me to give a reason myself personally,
give a
it's
reason.
because there is no minds that have been without a brain or a body. It appears that physics does not need to come from an agent.
Okay, wait, so who do you like? What created the universe? Like what?
I don't-
What created?
Oh,
The
and
Big
also-
Bang Theory? Is it the Big Bang Theory?
That is also it could be what T-Jump said, but it's not created, it's how did the universe form.
If I may, and before we get off into this big long topic, Kaiser, the point is you believe in a God, right?
Yeah, I believe in God.
You believe in a God. We're
Christ
atheists.
is
We
king.
don't. The stage is not
Wait,
about
you
us.
don't? You
Kai,
don't?
no, we don't. We do. I'm an atheist. The atheist on the stage, Jack
Oh,
Burton,
it
is a
says
deist.
Theist Helpline.
But as an atheist, we don't believe in a God. Okay.
I see.
This stage is
wait,
not for
I
us.
wanna
But
ask a question. I wanna ask a question.
Kaiser. this stage is not for us to justify our atheism, because understanding how the universe formed, evolution, abiotic, just like this, our atheism is not predicated on this. Atheism is predicated on the fact that there is no sufficient evidence to justify the belief in a God. Okay, not to mention the concept of a God often entails logical contradictions and incoherency. For example, like a good reason to not believe in a God is because belief in a God is irrational, and irrational beliefs often lead to irrational behaviors. So that's a good reason not to believe in a God. So here's the question. So why do you believe in it?
Well, because it's simply a fact. I mean, what
opinions are facts now.
Wow. It's a fact. So how do you know that it's a fact?
Well, more like how can you disprove it's not a fact? That's what I'm asking.
No, I can definitely disprove a God.
Okay, disprove it right now. Disprove it.
Okay, which God are we talking about?
Well, just God. The concept of God in general. I'm just talking about the concept.
So no, a concept is not something that gets disproved. That's just the description of an idea.
Well, what do you want to disprove? What God?
Okay, so it's a god or a goddess. What does it tell us about your deity?
Okay, well, let's just go with the Christian God. Can you disprove Christian God?
Okay.
I'll take it. There's a logical contradiction in omniscience. God can't know everything, while at the same time not knowing what it's like to not know something.
Yeah.
Therefore, he can't exist. He can't be omniscient. Therefore, the Christian God doesn't exist.
Okay, so there's nothing that has like inner contradictions, like Hegel dialectics. There's no contradictions, or like if it's contradictions, then it's false. If there's
contradictions.
I just trying to understand your view.
If it's a contradiction, then that means at some point God doesn't exist. And so even if it's a contradiction and God both does exist and doesn't exist, then God doesn't exist. And I've disproved it.
Let me give you an example. Okay. This is kind of different. So let's see. Okay, so did you know George Washington didn't want any parties, right?
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, but do you agree that in essence that means it's actually a one-party state in the sense that there's no party?
What does this have to do with anything?
I'm just saying the fact that there can be like everything that's completely infinite is also nothingness at the same time.
Kaiser, hang on a second.
Stupid.
What T-Jump was pointing out is that if the God that you believe in, by virtue of its attributes, they entail logical contradictions, and logical contradictions cannot exist, then we can say that version of your God does not exist because it's logically contradictory. Okay? So either your God doesn't have those attributes or it doesn't exist. So you have to redefine your God to fit. So the question is yes, that's what I said. If we're talking about a God who has particular attributes that entail logical contradictions, we can say that thing does not exist because it can't exist.
So you're disproving Hegel's dialectics here.
No, I'm disproving the asserted God based upon specific attributes.
Let me explain.
No, Kaiser, this is pseudo-intellectual nonsense. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You haven't even let me talk.
Dialectics do not entail that a thing which has contradictory proproperties can exist.
Well, just to clarify,
I'm a liberal? Okay, you don't know me very well, buddy.
Kaiser. I think like J.L. Warren was going to debunk, and T-Jump did. I'll tell you, the Christian God, there is a paradox, a contradiction there that I see. Because Christian, and I'll tell you, I'm going to answer. You want someone to disprove it, so I'm going to do it right now. The Christian God has a number of omni characteristics. One is omnipotence, another one is omniscience, another one's omnipresence. On and on it goes. So with omniscience and omnipotence, we'll look at those two. If your God, a Christian God, was to predict using his omniscience to know that tomorrow there's going to be sunny weather in my neighborhood, and then tomorrow rolls along, and by tomorrow this God decides to use his omnipotence to change the weather to snow or rain, then they have then invalidated the omniscience they had from the day before. This paradox disproves the possibility of a Christian God existing.
Okay, can I explain the problem with the example you gave?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Well, first of all, like do any of us have like direct communication with God, like average people?
That's not relevant.
Well, if he
It's
doesn't
irrelevant
exist,
because
then
he
answer
just
is
said
no.
God would make a
I don't
prediction,
know.
so it would require us to hear the prediction he's making.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
it wouldn't.
The prediction,
It
the
does-
prediction,
it
the
does
prediction is
matter
not.
the
The
analogy.
prediction.
Oh my
the
goodness
prediction.
gracious.
Hang on, Kaiser. The prediction is not dependent on us observing the prediction. The prediction is dependent on that God making that prediction, and that's why I
Okay,
used
but
in
the
that
thing is
example.
that, like, how do we know that they even predicted it if we didn't even?
This
Doesn't
is
matter.
not an epistemological question, Kaiser. Like I said, you have no idea what you're talking about. This is some like
I
epic
think
levels
you
of
just-
conceptual
you just-
impoverishment.
You're just saying
We are
trust
talking
your
about the
jibber-jabber,
facts of the
trust your
matter.
jibber-jabber,
Kaiser,
trust your
shut
Kaiser,
up.
Kaiser.
Shut up, Kaiser.
Hey,
We're
hey,
talking
just
about
a
the
sec,
facts of the matter. The fact
Kaiser.
of the matter is that if God cannot do something he didn't know he was going to do, then he's not omnipotent. If he can do that, he's not omniscient, because those two properties contradict one another innately. That is what Randolph is trying to tell you in kitty terms, but apparently you don't even have the capacity to grasp that.
Okay.
That is the correct summary of what I'm trying to say, Kaiser. Yeah.
Anyway, I want to say, like, well, let me see. So, do you know about the deist conception of God?
So I guess you're not
We're not
going
gonna do the worldview
Sorry.
bilingualism nonsense.
Hang on. So you're not going to refute what I suggested. Then you're going to move to a new
Well,
topic.
because I did refute that was the idea that people couldn't hear God's prediction. But...
It's irrelevant. I pointed out why that's not relevant. God can make the prediction without telling anybody. The fact I'm dealing with, the fact would be that the God made that prediction and then invalidated that prediction the following day. So that's all that's required. It does not require. It is not. It is not contingent on there being an audience.
Okay, let me give you an example why that's not relevant. Okay, so let's say there's some guy in solitary confinement and he makes a prediction, and that prediction fails. So what does that have?
Oh my God, that's not the question. So Kaiser, the point he's
that's
saying.
The same thing though, because
no,
it's
not.
God.
No, it's not. Kaiser.
But
If God ordains something, let's say he says that on day one the sky will be blue, and then with his all powerfulness goes back in time and makes the sky red. It means he contradicted himself, right? He did one thing and then undid it. Right?
I think you should bring up the Pope in that case, because the Pope can actually be ignored by people.
I don't care about the Pope. If God did one thing, wait, stop. If God did one thing and then knew he did that one thing, but then in the future went back and undid it, that means his knowledge was wrong. It's a contradiction.
So
if God does one
has
thing
a
and undoes it,
consciousness?
yes, that's entailed in the argument.
Can you prove God has a consciousness?
Oh my God!
Isn't that your position?
Well, exactly.
No, that's not really
Kaiser,
my position. I don't know what
what it sounded like.
This dude is trolling.
Well, no, it
No, I'm
sounded
actually
like
not, but
mid-conversation you became
You're
a
the
theist,
trolling, you're stupid.
Kaiser.
I give you the
After
benefit of the
hearing
doubt.
our arguments.
I'm just trying to bring up different conceptions of God to see what you can disprove about. But okay.
So you're not a Christian.
No, I'm a Christian.
What
still
are the
learning
essential
Christian.
properties of God, Kaiser? Like, what attributes can we not take away from an entity before it stops being God?
Just the creator of the universe. That's
safe.
So the only thing that qualifies an entity as being God is that it had something to do with the origins of the universe.
Yeah, because that's
okay.
pretty
So
much
if I were to
central
be able to
every God.
demonstrate a contradiction in that process, would that mean that no concept of God exists?
Well, I mean, if you can actually disprove it, sure.
Sure. So what is the universe?
Yeah, that was a shame. Charlie Welch passed away back on
just
the
a
last month.
manifestation of everything.
The manifestation of everything. I mean, we can. I assume
you know the
Kaiser's,
universe, all the planets, people living, and everything, all matter.
Presumptively, in Kaiser's argument here, when he says universe,
Javier
he
Hara,
literally
another
means
good
everything. So being
good
pedantic about the
contradiction.
differences between cosmos
Because
and universe,
perfect
it
justice
doesn't
is
really
not
matter.
perfect
We'll
mercy.
just assume they're the same things for the purpose of the argument. But the point is that in Kaiser's viewpoint, God, the only characteristic that an entity requires to be God is that they created everything. But the problem is that creation is a causal relationship.
Okay.
And you can't have causal
Can you-
relationships with things. Hold on. You
Okay.
can't have causal relationships
Kaiser
with things that
Sose,
don't
more like
exist.
Kaiser
You can't have any
So-so.
kind of a relationship with a
Okay,
thing
but
that doesn't exist.
then what created the universe? Can you provide?
I don't believe that it was created.
Oh,
So that's begging the question,
okay,
Kaiser.
Okay,
Kaiser,
so do you believe
don't-
in the Big
Kaiser,
Bang Theory?
No, Kaiser, it's irrelevant. Kaiser, it's
Well, I
irrelevant.
don't know
Okay,
what you're trying to like.
you're-
If you can't posit anything that
Kaiser,
actually
stop. No.
contradicts a different polar.
Argument from it. No. I'm
So you just
I'm
like
positing.
doubt. You just
Kaiser,
doubting yourself.
shut up.
Shut up.
I am positing a modal contradiction in the concept that one singular entity could have created everything else from a state of non-existence.
Okay.
That's an
Okay.
incoherent process.
What's
1
your
plus
alternative?
0 does not equal like infinity. That doesn't happen. So if there
What's
was
your
ever any state of
alternative?
affairs, shut up. We're not done. I'm not
What's
done.
your alternative? I
Shut
don't see any alternative.
up.
Shut up, Trotsky.
Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna
All right,
have to
we're
fucking
not doing
open
that.
this
Yeah, he's
phone.
done. Yeah,
We'll
he's
move on.
done.
Yeah, he asked for that.
He's a
being
fucking
put down,
troll,
but
man.
Xerxes, thank you for summarizing what I said. You did it very well.
As I say, like if we have this entity that created everything else, right? That means that this entity had to have a causal relationship with things that didn't exist, which is in and of itself an incoherency. That's a logical contradiction. So any being which is defined as creating everything that exists is already contradicting itself, because a thing that exists in a state of affairs where only that thing exists doesn't have anything else to interact with or affect to facilitate some formal cause. That's absurd.
Yeah, I found it interesting that he, to try to refute what I had presented, that he wanted to ask about some observers being aware of the prediction, and that really isn't required. But he seemed to be having trouble understanding that.
Kaiser Sose, more like Kaiser So-so.
Got him.
Oh,
Hey,
Kaiser,
Taco.
sending love.
Taco, Aaron Yes was interested in coming back to continue with the third prediction. Maybe you didn't see the note. So since we've got NSNG here, let's start with that and then try to get that other fellow back. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, NSNG. How are you?
Hi. My question concerns the conflict, or the possible conflict between truth and happiness or utility. So let's say you value happiness and you value truth, and it is true that no gods exist, and it is true that there's evidence that no gods exist, and it is true that believing in gods makes people happier. Is it then immoral to convince others of the truth?
No.
And it's not actually a fact that belief in God makes people happier.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I'm positing if it's a case.
So no, the fact that something makes someone happy doesn't mean it's therefore immoral to do the thing that doesn't make them happy.
Okay, but let's say you value happiness.
It can also be. I would posit that even though there is a utility there, and the utility makes them happy, like that's the utility they get from it. They get happiness or psychological utility or emotional fulfillment or whatever. Is that it's still irrational, and that it would be more moral, if you want to look at it from my perspective, more moral to alleviate them of that irrationality, to explain that to them so that they can drop it, because irrational beliefs have a tendency to lead to irrational behaviors. Irrational behaviors affect other people and affect others to harmful degrees because they are irrational. So we would say that if we want to make less irrational, if we want to commit less irrational action, we should hold as few irrational beliefs as possible. So whether or not it makes them happy or not is irrelevant. This is like, what are they doing? Is what they believe affecting other people. Can it affect other people? Can the result of that be harmful in the long run, and that we should eliminate those? So yeah, so I would say that just because it makes them happy, no. Ignorance may be bliss, but that doesn't mean that ignorance doesn't have a negative effect.
Now, NSNG, you just raised the preference for happiness. That makes this entire thing subjective. It's one of the most important questions to ask, and I'm glad that you raised that. So yes, happiness is a subjective thing. Not everybody wants happiness. People have different desires and needs in life. Some people want a rigorous, difficult challenge that's hard to get through and doesn't make you happy, but they get satisfied from it. Some people want to feel the experience of having pain inflicted upon them. Masochists, for example, that doesn't make them happy, but it's satisfactory for them.
Like T-Jump.
Yeah. Well, you could also, in the immortal words of Uncle Roger, not everybody deserves happiness.
Even the ones who want it.
And essentially, are you claiming that this is the case, or are you claiming just for the sake of
No, I'm not claiming it is the case. But,
yeah.
It's a hypothetical question, I believe.
Like studies on this go both ways.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that if just believing something that's not true just makes you happy, then there's something wrong with what's making you happy. Like you could just have defective notions of what is happiness.
Okay, but that begs the question a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I would disagree. I think you could be made happy by false things, and that's perfectly fine. But it's irrelevant what makes you happy. Like it would make me happy to have you give me all of your money right now. Does that mean it's immoral for you not to give me all of your money right now? Did you say yes? Because if so, I will take it. Here's my PayPal.
The opinions of T-Jump reflect T-Jump and not the reflections of the attitudes of the stage. So,
well, no, it would decrease my happiness, so no. But like even like if you grant, okay, there are other desires other than happiness, but you still accept there could be persons who have that at the highest value, right?
Sure, but again, like if my highest value was I want all of your money, does that make it immoral for you not to give me all of your money?
I mean, it depends on my desires, I guess, but.
Hey, maybe NSNG, maybe you have some thoughts on this. Jerome Powell from our audience is asking. He's got a question. Is love real or just biochemical reaction? I have proof that I have biochemical reactions when I'm in a relationship with a woman, but I don't have concrete proof of this concept of love.
I have a similar question. What is love, baby? Don't hurt me. But you should answer Randolph's.
Yeah, I would say they're identical, but how does that matter?
I would say what's love got to do with it? I would say what's love got to do with it? Come on.
Oh, snap.
Love is in the air.
Hey, we're 3 for 3. It's up to you now, Theist.
So, NSNG, I guess, did we miss
yes,
part
it does,
of your question
Avi.
by
yes,
any chance, or did you have something that you wanted to add?
Okay, maybe that gets well. Okay, let's just make a hypothetical in a world where everyone just values happiness, or just values happiness and truth, but they value happiness more than truth.
That would be like Brave New World.
That sounds like a neurotic wonderland, actually.
That's like
it sounds like this world. It sounds very much exactly like this world as it is right now.
Oh, T-Jump, I'm going to introduce you to a dominatrix who will tell you that there are people who do not want happiness.
I would say I don't think we're at that Orwellian stage quite yet, but I would say, yeah, the kind of deal where everybody's, like blissfully tripped out on Soma and just lying around doing their thing. This would probably be a really bad state of affairs because I don't think our species would survive long.
So do you also think if everyone is in the experience machine, there's also a bad state of affairs?
No, it'd be fine. It'd be great. If they choose to be there, it'd be great. Yeah.
I think that there's great value in experiencing the whole gamut of of emotions, at least some of the major ones anyway, throughout our lives, so that it kind of makes it easier to get more perspective and understand the value of things more. If all we had was happiness and never the opposite of it, how would we gauge it, for example?
From a past memory, I guess.
Well, then that would be an experience of the opposite of happiness. So,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we need to suffer in the future, right?
I think awareness of these different psychological conditions is actually, even just through experience, is actually helpful to us.
Yeah, well, but are you claiming you need to have them all the time, and as long as you exist?
Oh no, I'm not claiming that.
Okay, then it is sufficient that we had bad experience in the past to know what good experience are.
Yeah, but then of course that doesn't address what I was saying about if we only have happy experiences and never the opposite of that, then we don't have a reliable means of gauging what happiness is.
This is also why I don't think a matrix type of learning is possible, because you would have to give people. We seem to learn through mistakes, through experience, and so without that component, it's hard to imagine what that would even be like.
Weird experimental version of learning through essentially grain grafting with brain grafting with mice, where they take neurons from an artificial set of neurons or neurons from one mouse and splice them onto the other, and the mouse is able to navigate the maze that the other mouse had already learned how to navigate. There's some experimental support that this is possible, but it's very strange animal experimentation at this point.
Ooh, like flatworms.
And SNG, did you have any final thoughts before I guess we're going to try to move on to Aaron? Yes, is that right, Taco?
Yep.
Good. And SNG,
bringing him back.
Something final you'd like to say before we move on?
No, not on this question, no.
I don't know. Apparently, Aaron Yes has a prophecy that is real instead of like the nonsense prophecies provided before. Which I don't know why he would have present that one first. But...
Oh no, it's the third out of the six that we were trying to get him to present. He got disconnected, and he got disconnected. So yeah, we can bring him up to hear that. And I told him that for the next three, we'd do it on another show. Hello, Aaron. Yes, welcome back. Thank you for bringing up your third prediction for us. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me again. Can you hear me, guys?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the next prediction is about the prophet said that the grain of Arabia will become green again. So this prediction says that it will become green again. It means that in the past used to be green, and it also says that in the future it will become green. So it says that. Just let me quote the hadith. 1 second. Arabia revert to be green meadow and rivers again. So I will show you from the Nature magazine and from NASA that in the past the Arabia used to be green. Just 1 second. This is from Nature magazine. And from NASA. 1 second.
What's the prophecy?
The prophecy in the time of the prophet, the Arabia used to be desert, like desert. There is no water and so on. So the prophecy is that it will become green, and it used to be green again in the past.
Okay, but it's still desert. Saudi Arabia is still a desert. It's still like 90-something% desert.
Yes, of course. I will show you 1 second. 1 second.
About a month ago, my dad predicted that our grass was going to get green. We were going to have to mow again. So
no.
April, when that happens, is that like a fulfilled prophecy?
No. I have from Nature magazine that it used to be green in the past. I posted the link from Nature.
Yes, we everyone knows it used to be green in the past. Like every part of the planet used to be green in the past. What's the point? Like, it's not green now, and it hasn't become green.
No, I will show you in the future from NASA.
Okay, it's 95% desert right now. When is it going to become not that?
So I posted from NASA.
From NASA.
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, is this a prediction that's come true?
Yes. As you can see, it is a desert, but as you can see in the images, it's going to become green. See onto
Okay, so climate change. So climate changes. Is that's the prediction that it's making? Climate changes and terrain changes as the climate changes.
So how the prophet in the desert know about that it used to be green in the past?
Because everywhere used to be green.
But
history.
how himself, how he?
Because history, historians tell things to people. Like every society used to say things were green before they were there.
So he trusts the historian that it used to be green and it has meadow and rivers.
Yes, because it does.
Okay, so you're aware of the fact that the Prophet Muhammad is not the first person to have ever occupied the planet Earth, correct?
No, one second, just to respond.
No, hold on, Aaron. Yes, I want you to answer these questions. Is the Prophet Muhammad the first person to ever occupy the planet Earth?
No.
Is he the first person to ever occupy the Arabian Peninsula?
No.
For how many years do you think human beings have lived on the Arabian Peninsula?
But how did he know that this thing can't
Answer
be
the question, Aaron. How many years have people lived on the Arabian Peninsula?
I don't know, maybe millions of years. I don't.
Well, not humans. Humans haven't been around millions of years, but at least tens of thousands.
Okay.
Okay. So in all that time, you don't think that people may have like told stories about the previous prosperity and lusciousness of certain lands that eventually became barren?
No. But this, like for example, this thing can't be seen.
Aaron, the entire Middle East used to be a savanna. Like deserts weren't always deserts. You go back far enough, and Arabia wasn't even Arabia. It was part of Pangaea, which was a supercontinent. But how did the prophet know? Probably because somebody told him. Probably because there's thousands upon thousands of myths and stories and legends detailing the environment of that area prior to its eventual droughtness.
So your best argument is that someone told the prophet about the prophecy, that it used to be green in the past and in the future it will become green. So
people have lived for thousands of years, right? Generation after generation. We have told stories about the way that the land we live in used to look, and now it looks this way, and maybe it'll look this way in the future again.
But
we see repeating weather cycles all the time.
In the Nature magazine that I posted, it says that millions of years ago it used to be green, not 10,000 years ago.
Wait. So Saudi Arabia used to be a lush green forest while early humans were leaving Africa. So it's been green not just millions of years ago, but also tens of thousands of years ago.
No. But in the Nature magazine that I posted.
That's a different time period. It was green in human history. Saudi Arabia was a forest in human history.
Yes.
Yeah, so Saudi Arabia was a forest just 5,500 years ago.
The Smithsonian magazine posted this.
So Saudi Arabia would have been a forest during the time when the Egyptian pyramids were getting built.
No. Do you have at least a reference to that?
I mean, you can just look at the freaking Wikipedia page, but if you need something other than that.
No. I posted. I researched this thing. I only find from Nature magazine that
the Sahara only became a desert like 6,000 years ago. So,
are you talking about Nature.com, which publishes scientific everything?
Yeah, I post. Should I post it again? Just one sec. But I only I shared the NASA link that it said that it will become green again. This thing was seen by the telescopes, and it can't be seen by naked eye. So.
Okay,
you can also see the evidence of the forests that used to occupy Arabia, because like just because the trees get petrified doesn't mean people didn't know what they were.
Okay, so Aaron, yes, I don't think there's any disagreement here that Saudi Arabia used to have green, luscious forests. I'm guessing camels roaming among the trees, and I'm trying to picture that. Should be interesting. And right now it's a desert. So is it that the prediction is saying that it's going to go back to being luscious green forest again in the future?
Yes. I posted the NASA link that
So
shows
what did so you're saying Muhammad predicted this, and what years, approximately what year did he predict that would start to become the case?
He only said that it will revert back to be green again. You can see in the NASA link that they share a
I
picture.
predict that at some point in the ambiguous future,
No, you can't predict
the
because you
Vada
are
will
not
stop being a desert.
You are not less educated men in the desert.
I predict that there will be a woman president in America. Am I the prophet of God when that happens?
No, but you have modern age. Today, most people are educated. In the past, like for example, if we take his life, he lived in a desert. For him to predict that,
most goat herders, every goat herder knew about cycles of like wet and dry seasons. So they all predicted that deserts would go through wet and dry seasons. And Saudi Arabia has gone through dozens of them. And so pretty much every society that's been there knows that it's gone from green to non-green over the past 125,000 years. So it's not in any way
Also,
a prophecy.
Islam has this weird, like, backwards compliment thing going on where they're like, you guys don't even know how illiterate Muhammad
Casey
was,
Cooper,
and
good to
yet
see you.
here's the Quran.
Aaron, yes, I think the point on this one is that you brought this up, and we understand implicitly that it was just making a prediction about things that were already like it was making a prediction about something that would occur in the future that was based upon what people already knew at the time. So it's like if I say the weather will change, okay?
No.
I have
you can't say that.
Do what?
You can't say that because you are educated. I'm talking about a man who lived in the desert, who making.
Do you not think that people told stories and the stories were passed down through oral tradition, tribe to tribe?
Actually, are you saying that in order to be qualified to make predictions, one must not be educated?
No, not that.
I think he's saying that they were ignorant of the fact that it used to be a certain way, but we also know that not to be true because modern humans have existed on this planet for 250,000 years. And so humans living in the area would have experienced that, and they would have told about the area. That information would have been passed down through the generations, and that this information was priorly known, and then a prediction was made based upon the fact that humans recognize that climate changes and the terrain changes as the climate changes.
So let's say that Arabia used to be green like 10,000 years ago, or how did people know that? How did
the stories? Because people were alive 6,000 years ago.
You don't have to go there. So Aaron, yes, you agree that people already believed in the flood myth prior to Muhammad, correct?
Can you address the question?
Aaron, just answer my question, yes or no. Do you agree that people believed in the flood myth prior to Muhammad?
I don't understand the term.
Okay,
flood
the biblical flood was believed by Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians. It was believed by Jews. It was believed by Christians. They believed in the global flood.
I'm not. I don't.
He's not asking. He's not asking if you.
We're not asking if you do.
Did people believe
stories? They believe in it? Okay, so
yes,
so if,
maybe.
If they flood, okay, we just know for a fact that they all did because they wrote it down. Okay, this isn't controversial. Second inference, right? After a flood, would things immediately become a desert? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, well, if there's water, then at least for some period of time, things would be able to grow plants and have greenery, right? So we would not assume that things were instantly a desert the moment that the flood ended, right? So you can just infer without having any magical angel Gabriel, just by being a medieval, superstitious, Bronze Age mud hut person, from the book, that after the flood, there was probably greenery on most places on the earth until it changed.
Okay, but how did he know about the future?
Oh my God! How did Muhammad know about the salt water and fresh water don't mix? Fishermen told him. That's how.
No, it's not salt water and.
Okay, but hold on. This future prediction hasn't happened yet. You're assuming that at some point in the future that the Arabian Peninsula will stop being a desert and return to like a lush forest, which frankly, I mean, that's not an impressive prediction, right? Directly north of the Arabian Peninsula. No, stop. Directly north of the Arabian Peninsula is Asia Minor and the country of Turkey, which is almost completely forestry.
But he lived in a desert, like
he talked to people. He was in a trade route. He heard stories from people all over the world. There's absolutely nothing in the Quran he couldn't have learned from other cultures who told him. Everything he learned was from other cultures who told him. Everything in Hadith, everything in the Quran, all came from other cultures who told him. That's it.
No. The Quran has other stories. It's not
all of the stories come from other people who told him. He got absolutely nothing from God. He got it all from other stories of other cultures. That's it.
No.
It's not. Aaron, like this information is not revelatory or impressive. As a matter of fact, it would be a little bit more like of a problem for Muhammad if he didn't know this. Like, does he have an IQ sub 40?
No, he didn't.
Is he like just completely incapable of making inferences about what might be the case in the future, given what is currently the case in the present? I mean, if he was incapable of that basic inductive reasoning, then I mean, he had to be a buffoon, right? But if he's capable of even the most rudimentary of inductive reasoning processes, he can look around at his present environment and say, this wasn't always like this, so this might not be like this in the future.
And Aaron, the counter to everything that the skeptics have been saying is instead of learning it from the people around, it has to be directly from God.
So that's what I'm arguing. But you are saying that, for example, you didn't make any strong argument against me.
Monkey in the Works, good to see you. Sally Skellington.
Took it from people. Even if he did, like, for example, he did... The idea that it will become green again, it's not people didn't know.
People couldn't have figured it out. It only had to have been from God. An angel had to have delivered this message to him.
NASA saw that by telescopes, not just like, for example, you can't see that with the naked eye. So, but
I mean, now you're sounding like us.
What?
I mean, now you're sounding like us. Yes, they actually went out and looked and wrote things down. It wasn't God.
Also, this seems controversially obvious that people already did extensive agriculture involving irrigation. Places which were deserts were turned into green places because of economic development. Sumeria was largely a desert until the rainwater that was coming from the delta was irrigated into the plains, right? So this is just like an uncontroversial thing that everybody knew. That you could turn a land green through human effort.
But this knowledge, because modern technology.
No, this is Sumerian level knowledge. Thousands of years ago, people knew that irrigation turned land green. There was land that wasn't green, then they irrigated it, then it became green. Okay.
You mean it was desert? You mean it was desert?
Yes. They took a desert that had an estuary in it. They irrigated the water. It's the same thing that happens on the Nile River. You understand that everyone in Egypt knew that you could turn the desert green, right?
It's even funnier that you bring that up, because in both the Bible and the Quran is the story of Joseph, who saved Egypt from a famine. Like it was told in the story that there were 7 good years of harvest. All right. People living in a modern desert would know that you can't grow anything in the fucking sand.
Can I address that? The stories of the Bible and the Quran are not the same. They are totally different.
Is the story of Joseph in the Quran, yes or no?
Yes, but
does the story of Joseph in the Quran detail him saving Egypt, which is predominantly a desert and has been for the past 1,200 years, from a famine?
But the thing that you missed in the
answer the question. Answer the question. Does the story of Joseph in the Quran detail this?
They are not the same.
So hold on. In order for Egypt to go from a state of non-famine to famine, that would require that Egypt at one point in history was capable of advanced agriculture and therefore fertile soil.
Yes. But
and was Muhammad so completely illiterate and devoid of inductive reasoning that he couldn't have figured that out?
Just 1 second. I will address this thing. One thing the Bible that doesn't mention is that when in modern age today we can read the Egyptian stone. So the Bible used to name the king Pharaoh So both kings, both rulers used to name 2 pharaohs, but the Quran names 1 king.
So you're
and
moving
the
on to a
other
4th
pharaoh.
thing. This is a 4th thing. So let's just move on.
I think at this point, I mean, he got his chance to do his 3rd one. His 3rd one has been debunked, and we understand implicitly why it's not true. So it's
not debunked. You said people. You said he know from people. So all of his knowledge.
Aaron, it's not hard. Okay, it's been explained to you a number of times. Really quickly, human beings have existed in that area for thousands of years. Okay, many humans have left. Humans have moved into it, but humans have existed in that area for thousands upon thousands of years. Humans, by virtue of living there, know that the area has changed over time. They've induced that change, and it has changed because climate has changed. So humans who lived in that area would be aware that it wasn't always an absolute desert, and they know that there were very fertile areas of the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. Now, if that information is passed down because we became an agrarian society because of agriculture, then that information would be passed from generation to generation to generation until the time that Muhammad was born. When human beings understood what agriculture was, they moved around. Someone in my live chat brought up that, Aaron Reese brought up when human beings abandoned because of the natural shifting of the Euphrates. When the Euphrates shifted, it made another area green and the other area died out. So they had to abandon and move to another area to follow where the river went. Okay? These things happen. These things get told from generation to generation. The recorded history gets told. And sometimes it changes. Sometimes it gets embellished. So whatever, things get added to it. But nonetheless, the information passes on through the generations till eventually somebody writes it down. And what they wrote down was human beings knew of a time when the land looked like this. It doesn't look like that now, but it will look like that way again in the future someday. All right? This is not controversial information. This is not even a prediction from a god. This is humans extrapolating from what they already knew. That's it.
But this is true. This is true. This is true. So he's not lying. He is the only one that mentioned this.
But then it's not a prophecy. It's not a prophecy. All three things that you've brought forward that you claimed are prophecies are not prophecies.
No, this one. He is the only one that said the Arabia will become green. No one.
Okay, Aaron. Not all of Arabia, not all of the Arabian Peninsula is solid desert. It's not 100% desert. There are areas that undergo change that are near rivers that get green and then they diminish and then they get green again like this. But Saudi Arabia itself wasn't always an entire desert either. Human beings were already aware of this. We were already aware that the land goes through cycles of changes, both by nature and by our inducement, like the changes that we induce through irrigation and agriculture. Okay?
But he is only one that make this prediction. You are not understanding.
But it's not a prophecy. Okay, we can predict that the land will change. It's not something new. We're predicting that it will change because we already know, Aaron. We predict that it will change. We predict that it will change because we already know that it does.
No, because we have telescopes. You can see that it can become green.
And you're not getting it. You don't need a telescope to know that people irrigated land on a regular basis. Oases were expanded, rainwater was managed, etc. There's nothing novel about a prediction like this.
The reason I'm mentioning telescope is that because of NASA, what it was recorded using NASA's telescope.
We don't care about that. We're just telling you that anyone can predict that any area can be greened in the future.
Anyone could.
Yes, thank you, Aaron Reese of my live chat. Saudi Arabia is not Tatooine. It has varying ecologies, dude.
No, but he is the only one that he did.
No, there's nothing special about Muhammad. He knew nothing. He had no novel information. All of the information he had, he could have gotten from other talking people or at the same time period. There's nothing special about that. You move on.
This is your third. That was your third one, dude. That's 3. That's 0 for 3. So maybe go back and look at the remaining 3. And you can take what kind of the information we've given you. Maybe you can knock those down yourself. Because I don't think we need to keep knocking down. It doesn't matter because we knocked down 1. And like Ix said, Ix made the point earlier. You say that the book is is literally infallible and makes all these perfect predictions about everything, but we knock down one of them.
Actually,
If
I
one
don't
of them,
think I don't think he said that.
what is
I
it?
think that was Ike's thing.
Inerrant
Yes, I
or
mean-
whatever, but we knock down one of them. Okay,
No,
that
no,
throws
it's-
the entire thing out the window. Okay,
This is hadith, not Quran.
Yeah, so
Okay,
Aaron didn't.
nope.
Ike said that. Aaron didn't say that.
Thank you for
Yeah,
your
see, I thought he
predictions.
was-
We're going to go ahead and move on. We appreciate
I thought he
you
was
coming
quoting
up.
from the Quran originally, but he was
Yep.
quoting
Thank-
the hadith, which means that the hadith could be wrong.
Thank you to Aaron Yes for coming back on to get his third prediction in. Maybe we'll talk with him in a future episode about the other three predictions. Welcome, Kareem. Kareem, thank you for joining us.
Got a picture
yo,
of
what's
Oz?
up? Yo, yeah, it's Haz. It's Haz, my Muslim brother, bro. I love him so much. You know, you remember how he destroyed you so hard that you literally started swinging out?
why does it look like he's taking a shit?
So what is your argument, Kareem? What have you got for us?
Okay, so what's his name? Xerxes. Xerxes said that Joseph made the deserts. He turned the deserts into farming lands. That's just a lie. You're just making things up. That's not even true.
Actually, he said that there was 7 years of prosperity, which is exactly what the Bible says.
That's not what he said. He said that the other guy was.
That is
saying
what I
that-
said. There's like 3 or 4 different people recording this.
Sure.
You're
what
just
does
gonna
that
come
have
up
to
here and
do-
lie like
what
a
does that have to
moron,
do
and
with
you can just get
Aaron's
kicked
argument?
off.
No, I'm not lying. What does that have to do with Aaron's
Kareem, what I
argument?
said was, according to the story of Joseph, there were 7 years of prosperity in Egypt, which most people around the 7th century AD would have known to be a desert. But they could have inferred from that story that there was some period where in Egypt was fertile agricultural land.
You're so stupid.
So
you
it's
don't
not
realize
it's
that.
not impressive that
Listen,
Muhammad came to the conclusion that at one
it's-
point in history,
Taco, he's just up here to
Arabia
cause-
may have been a
There are
been a
places-
lush desert.
He's just up here to
Do
troll
you
us
have an
havoc.
argument for
I'm
the
not trolling,
existence of
I'm not
God?
trolling.
Do
There
you
are
have an argument for
places-
the existence of God? Do
there
you
are
have an
pla-
argument for the existence
I'm
of
talking-
God?
Yeah, listen,
No,
stop
you're not
signing
gonna. We're
out.
not. This topic is
Bro,
done. Do you have a?
no,
do you have an
but
argument for
your
the existence of
counter
God?
argument
Hey, Kareem, can you stop soying out and answer their questions? All right, I'm going to unmute you, and you're going to answer their questions, or you're going to go off and do your crazy thing and get kicked.
So I can't go back to the previous topic, even though.
Do
your
you
argument-
have an argument for the existence of God? We've
Okay,
beat
sure.
that other topic to
Sort of God.
death. We're done.
Sure, I'll give you an
Not a
argument.
sort of God, actually.
I'll give you an argument.
Sure.
What's it called? برهان وحدود الإسلام.
In English.
I don't speak Arabic. You're
for
going to
all-
have to use that
Yeah,
argument
but
in English.
كلام, you know, what's it called? Progressive theology has been created in Arabic, so maybe you should study
So
Arabic.
was that proper Arabic or Arabic slang? Like, if you can present it in English, we'd appreciate it.
Sure. So,
Great
So
argument
Burhan
for Arabs, not so great for
roughly
God.
translates. What?
His God is so smart that he communicated
translates-
his divine
Yeah,
revelation
I
in a single
agree.
language which most people don't
Follow
speak.
me.
Okay, what is the translation? Tell us the English. What is the
He's,
English?
he's going to help us out.
Yeah, I was
He's
translating.
using the Kalam cosmological argument, is what he's.
No.
Okay.
What?
Oh my
Just
God,
let
you're
him
so
finish. What is it? Go ahead, Kareem. Tell
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
What is,
So
what is
Burhan
with the
وحدود
gibberish?
الإسلام roughly translates to the proof that bodies are emergent.
If bodies are emergent, that means they're not designed. That would be proof against God, not for God.
What?
Emergent means it comes about through natural processes.
Whatever,
nailed it.
bro. This too. Okay.
Uh-oh.
What would you use, man?
Uh-oh.
What would you-
Oh,
Are you guys kids? What the hell? Are you seriously making
Not
that
whatever,
argument?
bro.
You
You're going to say it's an emergent property. You're not invoking God.
Okay, let's give our guest Kareem about a minute to present the argument for us, and then we can respond.
Okay, I'll give another argument. This is my favorite. It's called the Abrahamic experience. Anyone here heard of it?
I haven't.
Is
like
Matt
a 90s
Dillahunty the host
I
of
was
the
gonna
show?
say, that was a YouTube show, right?
Yeah, with Matt Dillahunty. Yep, for sure. The Abrahamic experience.
No, bro. No, it's an argument.
Okay, what's your
Oh.
argument?
So
Okay, well, then present the
listen,
argument.
you guys are
present
talking,
your
you
present
guys
your
are talking
argument.
to theists and you don't know like one of the basic
Kareem,
arguments for God.
Kareem, present your
Do you really
argument.
not know one of the basic
present your
arguments for God?
argument, premises, conclusion. Go for it.
Okay. Okay. Premise one. Oh, I'm writing it down in the chat.
You can just summarize it.
This is a voice stage where we're talking, so
yeah,
please
just tell
please
us.
tell us.
Okay, so no. So premise
Okay, so
one.
then-
Okay.
Shush. Let him present the. Shush. What's the premise one? Go ahead.
Premise one, God is a simple idea. Premise two, simple
premise 1 is false.
ideas necessarily exist.
What?
Premise 2 is false.
God exists. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me how it's false.
Potato up your butt is a simple idea.
Well,
but it isn't
No,
necessarily
it's not.
true.
No, it's not. It's not a simple
Okay,
idea.
what
No, it's
qualifies an
not.
idea as simple?
My
Spend the
hold on.
weekend
dick is
with
like
let me-
your wife's
Hold
pussy
on,
is
let
not
me.
a simple idea.
Oh my
Reduce him.
goodness gracious!
Taco,
this fucking
bounce him.
man-child.
Bounce
He's
him.
fucking your mom is not a simple idea. Fucking
Can we get rid of this troglodyte? He's
You
obviously
know
not
what?
He
serious.
started it. He jump started it. He started
T-Jump, what you said could also be taken as a threat by some people.
A what? A threat?
What you said about the potato.
Everything that was just said sounds like simple ideas. I don't know why everyone's mad.
All simple ideas are true. I love it.
And see, he's in the chat laugh. He's in the chat laughing. He was trolling. That's all he is.
Yeah, he is a troll.
I mean, he's got a picture of a Muslim taking a dump as his PFP.
That's not a Muslim. That's infrared. That's Cause Infrared, the YouTuber.
Oh, okay.
To the people that are pinging me, asking me to bring them up, I don't have the power to do that. Only Randolph and Taco can do that.
Taco is the one who manages the queue, so we'll contact Taco. Just wanted to say thank you to Kareem for coming up. And now, Eli, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us?
And making an ass of themselves.
So basically, I'm like atheist. This is a background. I'm an atheist, and like I've been recently, getting into debating, and I debate like a fair amount of people. I was kind of like wondering if I could run some like different arguments I've heard for theism by y'all, and like how I
Go ahead.
test them and like if they're sufficient. Okay.
Sure, please do. Like,
Go ahead.
we want to be mindful of the time for other guests to get on, but please feel free to do this.
All right, so I guess the first argument would be kind of like the contradiction in like God having all knowledge, right, or being omniscient, and yet us having free will, right? Like if he knows everything, how are we going to like if he knows everything, all
that's
events in
easily
time
refuted.
or whatever? Yeah,
Eli,
And
that's easily refuted. If they post a God that is both omniscient and omnipotent, then ask them the question: if your God knows that I'm going to die an atheist, does he have the power to convince me of his existence?
I think the point he's trying to make is that he's asking us to show that there's a contradiction between God knowing everything and us having free will. So if God knows what we're going to do next, do we have free will? No, because we can't change it.
Yeah.
The simple way to explain that is that if God knows the future is therefore knowable and thus predetermined. If the future is predetermined, then humans do not have free will.
Because we cannot act out of because if God has this knowledge and God knows everything and knows all true propositions, any way I act he already knew. I can't act out of accordance of what he already knows because that would violate that. So there's a logical contradiction entailed there.
Yeah, because wouldn't free will just be the ability to choose between two choices? But if it already is like necessarily determined, you wouldn't be able to choose between those two choices.
Right. So like tomorrow, tomorrow, if I'm gonna have X for lunch, if I have X or Y, which one am I gonna have for lunch? And if God already knows I'm gonna have X, can I choose Y? I can't. So I have to choose X because God already knows it's gonna be X, even though I'm not aware that God, but if God already knows it, I can't do other than that. So Y no longer becomes an option. So it's going to be X because God knows it's going to be X. So
the way they responded was in a way that I usually don't hear, right? Because I would have assumed that they would have like shown that it's not a contradiction or argued for such. But they're kind of arguing like it's epistemic humility, and he would be like beyond our knowledge that it's like not a contradiction or something. And basically,
open theism.
And I kind of was just like, well, what's the point of arguing about something that's not able to be known? Like, I don't get it.
Well,
You know what I mean?
there's two routes that Christians will go with this. The first is to argue for open theism, or what is also called epistemic ambiguity, which is to say that God knows everything that can be known, but things that haven't happened yet can't be known. The problem is that this assumes definitively a theory of linear time, and that God exists within the bounds of a theory of linear time, because if he existed outside the bounds of a theory of linear time, which is the other option that Christians use, is that he sees everything happening simultaneously. So it's not that he sees the future before the future happens, but rather there is no definitive past, present, or future. Everything is happening simultaneously. He exists beyond that. So we make the free choices to do things, and he sees when we do those things, even if in our perspective of linear time, we haven't done them yet. That's the way they try to get out of it. But the immediate problem with that is existing beyond time in that capacity would make God static and therefore changeless, and a conscious mind can't be changeless.
Why is that?
From what I know, Rodent, because he put himself in his final novels, the answer is no.
Like, what does it mean?
They put himself
to say
in the
that a
final
mind is
novels
conscious
of
if
the
it's static, like
of the Dark
a
Tower
rock has a static mind.
Series.
Or rock's conscious.
Wouldn't they just say something like, he had like all his thoughts at the same time? Like he already thunk all his thoughts or something?
Yeah, that would also be static and not what we mean when we refer to consciousness. So basically, they would be taking the word consciousness or mind and applying it to a thing which we don't have a referent for. All known references for consciousness or minds are non-static. They're non-quiescent. Like the definitive property of a mind is its capacity to transition perpetually through mental states. If it's not doing that, then it can't be qualitatively defined as a mind. That's just nonsense. It's meaningless at that point.
Okay, yeah, I think
Muslims are big fans of the monothought argument. But that doesn't work because God would have to transition from a state of affairs where he's not creating the universe to a state of affairs where he is creating the universe. This would require an elective decision with a definitive starting and stopping point. Again, not something that can happen in monothought God. Monothought God is indistinguishable from a rock.
Once again, something that makes me more powerful than God. I can transition. Right back to you.
What's it called? And I guess the second one would be like it was like a divinely simple argument. Basically, God exists as a simple being that is like the basis for how all other things in reality come to exist. But the only property it would have, the only thing, like it has no properties. So I was just thinking, like, if it has no properties, how can it cause anything, right? I don't know.
Well, the problem is that
the only meaningful definition of existence is the condition of fulfilling properties in reality. So if a thing doesn't have properties, it's indistinguishable from something that doesn't exist.
What they're doing is they're combining all of his properties into one property, a deity. It's their magical new property. But if they do that, you can just combine any new properties you want with any kind of qualities to them and make those into one deity property. So I like to say that there's a divine magical potato, and it has the property of potato, but it's a part of the deity property. And so it's, even though it's a hairy potato, it's all just part of one simple, perfectly simple property. And so that's all they're doing. It's taking a whole bunch of different things, God's omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence, personality, and just cramming it into one new label called a deity. And you can just do that with any set of properties you want.
Would a deity kind of be so? Like, wouldn't it be like I believe it's called like contingent things or whatever, and like basically they're trying to say it's the basis for all those. But wouldn't it work the opposite way if the argument was to be coherent? Like it would be a composite object and not a simple object or something like that, and then it'd be all the properties of all things that exist. Or am I tripping?
Yeah, they're just arbitrarily saying that a whole bunch of different things that they define God as is all just different parts of one property. There's no evidence of that. They're just making it up. So you can just make up whatever you want and call it a deity, and it has equally as much validity as their definition of a deity because they're both just made up.
Yeah.
The other problem is that they equivocate.
Yeah.
When they talk about God being that necessary foundational thing, they equivocate between ontological necessity and conditional necessity, right? They defend the necessity of God by saying that the universe exists. God is a necessary prerequisite for that condition. Therefore, God exists because God is necessary for the universe. Similarly, if I'm playing a game of dice and you know that in order for me to win my bet, I have to roll a 7. If you don't watch me roll the dice, but you do know after the fact I've won my bet, then you know I rolled a 7. But it wasn't necessary in and of itself for me to roll a 7. I could have rolled any number between 2 and 6, right? Or 2 and 12. So that outcome was random, right? The fact that I rolled a 7, there's no reason why that had to happen. But because you're aware of the preceding or subsequent condition that I won my bet, you know that is what happened. So that would render God a brute contingency, meaning that he just exists just because he does. There's no reason why. But at that point, you can just eliminate that option as unparsimonious, because if you're going to have a fight between brute contingencies, the universe is a much more satisfactory thing to enter that category. Since we definitively know it exists, we don't need to speculate as to other things that require assumptions, unnecessary assumptions. You just apply Occam's razor to the situation, and God is the least likely explanation of that matter. But they want to argue that God himself is necessary just by definition. And when they do that, what they're invoking is that God possesses somehow the property of existence, which is just right out incoherent because existence isn't a property, right? The statement God does not exist isn't logically incoherent, meaning it doesn't contradict itself. So if that's the case, in some possible world, given modal logic, God doesn't exist. But God is defined as existing in all possible worlds if he exists. So if we can establish that there is some possible world where he doesn't exist, meaning that it's not a contradiction for him not to exist, well, then God doesn't exist in any possible world, given the way that we define him. But the only way we can say that God does exist in all possible worlds is to say that the statement God doesn't exist is a contradiction. And the statement God doesn't exist can only be a contradiction if God exists by definition, meaning using existence as a property. And
Wouldn't that also
philosophers have
kinda
known
be-
for hundreds of years you can't do that.
Wouldn't that also be kind of like begging the question? Because you can kind of just say like anything exists necessarily, and its existence is necessary, like by definition, and then that would just
Yeah,
kind
you
of
could
like
do
defeat
that.
their argument for
Like,
God.
I could say that unicorns exist by definition. Like one of the properties of a unicorn is that it exists. So now, no matter what other properties I assign to it, that one property means it exists. But the moment you start using existence as a property, it like the qualitative meaning of existence is indistinguishable from non-existence. Like there's nothing really distinct about the thing that we're describing that makes it not exist. Similarly, if I were to say that, like if existence is a property, for instance, and I were to say the statement Zeus does not exist, what I'm literally saying there is that there is this thing called Zeus, which does not possess the property of existence, or rather possesses the property of non-existence. And that is a blatant logical contradiction because non-existent things can't possess properties.
Okay, yeah, I think I understand that. I guess the last thing I would ask would be like, for example, like theists like to claim that God, like morality would be objective if God existed, but they would agree that like things are like moral or good because God says they're good, which would mean they're based off of his values. So I would say that just means they're like subject to whatever it thinks is like good and not good, right?
Well,
And
yeah, because
they kind
by
of
by
say,
definition, by definition, God doesn't appeal to anything external of itself by the way they define it. So
Yeah.
if God is deciding arbitrarily whatever it deems to be moral or immoral, whatever, then yeah, it would be subjective to God. If there was something, this objective standard that God had to appeal to, that God could not operate outside of, that states what is true or like what is moral or immoral. If God was appealing to that, then you could say that is an objective morality, because objective meaning true regardless of influence, power, position, whatever. So because they essentially define God into subjective morality. So God, they call it objective just because he's the biggest, baddest thing on the block, but that doesn't change it. It would be subjective if a God existed. God doesn't exist, so therefore it's subjective because humans determine it. So
sorry, I'm lagging a little bit. But what most people mean by objective isn't like independent of any human's mind. It's independent of like a conscious experience in general, right?
Yeah, it's
Independent
true.
of
It's
any
true.
mind, opinion,
Yeah.
intuition.
True,
Okay.
independent. Yeah, it's true no matter what anybody says, thinks, does, power, position, anything. That it's true. And
Would something objective necessarily be true, or like, is it just like is it just something that is independent of a mind would be objective, or like something like that, or would that mean it's true?
Well, no, something can be objectively true and not necessarily true.
Oh, well, I mean, like, is something that is objective necessarily true?
Well, no, necessarily true means it's true in all possible worlds that can't not be true. Something can be objectively true and isn't necessarily true. Like it's objectively true that I exist, but I'm going to die one day, presumably, in which case it's not necessarily the case that I exist.
Okay. How do I word this? I guess, like, if something is objective, is it automatically true, or what?
Depends what you mean by objective there. So like if it objectively exists, then it's true that it exists, but like objects aren't true. Like if I say, is the table true? Well, no, the table isn't true. But I can write like a sentence, the table exists, and that sentence is true. And so if you're asking if something is like objectively true, that would be like sentences, and the sentences describe things that exist.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think that's all I kind of wanted to ask, though. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you very much for coming on.
Cool.
Thank you for coming up. We've got China is the best up next, which I don't know if that's true or false. That's their name.
China is the best, and Winnie the Pooh is their god.
Church of Entropy just wrote, pooping is supposed to be pleasurable. If it's not, your diet has problems.
We've got Fipto.
Yeah, you said Winnie the Pooh. They got taken off the internet. Good job.
And in China.
Hello.
Hello, Fipto. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. I was going to ask like a separate question, but then you actually brought up a topic that I guess you've reinvigorated a turn of topics right now, or invigorated a turn of topics.
Okay. What have you got for us?
Well, I do have a question on whether something's objective or subjective.
What's the question?
Okay, so if God creates something, is that object objectively true what is created?
No, it objectively exists, but objects aren't true. So, like,
Okay, objects aren't true. So a tree's not a tree?
That's
is
a
the tree
proposition, not an
true?
object.
Is the tree true?
No, I'm just asking if a tree was to sit in front of you, and I were to come up to you and say that tree, that's not truly a tree. That tree doesn't exist. What are you going to tell me?
So is the tree true?
What do you mean by is the tree true when you ask that question?
Exactly.
So
that was
truth
Tim
is a
trying to
property
figure out
of
what he said.
sentences. Truth is a property of sentences. Objects do not have truth. If you ask, is the table true or is the tree true? The table and the tree don't have any truth property inside of them. Doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So, but if you write
Well, we're
a
talking about
sentence,
objectivity and subjectivity.
wait. So there's objectively exists and objective truth are two separate things. Truth is a property of
Okay.
sentences. Existence is a
Sure.
property of objects.
Okay, I'll take it. Objective. So the tree objectively exists.
Yes.
Okay, so if God were to say, I've created the, and we're going to identify God as the creator under the theistic worldview. God is the creator of all
Sure.
things, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that would include abstract things, right?
Not
Depends on your
necessarily.
belief. But sure.
Wait, why not necessarily?
abstract.
That makes no sense because if God is the creator of
That's-
all things,
Wait,
all,
well,
why are
so
you
like
subtracting
nominalism,
abstract things?
nominalism is the position that abstract objects don't exist, and so if they don't exist, then obviously God wouldn't have created them. So if you're not a nominalist and you think abstract objects do exist, and you think God created them, then sure, God would have created
Well,
abstract objects.
morality is an abstract.
It depends on your worldview, but
Well, it's abstract. There's no
No.
physical property of morality. Now you can be an
moral
actual
naturalism.
physically,
Moral naturalism
like
is the
love.
position.
Love is an
one sec,
abstract,
one
but
sec,
I
one
can.
sec, One sec.
Oh
Moral
my gosh.
naturalism is the position that morality is a property of the natural world, so it's literally a physical thing. So again, it depends on your position. Do you have like an argument you're trying to lead to?
Okay, so well, I'm questioning. I don't care about other people's positions. I'm asking about your position.
I'm a moral
No,
naturalist.
we're a panel here, so you know.
Yeah, I
you don't
guess
get
there's like multiple opinions.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, I guess who would like to put the stake in?
I'm a moral
It
naturalist.
depends
so
on
I
what
think
you're
morality is
specifically
physical,
claiming.
but I don't know
Okay.
what questions you're leading to.
Well, I'm questioning if God's the creator of all things.
Yeah.
Well, does that include the abstract?
Sure, if abstracts exist and God created all things, then God would create abstracts too.
Okay.
So
Okay. So God has created what is. If God creates the
exists.
abstracts, He creates the abstract values as well, which determines what's good. When He created all things, and within the Christian theistic worldview, He said His creation was good. So
Sure.
when God says that this is good, He created it. It's now independent of just His mind. It's an actual objective creation, separate from His mind. So if He says it's, if He creates it,
if God
and it's
created an
separate from Him
abstract
now,
object,
it's now
I
objectively true.
think I understand what you're saying. So if God created an abstract object, which is the morally good object, and anything is good if it
Yes.
corresponds to that object, then yes, morality would be good objectively, independent of God.
Okay. So you guys, I guess you retract what you were saying about Christians. I guess if they were to come out in here and say, well, God created a prescription of objective morality, and you were just to sit here and bang pots and pans and say, no, it's subjective. It's subjective to His mind. Well, He created all things. If He creates what's good, objective, and this is now separate from His mind. He manifests it in the abstract. So if he creates what's good,
No, you're missing. This is a category
that's now
error.
objectively
No,
great.
this is a
good.
No,
this
he's
is a
it's a valid
category
point.
error.
It's a valid point. So yeah,
Well,
if God
well,
created
no,
like,
he's making a mistake. T jump. Okay,
he's not.
because what is the truth maker of the proposition X is moral? If it's God, then no, morality isn't objective by definition. Whatever God sets down as the standard at that point would be the truth maker, right? But that's
Right,
not
that's-
arbitrary.
Well,
that can't be arbitrary.
Yeah.
Right,
Well, you
you're
already
right, it's
settled
arbitrary.
Well,
It's
things that are created.
let's just ask the question. Hold on, Fipto. Like if I were to say the statement "murder is immoral," all right, what am I describing about murder in your
well,
worldview?
you're saying it's evil, it's immoral, it's not good. Opposite of good.
Well, those things all mean the same thing. What are the
You said-
properties of an immoral
On
thing
occasion,
that I use
Avi,
to diagnose it as immoral in your worldview?
For
when it
something
comes to like
be
the philosophical
immoral, it would have
topics,
to go
I'll let
against
Xerxes and T
what
jump
God
into it.
set
But
the abstract value of what is good is. So it'd have to go against that.
but this is
contrast
like
to that.
they're talking about abstracts. Abstracts are by definition
Okay,
imaginary.
now,
So
if we were to
it's-
take like we have the what is the case. So God sets down a certain rules, like prescriptions for us to adhere to. This is what he wants us to adhere to. So we can say it is objectively the case that God wants us to adhere to this set of rules. Okay. Now the word morality, all right, when we talk about things in a descriptive manner, like when I say murder is immoral, right, there's two things I'm saying about murder. First, I'm saying that it does not conform with what I consider to be the standard of morality. So in your worldview, that would be God's will, edict, character, nature, something to that effect, right? But the other thing I'm saying is that you ought not do it, okay? But you can't derive an ought from an is. The ought, that thing that really drives home the moral intuition, that's inherently subjective. Because even if God exists and tells us to do certain things, why we ought to do those things is predicated on our personal desires to actualize circumstances that would result in doing those things.
Yeah, sure.
If I, for instance, believed God existed, but I didn't care to go to heaven or have any kind of relationship with God, then there's no reason why I ought do the things God tells me to do. So
Sure.
I'm still deriving my ought from a subjective perspective, even if God exists. The only objectivity is to say that we can lay down a definition of morality, and then what does and doesn't conform with that definition is objective, right? Like if I lay down the definition of immorality is anything which promotes unnecessary suffering or harm, right? Then, well, I don't need to agree that you're being harmed or that you're suffering for you to actually be harmed or be suffering. So it would be objective. What adheres to that definition after I've established it is objective, sure. But I don't think that's what you're trying to suggest here. Because if that's all you're trying to suggest, well then, I mean, congratulations, you've arrived at probably the most rudimentary form of moral realism that you could have.
So I think his point is that if God determines morality based off his opinion alone, it's subjective. But if God creates an actual object that determines morality independent of God, then it's an objectively existing
Yeah, an
object.
abstract value.
Sure. So the question is does that make morality objective? Well, no, because the conditions of the creation of the object are subjective. Even though it objectively exists, the moral principles themselves are not objective. They are still subjective because they
Okay.
are still subjectively determined by God's opinion.
Yeah, so subjectively created but objectively exists is what you're saying.
Yep. Subjectively
Okay, I'll take
determined.
it. Yeah, okay, I'll take it.
But this whole objective versus subjective thing, like I don't know what you're trying to imply by that, because all the word objective means is that the truth of the matter of something is not predicated on stance, opinion, or a mind, whereas subjective means that it is. But if you
Yeah,
believe in
it-
some sort of like omniscient, eternal, perfect mind, I don't know why any Christian would have umbrage with just admitting that their morality is subjective, but it's subject to a thing that is perfect and flawless. I don't understand why that's such a hang up for Christians.
Well, I mean, if you give it deep thought, I mean, the bottom line is when we talk about objectivity, it has to be mind independent when we're talking about things objectively existing. So, I mean, if we identify God as the creator of all things, and what He created within His creation, if He defines that as good, and he sets he creates the abstract value of good there. He defines what good is. He creates that abstract value separate from Himself. So what we're saying is now that's an objective
no,
standard.
that can't work. You can't have a value independent of it being valued. In order for something to be valuable, it has to be valued by a subject. A thing is not valuable independent of anything valuing it. Just like a thing can't be tasty independent of anybody finding it tasty. That's just meaningless. So if morality is rooted in what we value, no matter whether God exists or not, that is intrinsically subjective.
Oh no, I'm not talking about personal values. No, I'm talking about created values. So if God is
what does
creator
it
of all things,
mean
he
for a
creates the
thing to be
abstract values.
valued? What is
okay,
what is a
think
value?
of ones and zeros. Think of ones and zeros. I'm thinking ones and zeros. So like I grew up with mostly computers. I did computer coding, and when you add values 1, 2, 3, you set the value of something in computer code to a specific number. That's determined as a value. And so if God were to set the value of what good is by identifying certain terms, he may have subjectively put it in, but now that he has consecrated it, he's made it a concrete, independent, abstract, creation separate from himself. Now that's objectively there. You can't separate. I mean, unless you were to come by and just go, "Oh yeah, it's abolished."
Yeah, but again,
now.
what you're saying here, when reduced down, is just that God is creating the standard that He desires for us to operate according to, right? Whether or not we describe that standard as morality or goodness is subjective because words don't have intrinsic meanings; they have usages.
I think so.
Right?
He's talking about platonic objects. Platonic objects where there's actually an actual object that exists. And he's so saying like these abstract things are things that exist.
Like obviously in this particular deal, like with platonic objects, I'm not a Platonist. I don't believe that platonic objects exist. So
even if that were the case, it may as well not be, because that kind of a morality would be functionally useless to human beings. It would be impossible for us to determine what we find subjectively moral and what we find objectively moral and how to tell the difference between the two. Because none of us can escape the purview of our. Just give it a shot. Even believing in God, right? All right. Now I want you to take an epistemological look at the things that you value. Give me 5 things. We'll mix it up. Give me 2 things that you think are subjectively moral and 2 things that you think are objectively moral.
Subjectively moral. I think the way we go about things. Let's just say like murder, for instance. I think objectively murder's immoral. I think what's objective is the prescription we go by, such as if you're to look at a cannibal nation, I mean, they understand murder's wrong, and you might question why they eat people. But I mean, when they eat people, they actually have to perform ceremonies. They don't do this with animal meat. They only do this with humans. They have to perform ceremonies, meaning that they kind of have to.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm asking you, Fipto.
Okay. Well, you're asking about what do we identify as?
You're a subjective being, okay, and you intuit that the act of killing another person without their consent, outside the confines of self-defense, war, the death penalty, is an action which a person ought not do. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that.
And you believe that this ought is objective, meaning that this ought is true, independent of the way any person would look at it.
Yes, because if God creates these abstract values and consecrates them into the world that He's created, then they would be objectively true.
So if I were to tell you that I do not care about what God says, I don't care to have a filial relationship with God, I don't care about actualizing any conditions that would result in not murdering people in this context, why ought I not murder?
Oh, I mean, well, you don't have to subscribe to it. You weren't ever forced to. But when we talk about what's subjective and objective,
you're saying that you're saying the statement "I ought not murder" is true, independent of my perspective on it. Okay.
Yeah.
But what makes that true? Like, what does it mean for me that I ought not do it?
Well, only if there were a God to set the abstract values on what's good.
Well, even if there were a God, all I know is what is the case. I know that God exists, that He tells me not to do X, and I'm asking you, why ought I do what God tells me to do and not do what God tells me not to do? Because if you're just blanketly defining ought as that which God tells you to do or not do, that's just not informative. Like moral oughts in that context are just.
Yeah, when we talk about morality, we're talking about what's good and what's evil. And if we're trying to look at what's objectively good, what's objectively evil.
That's tautological, Fipto. That's tautological. Like, remember what I said earlier, okay? When I'm evaluating an ought, what I'm doing is I'm evaluating whether or not the particular behavior in question is something that will actualize conditions that I prefer. So if it happens to be the case that not murdering people within the parameters that I said a minute ago actualizes conditions that I prefer to be the case, I ought not murder. That is what I mean, and what most other people mean when they use the word ought. When I tell you you ought do or ought not do something, I'm describing to you a set of behaviors or behavior which is deleterious to your preferred goals or outcomes. Okay. If that's not what you mean by the word ought, then the statement you ought not murder is devoid of a truth value.
Yeah. Okay. So wait. So if I were to say you ought not to murder, are you trying to say like within your purview, it's a prescription regardless of what you believe? Is that what you're trying to identify?
It would be. It would, like, what I'm saying is that oughts only come from other oughts. The only way you could tell me you ought not murder is if you appeal to some actualized condition that I prefer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Some objective.
You ought
standard.
not murder. Or like, if you want to go to heaven, you ought not murder. If you want to have a loving relationship with God, you ought not murder. If you want a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society, you ought not murder. But all of these conditionals are subjective to me. I don't have the capacity to observe or know of an objective condition that would make this the case.
Sure. Well, if you want to do what's objectively good, then you ought not murder. Is that good?
Well, that's begging the question.
Okay.
That's a hypothetical imperative. I think that's perfectly fine. So, like, there's hypothetical imperatives and categorical imperatives.
If I want to do what's if I want to do what's objectively good, right? That in and of itself presumes that the ought in question has some like goodness to me in like the context of what I'm thinking of it. Like when I say a thing is good, I mean that it conforms to a particular standard. So you could say that this good thing objectively conforms with this standard, or this thing objectively conforms with this standard. This standard is what we call good, right? But that's just semantics. I'm asking for the operation of how I determine these things. So God exists. He lays down a set of laws for me to follow, right? The only way for me to arrive at I ought follow these laws is to appeal to some internal subjective desire that would be actualized by doing what God wants me to do. If you want X,
Yeah.
you ought
You're
do
talking
Y.
about personal preference.
Wait. So there's a couple.
It would be a
things there.
rational ought.
God could give us, like, he could make the platonic object something we could like touch and make it a physical object, so we could literally measure it, and that could be a way for him to communicate that he has pooped out this moral platonic object. So it wouldn't. It's not necessarily the case that we.
Bible.
Yeah. So there's multiple ways God could give us knowledge of this object if it existed.
Okay. I mean, I think you guys understand that, you know, morality is,
but
when it comes down to like murder, like something as concrete as murder, it's pretty objectively fair to say that's a evil.
Incorrect.
Yeah, I think
it's objectively the
definitely
case.
Immoral for sure.
Yeah, it's objectively the case that the act of murder, given the parameters that I defined previously, is an action which promotes unnecessary suffering and harm, is deleterious to human well-being, health, and happiness. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if you look at like the beginning of society, like societies don't even begin to function unless people agree on how they're going to treat each other that doesn't involve wanton murder, rape, and stealing. Because if they're not cooperative, they don't build a society in the first place. So yeah, I mean, as humans who are a social species, most of us are wired in some way to desire specific outcomes which would not be achieved by wanton murder, which is why most, if not all, societies historically have outlawed that act.
Yeah,
not because it appeals to some objective standard, but because it objectively corresponds to a subjective desire that we have to achieve.
Referring to the legal determination of what murder is,
society,
yeah, because
murder
you
is
have
objectively
justifiable
deleterious
homicide,
to that.
and
Therefore, I ought not murder, but that's still a subjective inference.
Yeah.
There are mitigating
where do you draw that line? Do you draw it off like statistics?
What? Just like the nature of it, right? Like the nature of murder is to impose unnecessary suffering and harm, which is by default deleterious to a state of affairs with minimal suffering and harm.
Yeah. I mean, how do you calculate that?
Well, if I say I want a state of affairs with the least amount of unnecessary suffering and harm, right, it would necessarily follow that I avoid participating in behaviors which by their very nature impose unnecessary suffering and harm.
Yeah, but how do you come to that conclusion? Is it a statistical standard that you apply yourself to?
I think it's intuition.
I don't know what that means.
Intuition. I think it means moral intuitions to determine what is moral.
If I don't want to fall off a building, I ought not walk close to the edge, because walking close to the edge will increase the likelihood of me falling off the building.
Yeah, but
Or I
I'm
ought
saying,
not
like,
get
if
on
you're
the
gonna,
top of the building in the first place.
I think he's
but
asking, how did you come to the conclusion that murder was wrong? And I think the answer is moral intuition is how we come to the conclusion.
Well,
No, I just
yeah, and the
when I
Bible
say a
affirms
thing
that.
is wrong, I'm literally defining things as wrong based on whether or not they adhere to those circumstances I desire to actualize. My preferred circumstance is a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society, right? The maximization of human well-being, health, and happiness, and
But how did you come to that
minimization
conclusion?
of unnecessary suffering and harm.
And
how did you come
Well,
to
that's
that
just what I
conclusion?
happen to value. That's just my intrinsic
Because of
desire.
intuitions, moral intuitions.
And the Bible.
Well, I mean, the way I would probably I didn't like make any logical deductions or inferences to like peanut butter ice cream. I just do. So if given the option between
the
peanut
Bible
butter
is
ice cream and literally any other flavor, I'm going to pick peanut butter ice cream.
That's
Yeah,
what I
the
mean
Bible
by
is just a
moral
bunch of
intuitions.
opinions by its authors.
That's what I mean by moral intuitions. It's just a thing in you.
Yeah, you could just say it's a
innately.
Siemens to me. Like, I have this preference for this outcome, therefore I ought do this thing to achieve this outcome. That's what I mean by ought.
Yeah, but
this
I mean,
thing will achieve the outcome I desire.
Yeah,
but my
but to,
desires are subjective.
Yeah, but to achieve that outcome, how do you do that? What measurement do you use? What tools are you using?
Well, I can observe a state of affairs. I can observe what I don't like about that state of affairs. And if I want to minimize the amount of things I don't like about said state of affairs, I change those things. So if I observe a state of affairs of a lot of murder, I don't like murder. I prefer not to be in a state of affairs with a lot of murder, right? The first thing I can do is not go around murdering people, right?
Yeah.
That in and of itself is a net negative of the amount of murder that's going to occur in that state of affairs. The other thing that I can do is stop other people from murdering, either by locking them in a concrete box or exiling them from society in some capacity.
Yeah.
Okay, so what does this go back to the original point?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
how
sorry.
does this
Sorry.
relate?
Oh, we were talking about, would under the theistic worldview of the Christian God, does the morality, does the thought of the morality that is being translated here, is it objective or just kind of subjective? It's not concrete. It's part of God, not really consecrated by God. And I'd advocate that, well, if God is creator of all things, and he said he objectively created what is good, he created that abstract value that is not mind independent value. So what we can interpret is, under the theistic worldview of the Christian God, is that's now an objective standard if you subscribe to that. I'm not saying you guys do. I'm saying it makes logical sense, though.
It would objectively exist, but for it to be an objective standard, it has to be true independent of opinion. So for it to be an objective standard, God could not determine it via conscious states.
Yeah, well, the value that he set is what is good, and that's what we're talking about with morality: is what's good, what's evil. And God says,
well, he did that subjectively, Fipto.
Exists.
I think God
Cool, Nimrod.
subjectively
Have a good one.
decided what the value of goodness would be.
Yeah,
So
the abstract value of it.
Wait. So there's still a difference here. It can objectively exist and still be a subjective standard. So even if it objectively exists and God created
You're sub
it
to
as
the
an
channel,
external
Steve.
object that
That's how you got
objectively
one.
exists, if its properties were determined by his subjective conscious state, properties are still subjectively a subjective standard.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're talking about post-creation. So it can be, you can say it's subjective all you want if he didn't create the standard, but he created an abstract value of what is interpreted to us as good. If he does that, is that now you're saying that's an objective existence, and every prescription that he gives that says, this is good. That's what you're saying is good.
Borderline tautological.
No,
because
and
when
it's
you say
perfectly
the word
fine.
good, what you mean by that is that which conforms to the standard God put out. So saying
I'm
that
really
the
curious
standard
because
God
the
put
dude
out
in
is
the
good
chat
is just
wants to
saying the
call
standard
me
God
out
put out
personally.
is the standard
So
God put
That's
out.
not what he's asking.
That's
Literally
not meaningful.
Not what he's asking. Not what he's
Yeah,
asking.
we're
So
talking about
I can
consecrated
write-
abstract values.
I can write down the sentence "do
What's up,
not
Uncle
kill," and I
Nat?
can put it on a piece of stone, and that sentence now objectively exists. But
Yeah.
it's still a subjective standard because the standard was determined by a
Yeah, but-
conscious state.
Okay, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about you just writing it out on stone. I'm talking about, well, God created the abstract
I
value.
don't care
and
where
identified
you
what
write
is
it.
good.
I don't care if you write it on the universe. If you write it in an abstract place, it's still a written word. It is a subjective content that was created by a mind. It can't be an objective standard unless it was not created by a mind.
Well, we're talking about morality, and we kind of have to abide by who
This applies
creates
to
what
everything.
morality is, and
Anything-
only
anything.
from the. Okay.
So
Well, I don't think we're gonna get it yet.
For morality to be an
Well,
objective standard, it cannot be determined by a mind.
Okay. Well, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this because I think we disagree on where we're going to go with this.
Well,
I do have
this
one
would
more.
just
I guess
fall
I'll just
back
bring up
onto
the
the
original
Euthyphro
thing.
dilemma.
I've been.
Well, he's no, because it wouldn't apply to the Euthyphro dilemma because he's saying the abstract object is what grounds morality, not what God says, and so it would.
Right, but
be
you
the
can
second
apply
part.
the Euthyphro dilemma to that. You can say, did God create this abstract object knowing that it would be moral, or did he create this abstract, or by the creation of this abstract object, is it moral? Because God
morality is a
created it.
concept. Describes two things, and a concept is something that describes two things. We're describing what's good and what's evil. And so, if God said, "Well, this is good," He created what's good. Everything adverse is identified as evil because it doesn't live up to the standard of good. That abstract value that God created, it's now separate from Himself. What we're talking about is the objectivity in that separate created creation.
Is that value moral? Is that value moral because God created it, or did He create it because it was moral?
Well, morality is a concept that describes good and evil.
Okay, but who determines
Yes,
it to be
I'm
good?
familiar with that.
But how is it determined to be good? Is it good because it simply is good, and that's why God created it, or did God create?
God created. Yeah, God created the word. Well, it's even described. God created good. It's described in Isaiah.
Okay, so God is determining that it's good.
Yeah, He created the abstract value.
Then
yes.
it's subjective.
Well, no, I'm talking about the abstract value. It's like innate in the.
It doesn't
axiom
matter. It doesn't
of the
matter.
universe.
God is the one who makes the arbitrary determination of what is good or evil, or what is
Well,
moral or
sure.
immoral. And because He is making, because the God is making the determination, it's coming from His mind. It is therefore subjective. Done. It doesn't
Well, I mean,
matter. It doesn't matter if God is sitting there going, "I need you to determine what is good and evil. This is good and this is evil. Now I'm going to create this epic space monolith that secures what is good and evil." No, it doesn't mean it's still subjectively determined, because God could always change the space monolith and what the space monolith grounds. So yes, it is still subjective.
Well, are axioms objective? Like we're talking about an axiom here.
No. So like is my
Axioms aren't
subjective experience, does it objectively exist? Like I like chocolate ice cream. Does that feeling objectively exist in reality?
It does actually, yes. If
Right.
you like chocolate
But
ice cream, yes.
is it an objective standard that you must abide by?
Do you have to eat chocolate ice cream? Is that what you're asking?
Or no, it's objectively better to eat chocolate ice cream. Does that apply to you objectively?
Oh, no, it doesn't apply to me now.
Right. So there's a subjective state that objectively exists, but it does not constitute an objective standard.
But there's an issue. You're talking about when man invokes something, and if God were to invoke something and consecrate it as an axiom within
it doesn't
the
matter
universe.
which subject. It doesn't matter which subject or what the properties of the subject is. It's going to be subjective.
It kind of does. I mean, if we're going to identify what's objectively morality, well, who created what's moral? What's good and evil?
No. If you want an objective morality, it can't be created by a subjective mind at all. So the same thing applies to God's mind as it does to my mind. If God's subjective conscious state instantiates some kind of moral principle, it's the exact same as my subjective state instantiating that chocolate is the best ice cream. Both of those can objectively exist. Yes. Both of those can objectively
how do you know
exist.
that? Is that objective or subjective?
Stop. Both of those can objectively exist, but neither is an objective standard. They are subjective standards.
Okay.
And 1 + 1 = 2 isn't an objective standard either. It's just an objective truth.
Well, it is because what we're describing are the
standard.
values there. Now, of course, we have different languages. Like
You're
if you were to
describing
speak French,
reality.
you're actually doing
You're
math to
describing-
do.
Stop.
Okay.
1 + 1 = 2
Analytical
describes
truth.
reality. It doesn't describe a sentence. It's not a standard. It's
Yeah,
a description of
we're talking
reality.
about axioms. Yeah.
So again, it doesn't make a difference who the subject is. If it's a result of a subjective mind, it's subjective.
But the issue, look, if there is a God world, let's just say we're living in a God
I need
world,
to get some more
and there was to be
juice.
math. Are you to say, well, within the God world, that's subjectively, 1 + 1 = 2 because you subjectively come up with that?
If it
Because
was
now
only
we're
true
saying there's
because-
no
wait,
objective
wait.
values now that God created everything. That's not objectively a tree. That's not objectively grass.
Yes,
that's-
shush.
there's no
So if you think that God created math and it's only true because God created it, then yes, in your worldview, math is subjective. If
Well,
you think
that's
math
great
is true,
all things good, yeah.
wait. So If you think that math can't be otherwise, and God couldn't make it any other way if he wanted to, then it's subjective because it's independent of God. So I of course, think that math can't be otherwise. So God couldn't have possibly created a non-1 + 1 = 2 universe, even if he wanted to, which
Well,
means
because
from
we're
my
talking about
worldview,
values.
math is objective.
Yeah, we're talking about values. That's what we're talking about when we invoke axioms, things that are innately true
No, I
of the
don't care about
universe, things
values.
that
I
are
don't care. I
unchanging
don't care.
regardless of language.
No, it's unchanging regardless of God. That's math. Unchanging regardless of God. God couldn't change it if he wanted to.
Yeah, sure. Technically, you can have math without God. Okay, but I'm
Right.
saying within the
That
God
makes it
world, you're
objective.
saying that you couldn't have math.
What? No, it would be everywhere. It's necessary. It's all so.
No,
if in-
but you're saying that even if God creates it, let's just say he even gave us the formulas, the tables, and all that kind of stuff. It's now just his subjective opinion, though.
if
because it
God
came
could have
from his
created it
mind that
in a
these things could
different way.
exist.
Wait. If God could have
Opinions are
created it in a
subjective by
different
definition.
way.
Saying
Wait,
subjective
oh my
opinion is
God.
redundant.
Stop. If God could have created math in a different way and chose this way, then it's subjective. So if God has the option of saying, here's a whole bunch of different versions and I'm going to pick this one, that's a subjective version. I don't think that is what math is. Math doesn't have options. 1 + 1 = 2 is the only option. God could not have picked a different way because there's something else in the universe that forces God to pick this way and he can't pick any other way. That makes it objective because it's independent of God. God can't choose option B. He's got one option. That's the only thing he can pick. That's why math is objective. And so for morality to be objective, you have to believe the same thing. That just like 1 + 1 = 2 and God can't change that, you can't murder babies and God can't change that. If God can change it and he makes it like it's okay if I murder babies occasionally, like when they're doing bad things or whatever and want to drown the world, then it's subjective. But if God can't change it and he can't make a different option, it's the only one he has because reality determines it, then it's objective.
I think we're at a good spot. Hey, Lucifer, good to have you.
Well,
thanks for taking some time off from the pit.
That was interesting. I think we're kind of getting close to closing, but thank you for joining us, Fipto. I was going to ask if he wanted to say a final thing, but JL, I think you mentioned that somebody's been calling you out in the chat. Did you want to just talk with them before we close up?
Yeah, he says he's had his hand up for a while and he hasn't gotten up yet. So I can't see where people are in the list or anything like that. So I don't know where he's at. He said he's had his hand up.
Sorry, I'm just going to bring Fipto back. He says it looks like he might have something to say.
That was short.
Fipto was very quiet.
Oh, Fipto keeps disappearing. I'll try it one more time.
Guess not.
Huh. There's something funny going on. Maybe he needs to restart Discord.
Yeah.
Now, there's... do you know who it was? I'll try to bring them up.
There he is.
Hello, Isan. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Please correct me if I'm not. Apparently, you were calling out JL Warren for something, and we're interested to hear your perspective.
Yeah, like... he was kind of challenging me to debate. So.
No, you challenged me.
Yeah, I did challenge you after you like mocked me or something, whatever. So, I mean, I had other questions to ask, but as I was listening to you guys discuss this, first of all, I want to ask, how are you defining subjective?
Mind dependent.
Sure.
So is that a objective definition?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, because the definition doesn't exist independent of minds.
Language is arbitrary.
Language is arbitrary, so there is no...
But what happens in society, societies of people will agree to use the same language, and for the most part, most people will use it in the same way, and so we can all understand each other.
So
yeah, words don't have an objective definition.
So what's the debate thing that you were going to destroy me on? An argument for God, or were you going to present evidence, or?
Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to destroy you or something. Okay. So like when it
It's what
comes
you
to
said in the
evidence,
chat. It's why I wanted you brought up.
did I say I'm going to destroy?
Yes.
But anyway,
Do I need to
so-
screenshot it?
I would like this.
You know, it's okay, JL Warren. He's changing his position here. So, what is your position, Hassan?
My position, I'm Muslim. But that being said, I never said I'm going to destroy you.
Okay, we can accept that. What do you think you've got an argument that convinces us that Allah, the God of Islam, is real?
Do I have an argument? I do think there are like some valid and sound arguments. But
Such
when
as?
you're asking about evidence, what do you mean by that? This is the first question that needs to be asked.
Anything that increases,
Can I
anything that
finish?
increases the probability of a proposition being true.
You ever notice how it's only in these conversations that we ever have to like bicker about what qualifies as evidence? Like if somebody were to tell me, hey, I had dinner with Scarlett Johansson last night, and I said, you got evidence for that? All they would do is just offer me information or data that they thought was persuasive. They wouldn't quabble with me about the definition of evidence, what qualifies as evidence, and how unfair it is that I asked them for evidence. Like this is the only conversation we ever have in reality where this is a problem.
When you asked me to provide you proof that I went to dinner with Scarlett Johansson, what type of proof would you accept?
So Isan, so going by how you define your God, right? You're asking me what evidence would I accept? Okay. If the evidence could lead to novel testable predictions that come true with a frightening accuracy, that would help. There are a number of things that could be qualified as solid evidence that this thing exists, or sufficient evidence that could lead to the conclusion that it exists. But irrelevant of that, if your God exists, then it knows what evidence would convince me 100% that it exists and has thus far declined to provide that evidence for me. So all I have to go off of is the natural world that I exist in and what I can derive from that with intellectual honesty. And I have to take into account that the very strict methodologies that we utilize to determine the difference between what is real and what is imaginary, they work for virtually every single proposition in the universe when we're talking about things that exist or don't exist or and describing them. So we use evidence. We have a methodology that gets us to a conclusion. This applies to virtually everything in the universe except for the claim that this God exists. Okay, so I don't know why your God insisted that there need to be a double standard. I don't know why your God created a system where we require evidence and testing and verification and peer review and constant testing to, and the acquirement of more evidence in order to justify virtually every belief except for the belief that this thing exists, where it's totally predicated on faith. I don't know why it requires a double standard. I don't know why it foresaw that needing a double standard would be a good thing, given that it knows all true propositions and that this would be a stumbling block in the future. These are all weird things. So when you say sufficient, when you say, well, what kind of sufficient evidence? Sufficient evidence would be fantastic. But guess what? I don't believe in it. You do. So
Also,
what is your
right.
argument? What is your evidence that this thing exists? T-Jump, he called me out. Let me handle this. Okay. I got it. It's all good.
No, it's not, because he asked us what is our definition of evidence. We gave our definition. Now what's next?
I also just want to point out the criteria to dating Black Widow is either being an Avenger or working for SNL. Right back to you, JL.
So it's not about the evidence is there. If the evidence exists, then it can be presented. You have the evidence by your own admission that you believe in this thing. So why don't you give me the evidence?
So what I'm getting from you is a bunch of a lot of emotions involved in this. Like you're asking, okay, God knows about me, but why isn't he giving me the evidence? And again, the reason for me asking the question, how are we defining evidence, is because a lot of the times when atheists ask for evidence, they mean the scientific empirical evidence. Right? This is what it means, and this is from what it looks like. This is what you said as well. So now, the question
No,
then.
wait, hold up 1 sec. 1 sec. We said anything that can increase the probability of a proposition being true is evidence. That's it.
Also, by the way, the statement "God exists" is a scientific empirical claim. You're arguing that there is a thing in reality which fulfills the properties of God.
Right. No.
Which,
So
if it
that
were true,
assumes,
would be
by the way,
valuable.
That's
that
absolutely
assumes-
true.
Wait, just a minute. So what Xerxes says, that assumes that like empirical evidence is the way to truth. Right. So can this statement be?
That's not what that
Oh,
assumes.
wait,
I'm just
wait,
saying that the specific
your
statement
statement-
"God exists" falls within the category of empiricism. Things which exist fulfill properties in reality which can be observed.
Well, this is why I just wanted to skip this whole side of the argument. Just be like, no, evidence is anything that increases the probability a proposition is true. Go, give me your evidence. Skip all the whole empiricism debate. It's a waste of time. Any evidence is anything that can increase the probability a proposition is true. Give me your evidence.
Okay, so would you agree that, I mean, for example, the cosmological arguments, do you think, would you agree that they're like empirical in nature? I was asking.
Sure.
Yeah, right. So they're empirical in nature because we
Sure.
are looking at the
Is T Jump
fundamental.
answering this? I'll just acquiesce to T Jump. Apparently, you're talking to him, so.
Yeah. Okay. So then, do we observe the contingent, limited, finite things?
No, that's not a part of the cosmological argument.
I mean, I'm talking about both of
Just
these
so we're
arguments.
clear, when you say the cosmological argument, you're referring to the Kalam. Premise 1, everything which begins to exist as a cause. Premise 2, the universe began to exist.
Yeah, but-
Conclusion, the universe as a cause.
Okay, but like in the first stage of Kalam.
Hold on, is that the argument you're referring to? Just so we're all on the same page, is that the argument you're referring to?
I'm talking about the first stage of contingency in the Kalam.
Okay, stage 1 contingency is not the same as the cosmological argument.
I mean, they're included as far as
Well,
I
no.
know.
So the cosmological argument is an empirical argument. The contingency argument is not an empirical argument.
Well, why not? Like, I mean, we are what we are doing is.
Well, because there's
we're
no
looking
empirical
at-
contingency. That's not a thing in any physics field. Contingency is a made-up philosophical category. It's not an empirical category.
But do we observe limited, finite things in the universe?
There's no such property as contingent in physics. Doesn't exist.
Sorry, I'm like.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm traveling. Sorry for the noise.
No problem.
Okay. But we observe things that have like like building blocks and require an explanation outside of it. I mean, this is how we would do science. Like,
No,
I mean,
that's not how we do science.
yeah, like we look at the things for why they are the way they are.
With science, what you do is you build a hypothesis, you make predictions about what that hypothesis entails, and you test to see if those predictions come true. That's how you do science.
Even if we were to assume that these intuitions we have about physical things in reality were true, it wouldn't be appropriate to apply that to the whole of reality without modification, right? So the first premise of the Kalam cosmological argument is everything which begins to exist as a cause, but that's appealing to Aristotelian causation, which we observe as an efficient cause interacting with a material cause to generate a formal cause. All right. So if you are looking at the fact of the matter that everything apparently has some sort of antecedent catalyst which facilitates its eventual existence, what we're actually observing is pre-existing material rearranging itself in some capacity to become a new thing, like a carpenter rearranging wood to become a table. All right. But this inference would not apply to a god creating a universe out of nothingness. That would be a procedure that is completely incoherent to human beings, and therefore we can't use these inferences to arrive at that conclusion, as they would invalidate the very inferences we're using in the first place.
I don't agree that God created everything out of nothing. I mean, that.
What did he create it out of then?
That's a separate discussion. I mean, this is.
No, it's important to this discussion. If you're going to appeal to principles that we observe in the universe, apparently, then we have to be consistent with those inferences.
Discuss the Islamic metaphysics now. Like, I mean, this is the way we understand this is like.
What I want you to do is defend your proposition that a God exists, and you immediately went to cosmology as the way to do that. So using inferences that we observe in cosmology, like if we're going to be consistent with that, what did God create the universe out of?
What did God create the universe out of? Like, I mean, this is. Are you asking from the empirical sense or like philosophical?
Was there any material substance that God used to arrange the existence of the universe? Or put another way, what was God affecting when he created the universe?
Use the word. Use it.
Sorry, what? Like, what was?
Anyway, what was God affecting? What was he acting upon when he created the universe?
I mean, he created the universe from his attributes.
God's composite. Well, hold on. So the universe is material, spatial, and temporal. Is God material, spatial, and temporal?
No.
Okay. If I gave you exclusively Legos to construct something out of, would that construction ever not be made out of Legos? Or would it be something antithetical to Legos? Like if all the Legos I gave you were plastic, would the thing that you make out of them be metal?
Okay, I think I lost the track of like where we are going with this, but
just answer the question. If I gave you plastic Legos and that was the only thing that you had to interact with to build something, okay, would the thing you built be metal?
That would be a straw man.
It's not a straw man. You're arguing that the only thing God had to interact with is the immaterial, the spaceless, and the atemporal. And out of that, he created a material, spatial, temporal universe. It's not a straw man. This is your argument.
I don't think that works because technically God could create space, time, and matter, and there could be emergent properties from something that doesn't have those, which could be like in God or something, I guess. But so what Xerxes is asking is there was a point where there was no space, time, and matter, and then God created it. He could have created it out of nothing. He could have created it out of pre-existing stuff like Plato, magical Plato, or maybe he could have created it out of like a piece of his own body, pantheism or whatever. And he wants to know, what did God create the universe out of? What was the material he was using to create the universe? Was it nothing? Was it himself? Was it
I'm not
Plato?
particularly like.
I'm not making an ontological claim about what God can or cannot do. What I'm pointing out is that the cosmological argument uses inferences that do not apply to God based on their own admission. Right? When we observe things coming into existence in the universe, they are always the transposition of pre-existing material, of which the ultimate cause or the formal cause, like for instance, the table is made out of the wood. Okay, the table is wood. So if God created the universe out of immateriality, then the universe would be immaterial if we're using the same inferences. If we're not using those inferences, then you admit your special pleading, and therefore the argument is invalid.
So I'm really, I really can't.
Isan,
let me put it to you this way.
Okay, guys, hang on a sec. Isan, let's just try and simplify this dang thing, because I feel like you're getting lost and it's going into territories that you weren't anticipating it going. Okay, I'm going to try and simplify this because I'm going to try and simplify this because what Xerxes is bringing up and what TJump are bringing up seems to be areas that you haven't thought a lot about or you're not very educated on, and you seem to be getting lost. You keep wanting to go back to an original point. Okay, let's simplify this. Let's simplify this. Let's simplify this out really easy. So you believe that a God exists, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what evidence convinces you that this thing exists?
There are like lots of things that I would consider evidence for God, but
okay, name your best one.
If you're like really, if you need one of the reasons, right, so for why I would say that most people believe in God is due to this, and this is something I've discussed with Teiko, and he disagrees with me. But the thing is, it's like people all over the world, in all cultures, mostly believe in God because people are naturally inclined to believe in God.
Okay.
Right. Nobody said hold hands.
Okay, so you're arguing that people have a natural inclination to attribute like powerful things are gods, or what we call gods, to the phenomena we see in the universe, see in the world. Okay.
People also have a natural inclination to believe the sun orbits the Earth.
Isan, stop.
And then you
does
expect
the
me
inclination,
to answer them,
Isan,
and then you talking to me, and then like, oh, I'm getting like, okay.
Isan, does the inclination to apply values to things we don't understand logically entail that a God exists?
So this is
it's a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no question.
Yes, it is. Does it logically entail?
Explain to me. Okay.
Is it logically entailed?
Can I answer or what?
It's a yes or no question, Isan. It doesn't require preamble.
Can I answer? Okay, without interruption. So let me just say this, that, okay, for the sake of argument, say that, okay, you're right. It doesn't prove God exists, right? But what from a theistic point of view, and this is the thing, this is what Karim was probably arguing as well, that from a theistic point of view, you'd have to wonder that, I mean, is it justified to believe in God? Because, again, from a theistic point of view, God is just as real as the reality you experience, because the reality you experience includes God in the equation. So now, if anything, if you are going to say, no, God doesn't exist, or we shouldn't believe in God, then you'd have to give us some sound reason as to why we should undermine the natural inclination. Because
it's not true. Because it's not real. It's irrational.
So, what evidence do you have that it's not real?
Okay, so you ask me what evidence I have that a particular God is not real?
No, like, I mean, why? How can we believe in something that has no similarity to the reality that we're supposed to experience?
That's exactly the point. It's like we wouldn't believe in that. By definition, the God that is often proposed today, meets all the criteria of non-existence. It's outside of space, it's outside of time, it's immaterial, it's a mind without a body, and it's just, out there affecting things. We can neither detect it, we can't see it, we can't observe it, we can't make predictions with it. Therefore, it meets all the qualifications, all the criteria of non-existence. Yet you state that the thing exists.
Oh man. Okay, listen, so you're an empiricist, right? If something is outside of empiricism, that thing doesn't exist.
That is
epistemology versus ontology.
We are starting to run low on time here, so we should try to wrap this up pretty soon.
Isan, let me just ask you this flat out. If you feel a thing is true, does that logically entail that thing exists in reality?
No.
Or if you feel a thing exists, does it mean that thing exists in? If you feel a thing exists, does it mean that thing exists in reality?
This is look, this is defeated. So, I mean, what you have to explain? Answer me this, right? You keep asking.
No, sir, no. I don't have to. No, Isan, I have already justified my atheist position. The atheist position. There is insufficient evidence to warrant belief.
You haven't. Listen.
Yes, I have. There is insufficient evidence to warrant belief.
In the natural world, I'm asking you a direct question. Answer me directly, right? What was it in the natural world? What was it in the natural world that caused us to believe in God?
Type 1 and type 2 errors.
Pareidolia.
The tendency for our pattern-seeking organs that we call our brains to seek to. Isan, let me answer the damn question. Our brains. Isan, I'm answering the question. Shut the fuck up.
You're answering a different question. You're answering a different.
No, I'm not. Our pattern-seeking brains are inclined to apply values to things.
We seek patterns. We have the tendency to see patterns. That's fine. But
and apply values to them. Those values, those explanatory values, are what initially we called gods.
This is there's no way to have a conversation like this.
Yes, there is. You won't answer a question, and you keep wanting me to try and debunk your bullshit. Now, don't sit there in the goddamn chat and claim that all atheists are fucking stupid and you're gonna friggin' destroy us.
Debate with me then, like somewhere we can discuss in a fair conversation. I mean,
This is. I'm asking you.
You're
You
not
believe
letting
this
me
thing
talk.
exists. You say you know it exists. Provide your damn evidence. Because you've already conceded that just because you feel it exists doesn't entail that it does exist.
You guys don't probably have time. I mean, I just can't talk with this guy. Like he has to talk over me all the time. Anyway, if you guys are running out of time,
Yes, run away. Run away. Appeal to the meta and run away. Get the fuck out of here.
Telling me that you don't have the time. I'm here to discuss. I've like these guys here. Some of them they know me. Right, I go to the atheist visits. I talk to atheists for hours and hours and hours. Right, I have no problem.
Then you're not listening because you would have gotten this by now.
No, you're just not getting it. Like I'm saying that even if we like this is and this is an argument I don't really like to discuss too much, but once again, even if we see patterns, we have the tendency to see patterns.
Mm-hmm.
But what was it in the natural world that caused us to have this kind of strong, hold in our human psyche for something that is other to the universe and beyond our imagination?
Yeah, T-Jump's correct. Our brains. That's how our brains evolved.
What caused the brain to think this way?
Natural selection pressures.
So natural selection process, but
natural selection pressures. There are certain traits that are positively selected for and certain ones that are negatively selected for. The traits in our brains that allow us to make type 1 and type 2 errors, okay, that allows for pareidolia, for apophenia, those traits have resulted in us applying values to various phenomena that we could not readily explain. Some of those values are what we call gods.
What you're describing is the mechanism for why we see things, why we have.
That's what you asked for.
No. What I said, what was it, and how is it like? So, is it then justified for us to believe in God or not?
No, it's not.
Like from a pragmatist point of view, because if we are naturally inclined to, I mean, and again, Xerxes, you said that we have many other natural inclinations. That's not true. This is different to like, for example, we have the other natural inclination for like something like pair bonding, which is also found in animals, like a lot of animals. So the scientists, the cognitive scientists, like, for example, Justin Barrett in his cognitive science literature was so funny. I mean, you jump,
the guy from the YouTube channel, Justin Barrett from the Unbelievable YouTube channel, that guy.
No. This is the Oxford University professor Justin Barrett. I think he did the study with the Oxford Anthropological Society. So
I think he was on that show, but yeah. So psychological.
Peer reviewed, by the way. It's peer reviewed, and you can read his cognitive science literature where he actually explained this in details, and there are many more. There's Aaron Narendian.
Explained what? We know of fallacies and biases and illusions.
We have a innate receptivity. In his exact word, we have an innate receptivity to believe in God.
We also have an innate receptivity to believe in illusions and delusions and misconceptions.
No.
Yes. This is a result of how our brain evolved. These are a result of how our brain evolved to seek patterns in chaos, and then the ones that allowed us to derive conclusions that allowed us to survive better. That's the reason they were selected for. It's the whole point of, like, when you're out hunting and you see the tall grass and then you see the grass moving and you're like, is that a lion or is it the wind? And so I decided, you know what? I don't want to. I think it's a lion, and I'm going to run away. Well, guess what? I live to go and procreate. The idiot who goes and says, nah, it's just the wind, and goes in there and gets eaten by a lion, he doesn't pass his genes down. So the one who erred and said, it's like, you know what? I'm not even going to, I don't know, but I'm not going to risk it. And they the ones who lived. So yes, these are evolved responses. This is how our brains evolved. For example, ancient primitive human beings used to create, in order to create light, would create campfires. They would create fires in the night. Okay. Then they look up at the sky, a sky with no light pollution, and see other little lights up there. And then they look out on the horizon, they see other little lights, other campfires out there. And they say, wow, look at those campfires way above us. We built a campfire, and there's one over there, over to my right, and it's really, really small. That must be some more people over there. But look at those ones way up there in the sky. They're so bright, but they're so far away. They must be huge. I wonder who built those campfires. Maybe they're great giant human beings or great giant gods that created these great campfires up there in the sky. You see how these patterns, we see patterns in nature, and then we apply them. We derive conclusions. Those conclusions turn out to be fallacious. That's why we attributed lightning to gods, or volcanoes to dragons in the earth, or earthquakes to gods that were angry underneath the surface of the planet. And then we find out that they're not that way, that's not the case. So yes, deriving gods from natural phenomena in our most ignorant times is a result of our evolution, of the way our brains evolved. It was a survival mechanism that now is virtually kind of pointless because we now control virtually every evolutionary pressure that we are subjected to on this planet. So that's it. That's the answer you were looking for. You asked me, how do we do these? Why does this exist?
I think that this actually pushed the problem a step back. This evolutionary adaptation, it doesn't really answer the question, like how, what exactly was it that caused us to believe in something like this that has no similarity to the reality that we're supposed to experience, and how do we?
But it does. It does. Why do you think gods? Why do you think primitive gods were like animals, and primitive gods were like things that we saw in nature? Why do you think virtually all gods are either animals or humanoid?
Okay, no matter what the conception is, like the only thing it proves that we human beings, we are naturally inclined to connect with the divine.
We're naturally inclined to make shit up. That is the correct.
Yes, thank you, T-Jump. Just because you call it divine doesn't mean it is divine. Just because you said these things.
Can I respond to T-Jump first? I mean, so God isn't just any concept. This is the thing you have to understand. Like, God isn't just some physical, realities put together, right?
We can make shit up.
But Isan, that wasn't always the case. That was not always the case. Originally, when these concepts were thought up, when these concepts were thought up, human beings believed that gods walked among us, or they were above us, or they were invisible, but they walked around the earth and they interacted with human beings. The more we've come to know about reality, these things have been dismissed because we know they are not true, which is why God, the concept of a God, especially the Abrahamic God, has mutated from this thing that used to walk around and talk to us and directly told us shit like that about reality, to this spaceless, timeless, metaphysical, only immaterial thing that is outside of all human perception but still grounds all human perception. It's fucking ridiculous. God has changed. The evolutionary pressures that force the mutations of that God is called our reasoning, our understanding. Okay?
So Warren, how much have you studied on this?
A great deal. Thank you very much.
So, why is it that the scientists, for example, the references that I give, I mentioned three people, right? Justin Barrett, Aaron Aronzian, Oliver Petrovitz, right? So these people, and there's so many more, right? What they're saying is, when, for example, when the Oxford Anthropological Society, they did a huge study with 92,000 people, what they found is that this is they would have put them in like a simulation, for lack of a better word, where they would ask, okay, so for example, a moral type of situation, right? Somebody, he was punished somehow, and then they would ask, okay, why do you think this happened to this person? And they would always say God, right? And every time scientists ask, okay, which God is it? They would always describe this like, the God who's the creator God, he is all-knowing, all-powerful, and has no physical form. And so this is the thing I'm saying.
This is weird. No, see, because Isan, this is very weird. There's a problem with if this was an experiment that was done, there's a problem with that, because that version of God you're talking about is very precise. and only a select percentage of the population believes in that particular version of a God. You're basically indicating that the people that were in this experiment that were being talked to, the 92,000 people that were in this experiment, that none of them were Hindu, none of them were Buddhist, none of them were Shinto, none of them were Aboriginal descent, because that's literally a Christian version of the God. And maybe some Jews and maybe some Muslims, but no, there are individuals in this world.
They were people that didn't have the concept of God for some centuries, right? So like they were in China and Japan, and
they have concepts of God. The concepts of Chinese gods and Japanese gods, Asian gods are far older than the Abrahamic God by thousands of years.
Okay, but like that experiment. Where they did the study, like it says very clearly that those people didn't have a concept of God.
Virtually everybody has a concept of God on this planet because it's been passed around, and we have access to the internet. So yeah, but there are still human beings on this planet that exist in societies that have no concept of a God, and they have no word for it either.
Sure, but they're like children as well. Like, I mean, so.
That's irrelevant. There are civilizations on this planet.
I really wanted to talk about the other arguments and so on, but I guess
you can come back in a future episode for that. We are running short on time here.
Okay, then like maybe we can discuss another time. Thank you for the conversation. I'd really like to have a debate with. Or a discussion with T-Jump. Hey, T-Jump, can I ask you one last question? Like, so in your debate with Daniel Hakikatsu, right? I mean, what a disaster of a debate that was. You said that utilitarianism is not a moral theory, but a pragmatist theory. Do you still hold on to that? Like, do you still?
Yes, it's a pragmatic theory. It's not a moral theory. There's no objective morality in utilitarianism.
You just defined utilitarianism in the congratulations to you. Okay.
That's just the academic definition. It's not an objective moral realist position.
Yeah, I would ask everyone here to look up what utilitarianism is. Is it a moral theory or is it a pragmatist theory? Yeah, thank you.
I've already explained this. Daniel Hakishu is a moron. Utilitarianism is not a moral realist position, but the Muslims just don't know enough about philosophy to understand what moral realism is.
He said it's a moral theory. He isn't talking about moral realism or.
I was talking about moral realism, but he's an idiot and he doesn't know that, and apparently you are too.
Well, you have to say this in front of him, like. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on our stage with us. Did anybody have any last thoughts they wanted to share about that interaction before I go on to a point that I missed earlier in our questions section?
Atheism has thus far not been destroyed.
Yeah, it's not destroyable because it's not a thing. It's just a classification. I agree.
See, but I thought this was going to be the episode we were going to get to this.
You're always so optimistic.
JL, I have to ask you, how do you destroy I don't believe you?
This is a good point. It's a very good point.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're still here after all. So actually, this kind of fits in. Somebody, Nina's, N-I-N-E-Z, I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly, had a question earlier quite a few hours ago
the dude
that
had
I
his
missed,
shot.
and I did intend to get to it. It was with regard to somebody who was talking about how they're a Christian and they're
hey, Colorado
agnostic
biker,
at
good
the
to see you,
same
bud.
time, but they were having some trouble with the way they were using the word agnosticism. I'm sure people remember that. So the question was, how can someone be agnostic and a theist? Surely, if they're a theist, they believe their God exists, right? That's why they worship their God. So the important thing to remember that with these terms, and there has been some confusion introduced by certain advocates in philosophy of religion who are trying to pollute the terminology. So an atheist is someone who doesn't believe in deities, and that includes people who specifically believe there are none, because the consequence of that is not believing in them. And then the agnostics are the ones who hold an epistemological position of that
take hold of that
can't
again.
be known whether a deity exists or not. It is a valid position for someone to be a theist and an agnostic at the same time. They don't know for certain their deity exists, but they believe in it. It's a faith it is a faith position. So, and I have a number of friends who fit this this set of characteristics. So there we have it. I hope that helps to bring some clarity to your question there, Ninas. And I think we should probably move on to some final thoughts here.
Real quick, I got a DM from some kid asking a terrible batch of questions, but I wasn't going to ask it, but I figured I'd just ask it real quick. So, JL,
sure.
If God doesn't exist, what is the purpose of living? And then, or answer that one.
Self-determined. You determine for yourself.
Oh, is jail not?
No, sorry. My bad. Sorry. I was muted.
muted.
If God doesn't exist, what is the purpose? The purpose is defined by the individual. The individual determines what the purpose is, but there is no like overarching purpose for humanity. So that's why each individual decides their purpose for themselves.
Second question. So as an atheist, how did you fulfill your life?
How do I fulfill my life?
Instagram models.
Oh, please. Those days are way behind me. I fulfill my life by searching for truth, by spreading truth, and by trying to bridge the divide that is created by irrational beliefs and irrational behaviors.
TM copyright.
And third, if you were going to die tomorrow and you knew it was unavoidable, would you resort to prayer?
No.
To the spaghetti monster.
Ramen.
What's the name of this person, Taco? I just want to put it into the YouTube.
He wanted to remain anonymous.
That's fine.
Oh, I'll just put anonymous.
No, I would not resort to prayer because I don't fear death. Everything dies. The process of dying can be scary, depending upon what happens, if it's like something scary or if you just die in your sleep. But if I was just gonna like drop dead tomorrow, no, I would not resort to prayer because it would just be my time. So just being closer to death does not make me more inclined to believe in Santa Claus or fairies or leprechauns or sky fairies. So
as a person who has been there, done that, the dying thing, I mean, no prayer involved. Just a few jumper cables and I'm back.
Congratulations, you made it.
Yeah, that was in 2019, so it's been a while.
Like Jesus, but more metal.
Any NDEs of any kind of like rap?
Oh, before we do close it, I know you Randall was doing. This is actually kind of interesting. Emperor 3000 in the heathen chat said, question: if God doesn't exist, why do you dedicate so much time to the subject? Dedicate so much time to the subject? And I can answer that very easily. Irrational beliefs tend to lead to irrational behaviors. If we want a more stable and productive society, we need to eliminate or reduce as much irrational behavior as we can. We can do that by exposing and explaining why certain beliefs are irrational. If people don't hold those irrational beliefs, they'll be less inclined towards irrational behavior. So dedicating so much time to it spreads reason and rationality. It spreads education, and this enables people to make better, more informed, and more rational decisions and therefore actions. So why do we spend so much time? Because it's better for our society if we can eventually get past all this nonsense and move on, because we don't need it anymore. 100,000 years ago, sure, it was a survival trait. It kept us together in small groups, survival in numbers. Fantastic. But that was 100,000 years ago. It's now 2023. We don't need it anymore.
What was the name of the person who brought up the question? I just want to put in the notes.
That was Emperor 3000.
Emperor 3000. Thank you.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, thank you, everybody. I guess we're into the final thoughts section. T-Jump, why don't you go? Do you have any final thoughts about today's discussions?
Subscribe to the Atheist Church. I need funding for my apartment building.
Yeah, the Atheist Church is it's a wonderful thing that Tom Jump is trying to do to help people in need, and for that to work, he will need some funding. If you go to theisthelpline.com and click on About, you can find a link to that in Tom Jump's list of links. So yeah, it's this is a great thing. I think it's we need more efforts like this out there. Peter, did you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I was a little bit silent today, but that was because I got all kinds of DMs on Twitter. So I'll be setting up a few conversations with Dr. Josh, aka Digital Hammurabi, for the people who are interested. Hopefully, we will get the first one done this Saturday, 3 p.m. U.S. Central. Keep an eye out on the Go. They're going to go for it channel.
Eaten alive or falling to my death. Those are the two I don't want,
Lots
Aaron.
of good conversations. Few trolls, which is sad, but always like being here. So.
Thank you. So we do have a resources section on the theisthelpline.com website that IX often talks about. IX, did you have any final thoughts? I'm just trying to save you some time mentioning the links are there. IX must be away from this computer. Jack Burton, any final thoughts?
Oh, just thanks for having me, you bunch of godless heathens, and you know, better luck next time, Theus. We'll get them someday.
Yeah, there were some interesting challenges came up to you today, which was it's good to have that. I got to say, your Freightliner truck sounded glorious in the background of that one guest.
Appreciate it.
IX, I see you're here. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I just wanted to say thanks everybody for calling in and you know, being willing to put yourself in the hot seat. And if anybody wants to learn more about biblical history and archaeology, I recommend starting with the documentary series The Bible Unearthed by Israel Finkelstein and looking into some of the excellent books on the subject.
Thank you. JL Warren, final thoughts.
This was a good one. Yeah, a couple of trolls there. I didn't expect Nephilim Free to show up at the beginning. That was entertaining. Some good quality conversations we're having this one, and as always, it's an absolute blast to be up here. Thank you, Taco, Amy, T Jump, Peter, Jack, Randolph, Ix, Xerxes. I see he's taken off, but thank you to everybody for holding up. And if you want your Darth Dawkins Squeak toy, www.darthdawkins.com. So darthdawkins.com for your official Darth Dawkins Squeak toy, so you can argue just like Darth Dawkins.
We'll need to make sure that link's on the website as well. Amy Newman, what are your final thoughts on today?
Thank you so very much. It was another amazing stream. I don't think we were convinced, but once again, there's always next time. So just very quickly, genetic entropy and irreducible complexity are both highly debunked, not accepted in the academic community. We know empirically that we have common ancestry, not just micro, but macro evolution, and that we are in fact apes. Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson are amazing science communicators, and so we should look towards them not for atheism, but just to debunking woo and supporting science. I don't know about a communistic heaven, but maybe we should just try to make this world a better place. And last but not least, if you are trying to make a prophecy, I think I hear it from T-Jump in his sleep. I want a novel, testable prediction. Keyword novel, new, something we've never seen before. And so maybe we'll see that next stream. But if you would like to come on over to my YouTube. I'm at youtube.com/Amy Newman and twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic, along with my co-host James W. We do a whole bunch of different skeptic comedy and open mics and a whole bunch of shenanigans. But I want to thank Ix and Jack and Peter and JL, T-Jump, both streaming. You should be liking, following, and subscribing, as well as Randolph and Taco. I want to thank you so very much for another fantastic stream.
Taco, final words from you before I wrap things up.
This was a good show. No theist managed to defeat any of you once again. our champions continue to reign supreme.
So thank you to everybody who's tuned in. We really appreciate you all tuning in for this and participating. And we look forward to seeing you all next fortnight. A special thanks goes to the Politics Discord for providing this community and stage. There's a lot of wonderful people join us, and we have had a lot of great conversations and look forward to more of these again and again in the future. There's always seems to be new ideas coming about. I also remind people that the website, you can find all our resources, list of sponsors, information about our hosts and all their links to their YouTube channels and whatnot. It's at www.theisthelpline.com. And we look forward to seeing you next fortnight. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, everyone. Y'all have a wonderful day. I'm going to kick everybody right now.
Woohoo.
I love you all.
Ah. Bye-bye.
They messed up. Can't do it.
All right. Stop that. Fantastic. Cool. And yes, the Darth Dawkins official Squeak toy. It is legit. Gotta make sure I don't freak the dogs out, but that is it. So 4-inch Squeak toy. Dogs friggin' love this. They absolutely do. So DarthDawkins.com. And pretty soon I think it's going to be commemorative, because I don't know if we're going to be seeing him around very much longer, because it's possible that he's not doing very well health-wise. So it might be the commemorative Darth Dawkins Squeak toy here pretty soon. Let me see here. So, man, that was fun. That was good stuff there. Commander Darklight's here. Good to see you, Commander Darklight. I'm like a blister, always showing up after the work is done. Good times. Yes, Ilya Lates, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yes, Nephilim Free was the first one in the on the stage, and it was just absolute garbage. It was so bad, just not great. But, what are you going to do? So it's just the same crap over and over and over again that he puts out there. Don't tell JL, but what about the ghost? Tesla Bit Radio says, Bridge Divide, any thoughts on getting a smaller one for little doggos? This was the smallest one that was available through the company that I went through. But I will be adding more stuff to the store if these things take off. So the odds are, so I could probably find a smaller one. For like smaller dogs, even small dogs love these ones because they squeak so loud and they're pretty flexible. So big dogs like them because they can chew on them. Small dogs like them because they make noise. So it's kind of a kitschy thing. The dogs do love them, but it's not like a Kong or anything like that. So it's pretty much it. But eventually, if these things take off, because I have 2 boxes of them, as you can see there. I have 2 boxes of them, so I have lots. And if these things take off, then I can add more stuff to the Darth Dawkins store. Hey, Amy, good to see you. Thanks very much for popping through. But yeah, so all kinds of cool stuff. Man, that was wild. So, and I'm glad that dude Isan wanted to, that Ball says chili. It's just fun. I thought it was just fantastic, because you can use it to argue like Darth Dawkins. You can respond to Darth Dawkins with it, or you could take it and be like, pretty much any of that. It was a fantastic stream, Amy. Really good stuff. And all these guys are so amazing. Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate that. Amazing stuff. You know what? I was sitting here wondering if I should take a look at this video, because it's this video that somebody sent me. No, I think I'll just do a created content on it, because there's this guy sent me a video. This guy sent me a video on this video that was like the truth of salvation. It was like, if I watch this video, then I would be convinced to be saved. And it's not. It's from this hate pastor that's out in, where is he? It's a hate pastor that's out in Sacramento, California. So I think I'll just do a creative video on that one, because it's really the video is just a bunch of proselytizing on his part, but he has all these kinds of problems. I am kind of curious. This is a short one. This one came up with Eric Hovind. Eric Hovind put out this deal like, why is atheism stupid? go, this is why atheism is stupid. And I'm kind of curious about that. Let me see here. Should I take a look at this vid? This is why atheism is stupid. Kind of curious how it came from. It came from Eric Hoven's Twitter, or yeah, I think it was Eric Hoven. Still getting Elliot still getting my rage levels down for watching your vid on that hate preacher. Yeah, just atrocious crap. That dude is a particularly bad one. I felt I needed to call him out. I have another one coming up as well about bad sex advice, and another one about the extra biblical Jesus. So let's take a look at this real quick. And so this is why atheism is stupid.
Want me to?
Oh, thank you so much. Best in Show for $20. Appreciate that. For $20 super chat says, hi, JL. Missed this show, but will re-listen when you can. I'm curious of your view by Richard Carrier on Problem of Evil in your email. Yes. So I have that pulled up right here, and we've been looking at it. So the problem with nothing, why the indefensibility of ex nihilo nihil goes wrong for theists. And I'm about halfway through it. So I currently have it up. As a matter of fact, I can do this, and this is what he was talking about. We actually talked about this on the Discord last night. And this was this is the one he's talking about. Was the problem with nothing, why the indefensibility of ex nihilo nihil goes wrong for theists. And it's by Richard Carrier. And I'm about here, the only possible kind of absolute nothing. So, but this is actually I'm not even that far. So this is a bit of a long one. So he has a lot of stuff in it, but that's off of his blog. So here we go. No, so it's here, and then this is a major one. So yeah, I'm still working my way through it. I will get there eventually. I promise you. So. But I do have it pulled up. I'm working my way through it. As of right now, I currently have 2 scripts that I'm currently in the middle of working on. So that's taking up most of my time because I've got to get that done because I get paid for those things if they get produced. So I got to get that stuff done. But I appreciate you bringing that up. Absolutely. Let me stop that screen. Yeah. Let me see. Absolutely, best show. And thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate that. Let's see. So this came from, I pulled this from Eric Hoven's channel. And this is, the title of this one is, This is Why Atheism is Stupid.
You want me to believe that 4.5 billion years ago in some primordial soup, some gaseous liquid, a spark ignited, some molecules coalesced?
Well, that's not an accurate representation of what abiogenesis is. So automatically anything he derives from that misrepresentation is going to be, is not going to work. So obviously that's not what people claim. He's going off of really outdated shit that was proposed by theists, that an oversimplification of a variety of different things that are hypothesized by abiogenesis. So this essentially is just an argument from incredulity. He can't see it being possible, so therefore God.
And a simple amino acid was formed. Well, amino acids are not simple. They're extremely complex.
Not necessarily. It depends upon what you consider to be complex as far as like moving parts. No, amino acids are not complex in that regard. So it's basic stuff. So there's a fundamental misunderstanding of a lot of terms in here and kind of some loose or some vagaries. Like he's applying specific terms to specific things that I wouldn't say is intellectually honest. So like I said, just argument from incredulity so far.
And to think that amino acids could then morph into protein molecules, which are much more complex than amino acids.
Not that we claim that. Hey, TP Seeker, good to see you.
And to think that protein molecules over vast eons of time could then become a simple single cell organism, such as an amoeba. This is...
Well, no, not amoebas like today. So that's obviously, so his scientific illiteracy is pretty strong here. It's not about, amoebas today did not exist then. So these protocells, these very, very primitive unicellular organisms are not like the things that exist today. So he's basically saying that what exists today existed then, and he's fundamentally wrong on that one. So saying, oh, it's an amoeba is like, nah, no, and not to mention amoebas are a different branch than eukaryotes, which is where we come from, because there's eukaryotes and there's archaea. So he's fundamentally wrong on this one. Scientifically illiterate, to be sure, of what taxonomy is and what phylogeny is.
Impossible to fathom. We're not talking about mutations causing positive changes. We're talking about mutation.
But mutations can have positive change, can have positive outcomes. They can have beneficial outcomes, neutral outcomes, and deleterious outcomes. Those that have deleterious ones usually wind up dying, or they're not deleterious to the point that they just pass it on, and then the deleterious mutation is not repeated, because those are selected for. So are randomly selected for. So deleterious doesn't necessarily mean that the organism dies. Sometimes it does. Most mutations are benign, and then some are beneficial, are like automatically beneficial. So this is just, I can say, ignorant, and yes, amoebas are highly complex single-celled organs. They are highly complex,
causing astronomical changes. Now, what is a mutation, you might ask? Well,
there are many different kinds. If you nutshell it down to like one thing, but essentially a mutation is just a change in the information. Like a bit of information is selected. So it could be a silent mutation. It could be a point mutation. There's a number of mutations. So it depends upon what he's talking about and where the mutation takes place.
A mutation is a coding error in the DNA multiplication or replication process.
Incorrect. Not an error, just a change. So it's a mutation because it's changed from what it was originally. So if a mutation occurs, just a change, and then it's not an error, not a coding error. They're saying it's error to push this narrative that all mutations are bad. And then this pushes towards what's called genetic entropy. And genetic entropy was a thing that was put forward by John Sanford. And genetic entropy is essentially a Christian rebranding of what is called error catastrophe. And error catastrophe is not a thing that actually occurs. And it was a hypothesized state that building up of deleterious mutations would result in the collapse of the genome. But error catastrophe does not occur, and we can't even induce it in the lab. So we forcefully attempted to cause error catastrophe to happen, and we can't do it because because what happens is that the mutations occur, and the more deleterious ones that show up, that when they get reproduced on, those mutations will then flip back. And so they always kind of balance out. If the only time it stops is if reproduction is no longer possible. That's when it ceases. But if reproduction is possible, then the genomes flip again, and the more deleterious ones that you have, they then flip back over to positive. The odds are they'll all flip to positive or benign. Therefore, the organism is no longer affected. This is how error catastrophe does not occur. Because if everything is benign, the odds are everything is positive. The odds are you'll get benign or deleterious mutations. But the more benign or the more deleterious ones you get, the more the odds are that they will flip to positive ones. So this is why they lack this fundamental understanding of how this goes down. So yeah, this is probably ignorance to TP seekers, probably just ignorance.
And almost always mutations are negative. They don't.
No, that's incorrect. They're like, I can't remember what the percentage was put on it, but it's in the high double digits that the vast majority are benign. They're benign mutations. They have like virtually no discernible effect on the survivability of the organism.
For the better, they change things for the worse. My problem with evolution is 4.5 billion years is much too short to have the amount of positive mutations and increases of knowledge that would have to become you.
No, incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. There are organisms of the planet that are far more complex than we are, as far as like from a biological standpoint or from a genomic standpoint. I mean, depending upon various body parts. I mean, pistol shrimp in and of themselves, or is it mantis shrimp, have some of the most advanced eyes on the planet, way more advanced than us as far as like cones and rods and color perception. So they can perceive up to like 17 or like 16 different colors that they can perceive colors that we can't perceive ourselves. So there are things that are far more complex that have been around a hell of a lot longer than we have, because things in the ocean have had more time to evolve than us. And it also depends upon how many generations are being put out, like how often they reproduce. Viruses and bacteria, they reproduce quite quickly, and their generational period is very, very small. So therefore, you get more variations and more mutations that occur with them because they're constantly replicating. So it's like boom, 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 boom. That way you see them much, much faster. But in an organism that reproduces once, maybe twice on average every 20 years, you're not going to see them stack up. But you space that out, like maybe once every 10 to 15 or 15 to 20 years for 250,000 years. Let's just go hominids, 2 million years, then you will see some. You will see morphological changes between our distant ancestors and today. And you'll also see different presentations, which is all like Neanderthalensis and Rhododensiensis and Floriensis and the Naledi and so on and so forth. I know I mispronounced some of those. But those are those different morphological presentations of Homo sapiens. So, or the Homo genus is what we are. So, yeah, this is just, he's trying to pigeonhole everything into one thing, and it doesn't work because he's ignoring the body of evidence, or he's ignorant of it.
30 trillion cells from a single cell, which is exactly how you started. You started as a fertilized egg cell, one cell. You talk about the eye. How did that one cell have knowledge to know when to become 2 cells, 4 cells, clusters of cells to form the tiny buds that will become?
It's not that they have the knowledge to do it. They do it because when it's replicated, when reproduction takes place, those genes are selected for, are positively selected for, or negatively selected against. And so it's evolutionary pressures that dictate what that's going to be, like which one is survival enough to pass on its traits. And from light receptive organs from photoreceptive organs all the way to the complexity of the human eye, which is not even the most complex thing out there as far as eyes go. That's how you get them. So this is just the argument from irreducible complexity.
Your fingers, your arms, then to begin to form the organs.
Good job.
There was no eye in that original single cell, but it had to be pre-programmed.
No. It's morphological structures. That's all it is. It's the structure of the eye was developed over time through various gene or various allele selections. And Dawkins walked through this from the earliest forms of photoreceptive cells all the way up to the eye. So this is widely understood. This has just been debunked.
To have the knowledge that at a future point in time, certain unknown substances, the nutrients from the mother, were going to come into its sphere of influence. It had to have the knowledge how to break them down, strip apart what it needed, take apart everything, and begin to reformat it. And 9 months later, not only did an eye form, but ear form, hundreds of different types of cells form. Cell differentiation. This is mind blowing.
Well, I mean, evolution is pretty awesome. Evolution is amazing. And while we can't dictate exactly what we're going to look like, but evolution is pretty awesome. It's an amazing fucking field. But this is just an argument from incredulity.
Think blind chance could have formed you?
Yes.
That original single cell had all that knowledge to perform all these amazingly complex biochemical processes. And
no, because it wasn't doing it agentially or with intention. We are the result of those processes. So
the only way that cell could know, as I've shared earlier, that in a future point in time, certain unknown substances, the nutrients from the mother, were coming into its sphere of influence if it had foreknowledge. And the only way
I know, just a restructuring of the information that was already there. So, nah.
It could have foreknowledge is if there's a God.
Wow.
So you have to start with God. If you don't do that and you don't have foreknowledge and you just...
Okay, so, I got to back this up. So Eric just shot himself in the foot right there. I'm glad I caught this.
Foreknowledge. And the only way you could have foreknowledge is if there's a God.
Wow.
Right here. Wow.
So you have to start with God.
That's the problem. That is the problem. You cannot start with it because you haven't demonstrated it to exist. If you start with the presupposition that it exists, then everything that you derive from that is going to be begging the question because you assume that it exists for a particular conclusion to be true. And that's wrong. So literally Eric just defeated himself right there. Or he just exposed it right there. You have to start with the presupposition. You don't look at it, you don't look at everything, you don't presuppose God, and then go interpreting all the evidence to support your conclusion. That's not the way that works. So
if you don't do that and you don't have foreknowledge and you just give credit, evolution ends up being your God. Evolution ends up being the supreme creator idea.
No, it doesn't. This dude is such a fucking idiot.
Or I guess, to put it negatively, the only way evolution could occur is if it happens in your imagination. Is that what you're telling me?
That's true. You need a vivid imagination to come up with evolution.
This is just projection at this point. This is hilarious. Okay, that was it. Yeah, it was a short one. That was it. So, wow. Okay, so yeah, Eric Hovind is a fucking moron. That dude is an idiot. And literally admitted that you have to presuppose it in order to come to the conclusion. So, oh, that's hilarious. Oh man, oh man. Oh yes. To give a heads up, Rodinellas Name will be running the Sunday Monster Vault. Sunday Monster Vault over at the Week in Horror Discord. The link for that is in the description. Tonight, the Monster Vault returns with episode 4 of the original 1936 Flash Gordon serial and the film Frankenstein, 1931, starring Boris Karloff. So that starts 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific. If you want to come and check it out, 6 hours ahead. So if it's 8 p.m. Central, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2 a.m. over in the UK. But yes. And if you check out the Week in Horror Discord and you check out the announcements page, he's got the schedule up for what is coming up. So like next week will be episode 5 of Flash Gordon and Bride of Frankenstein. And then, of course, episode 6, A Creature from the Black Lagoon. So all kinds of classic movie monsters and classic stuff. So go and check that out tonight. Look forward to seeing people there. TP Secret says, then why do women go through hundreds of menstrual cycles through their life? That's a good point. Yeah. And the fact that 40% of human births all fail naturally for natural causes. So just by virtue of our biology. So yeah. So I had never covered Eric Hovind. I may do a response to that. I'm not sure, but that was pretty trash. That was just garbage. So that's the best that Eric Hovind is putting out. Just don't want it. We don't broadcast in Mountain Time. Sorry. 7 Mountain, 6 Pacific, 7 Mountain, 8 Central, and 9 Eastern. My bad. Sorry, Rodent. Gabba gabba. All right. And a Nocturnal Lux. Good to see you, bud. Oh, second best Bob said, I missed everything. My internet died. That's okay. You can catch it on the replay. Death to Ming. Flash. Whoa. Hell yeah. Okay, so I think that's going to be a good place. We're about 5 hours, 47 minutes in. I think we're in good shape. So what's coming up? So I've got new content coming up on Bridge the Divide. I've got a video on the extra biblical Jesus, on dude talking about extra biblical Jesus accounts, and of course a short coming up for bad sex advice from a theist. Just really, really gnarly stuff. So really crazy stuff, but all kinds of fun stuff coming up there. Not to mention Week in Horror every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Come and check that out. It's at Week in Horror on YouTube, youtube.com/weekinhorror. We're trying to get that to 1,000 subs, and we're really, really close. So hopefully you can help us out there. I do appreciate it. Other than that, and if you want to, if you're able to, check out DarthDawkins.com. Get yourself your official Darth Dawkins Squeak toy. That will really, really help the channel. So do appreciate that. Those are available for now until they're all sold out. So do appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you all very, very much. A huge, giant thank you to all of the channel members. Remember that link is in the description. You can join the Godless Army, and it's 99 cents a month. And then, of course, you get all of the custom emojis I make for you and the channel badges. And, of course, thank you to all of the super chats. I appreciate that. Thank you all so much for that support. It goes a long, long way to help me run this bad boy. But, yeah, appreciate everybody coming out. So if I go to here and go to here, yes, I just want to make sure I have that there. So I appreciate everyone coming out. Thank you all so very much. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide.